Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The prolonged rattle of the shingler's hammers upon the roof of the big barn attracted him, and crossing over between the ranch house and the artesian well, he stood for some time absorbed in the contemplation of the vast building, amused and interested with the confusion of sounds, the clatter of hammers, the cadenced scrape of saws, and the rhythmic shuffle of planes that issued from the gang of carpenters who were at that moment putting the finishing touches upon the roof and rows of stalls. A boy and two men were busy hanging the great sliding door at the south end, while the painters, come down from Bonneville early that morning, were engaged in adjusting the spray and force engine, by means of which Annixter had insisted upon painting the vast surfaces of the barn, condemning the use of brushes and pots for such work as old-fashioned and out of date. He called to one of the foremen to ask when the barn would be entirely finished, and was told that at the end of the week the hay and stock could be installed. "And a precious long time you've been at it, too," Annixter declared. "Well, you know the rain." "Oh, rot the rain. I work in the rain. You and your unions make me sick." "But, Mr. Annixter, we couldn't have begun painting in the rain. The job would have been spoiled." "Oh, yes, spoiled. That's all very well. Maybe it would, and then again, maybe it wouldn't." But when the foreman had left him, Annixter could not forbear a growl of satisfaction. It could not be denied that the barn was superb, monumental even. Almost any one of the other barns in the county could be swung birdcage fashion inside of it, with room to spare. In every sense, the barn was precisely what Annixter had hoped of it. In his pleasure over the success of his idea, even Hilma for the moment was forgotten. "And now," murmured Annixter, "I'll give that dance in it. I'll make 'em sit up." It occurred to him that he had better set about sending out the invitations for the affair. He was puzzled to decide just how the thing should be managed, and resolved that it might be as well to consult Magnus and Mrs. Derrick. "I want to talk of this telegram of the goats with Magnus anyhow," he said to himself reflectively. "And there's things I got to do in Bonneville before the end of the month." He turned about on his heel with a last look at the barn and set off toward the stable. He had decided to have his horse saddled and ride over to Bonneville by way of Los Muertos. He would make a day of it, would see Magnus, Harran, old Broderson, and some of the business men in Bonneville. A few moments later he rode out of the barn and the stable yard, a fresh cigar between his teeth, his hat slanted over his face against the rays of the sun as yet low in the east. He crossed the irrigating ditch and gained the trail, the short cut over into Los Muertos by way of Hooven's. It led south and west into the low ground overgrown by gray green willows by Broderson Creek, at this time of the rainy season a stream of considerable volume. Farther on, dripping sharply to pass underneath the long trestle of the railroad. On the other side of the right of way, Annixter was obliged to open the gate in Derrick's line fence. He managed this without dismounting, swearing at the horse the while, and spurring him continually. But once inside the gate, he cantered forward briskly. This part of Los Muertos was Hooven's holding, some 500 acres, enclosed between the irrigating ditch and Broderson Creek, and half the way across Annixter came up with Hooven himself, busily at work replacing a broken washer in his cedar. Upon one of the horses hitched to the machine, her hands gripped tightly upon the harness of the collar, Hilda, his little daughter, with her small hobnailed boots and boy's canvas overalls, sat, exalted and petrified with ecstasy and excitement, her eyes wide open, her hair in a tangle. "Hello, Bismarck," said Annixter, drawing up beside him. "What are you doing here? I thought the governor was going to manage without his tenants this year."
"Ach, Mr. Annixter," cried the other, straightening up. "Ach, that's you, huh? You bet he don't manage without me. Me, I gotta stay. I talk the straight talk with the governor. I fix him. Ach, you bet. 7 years I have been the ranch gestat. Yes, sir. Every other son of a gun made the place get the such but me, huh? What you think van those thing?" I think that's a crazy looking monkey wrench you've got there, observed Annixter, glancing at the instrument in Hooven's hand. Oh, that wrench, returned Hooven. So, well, I tell you this thing now where I got him. Say, you see that wrench? That's not American wrench at all. I got him Gravelot the day we licked the stuffing out the French. You bet. Me, I belong to the Württemberg regiment that they used to support the battery when the Brinster Hohenlohe. All of the day we lay down by the stomach in the field behind the battery, and the shells from the French cannon have explode. Donnerwetter, I think every shell explode by the backside my neck. And that go on the whole day, nothing else, nothing but the French shell. Brum, brum, brum. And the smoke and unser battery that go off slow, steady, just like the clock. Ein, zwei, boom! Ein, zwei, boom! Just like the clock. Over and over again all of the day. Then, when the night come, they say we have great victory made. I don't know. What do I see from the battle? Nothing. Then we get up and march all the night. And in the morning, we hear those cannon again. Hell off at their way, far off. I don't know where, but never mind. Very quick. Oh, God! His face flamed scarlet. Oh, the lieber Gott! Very soon, there was the Kaiser close by, and Fritz, unser Fritz. By God, then I go crazy. And yell, ach, you bet the whole regiment. Hoch the Kaiser, hoch the Vaterland. And the tears come out their eyes, I don't know because why. And the men's cry and shake the hand, and the whole regiment march off like that. Very proud. By God, the head up high and sing the Vaterland rhyme. That was Gravelat. And the monkey wrench? I pick him up when the battery go. The cannoneers have forgotten leave him. I carry him in the sack. I think I use him when I get home in the business. I was maker of wagons in Karlsruhe, and I never get home again. When the war have got over, I go back to Ulm and get married. And then I get damn sick from the army. When I get the release, I clear out, you bet. I come to America. First New York, then Milwaukee, then Springfield, Illinois, then California, and here I stay. And the fatherland don't ever want to go back? Well, I tell you those things, Mr. Annixter. Always I think a lot of Germany and the Kaiser, and never I forget Gravelotte. But, say, I tell you those things. Where the wife is and the kinder, the little girl Hilda, there is the Vaterland. America, that's my country now. And there, he pointed behind him to the house under the mammoth oak tree on the lower road, that's my home. That's good enough Vaterland for me. Annixter gathered up the reins, about to go on. So you like America, do you, Bismarck? He said. Who do you vote for? America? I don't know, returned the other insistently. That's my home yonder. That's my Vaterland. All of the Shermans used like that. Germany, that's hell off some fine place, sure. But the Vaterland is where the home and the wife and the kinder is. Yeah, would. Ach, no. Me, I never would. I don't bother the head with those things. I make the wheat grow and get the bread for my wife and Hilda. That's all. That's me. That's Bismarck. Goodbye, commented Annixter, moving off. Hooven, the washer replaced, turned to his work again, starting up the horses. The cedar advanced, whirring. Ach, Hilda, little girl, he cried. Hold tight by the strap on. Hey, mule, whoop! Get up, you! Annixter cantered on. In a few moments he had crossed Broderson Creek and had entered upon the home ranch of Los Muertos. Ahead of him, but so far off that the greater portion of its bulk was below the horizon, he could see the Derricks' home.
a roof or two between the dull grass of cypress and eucalyptus. Nothing else was in sight. The brown earth, smooth, unbroken, was as a limitless mud-colored ocean. The silence was profound. Then at length Annixter's searching eye made out a blur on the horizon to the northward. The blur concentrated itself to a speck. The speck grew by steady degrees to a spot, slowly moving, a note of dull color, barely darker than the land, but an inky, black silhouette as it topped a low rise of ground and stood for a moment outlined against the pale blue of the sky. Annixter turned his horse from the road and rode across the ranch land to meet this new object of interest. As the spot grew larger, it resolved itself into constituents, a collection of units. Its shape grew irregular, fragmentary. A disintegrated, nebulous confusion advanced toward Annixter, preceded, as he discovered on nearer approach, by a medley of faint sounds. Now it was no longer a spot, but a column that moved, accompanied by spots. As Annixter lessened the distance, these spots resolved themselves into buggies or men on horseback that kept pace with the advancing column. There were horses in the column itself. At first glance, it appeared as if there were nothing else, a riderless squadron tramping steadily over the upturned plowland of the ranch. But it drew nearer. The horses were in lines, 6 abreast, harnessed to machines. The noise increased, defined itself. There was a shout or two. Occasionally, a horse blew through his nostrils with a prolonged, vibrating snort. The click and clink of metal work was incessant, the machines throwing off a continual rattle of wheels and cogs and clashing springs. The column approached nearer, was close at hand. The noises mingled to a subdued uproar, a bewildering confusion. The impact of innumerable hoofs was a veritable rumble. Machine after machine appeared, and Annixter, drawing to one side, remained for nearly 10 minutes watching and interested, while, like an array of chariots, clattering, jostling, creaking, clashing, an interminable procession, machine succeeding machine, 6-horse team succeeding 6-horse team, bustling, hurried. Magnus Derrick's 33 grain drills, each with its 8 hoes, went clamoring past, like an advance of military, seeding the 10,000 acres of the great ranch, fecundating the living soil, implanting deep in the dark womb of the earth the germ of life, the sustenance of a whole world, the food of an entire people. When the drills had passed, Annixter turned and rode back to the lower road, over the land now thick with seed. He did not wonder that the seeding on Los Muertos seemed to be hastily conducted. Magnus and Harran Derrick had not yet been able to make up the time lost at the beginning of the season when they had waited so long for the plows to arrive. They had been behindhand all the time. On Annixter's ranch, the land had not only been harrowed as well as seeded, but in some cases cross-harrowed as well. The labor of putting in the vast crop was over. Now there was nothing to do but wait, and while the seed silently germinated, nothing to do but watch for the wheat to come up. When Annixter reached the ranch house of Los Muertos under the shade of the cypress and eucalyptus trees, he found Mrs. Derrick on the porch, seated in a long wicker chair. She had been washing her hair, and the light brown locks that yet retained so much of their brightness were carefully spread in the sun over the back of her chair. Annixter could not but remark that, spite of her more than 50 years, Annie Derrick was yet rather pretty. Her eyes were still those of a young girl, just touched with an uncertain expression of innocence and inquiry, but as her glance fell upon him, he found that expression changed to one of uneasiness, of distrust, almost of aversion. The night before this, after Magnus and his wife had gone to bed, they had lain awake for hours, staring up into the dark, talking. Magnus had not long been able to keep from his wife the news of the coalition that was forming against the railroad, nor the fact that this coalition was determined to gain its ends by any means at its command. He had told her of Osterman's scheme of a fraudulent election to seat a board of railroad commissioners who would be nominees of the farming interests. Magnus and his wife had talked the matter over and over again, and the same discussion, begun immediately after supper the evening before, had lasted till far into the night. At once Annie Derrick had been seized with a sudden terror lest Magnus, after all, should allow himself to be persuaded, should yield to the pressure that was every day growing stronger. None better than she knew the iron integrity of her husband's character. None better than she remembered how his dearest ambition, that of political preferment, had been thwarted by his refusal to truckle, to connive, to compromise with his ideas of right. Now, at last, there seemed to be a change. Long continued oppression, petty tyranny, injustice, and extortion had driven him to exasperation. S. Behrman's insults still rankled. He seemed nearly ready to countenance Osterman's scheme. The very fact that he was willing to talk of it to her so often and at such great length was proof positive that it occupied his mind. The pity of it, the tragedy of it, he, Magnus, the governor, who had been so staunch, so rigidly upright, so loyal to his convictions, so bitter in his denunciation of the new politics, so scathing in his attacks on bribery and corruption in high places. Was it possible that now, at last, he could be brought to withhold his condemnation of the devious intrigues of the unscrupulous, going on there under his very eyes? That Magnus should not command Harran to refrain from all intercourse with the conspirators had been a matter of vast surprise to Mrs. Derrick. Time was when Magnus would have forbidden his son to so much as recognize a dishonorable man. But besides all this, Derrick's wife trembled at the thought of her husband and son engaging in so desperate a grapple with the railroad, that great monster, iron-hearted, relentless, infinitely powerful. Always it had issued triumphant from the fight. Always S. Behrman, the corporation's champion, remained upon the field as victor, placid, unperturbed, unassailable. But now a more terrible struggle than any hitherto loomed menacing over the rim of the future. Money was to be spent like water. Personal reputations were to be hazarded in the issue. Failure meant ruin in all directions, financial ruin, moral ruin, ruin of prestige, ruin of character. Success, to her mind, was almost impossible. Annie Derrick feared the railroad. At night, when everything else was still, the distant roar of passing trains echoed across Los Muertos, from Guadalajara, from Bonneville, or from the Long Trestle, straight into her heart. At such moments she saw very plainly the galloping terror of steam and steel with its single eye, cyclopean red, shooting from horizon to horizon, symbol of a vast power, huge and terrible, the Leviathan with tentacles of steel, to oppose which meant to be ground to instant destruction beneath the clashing wheels. No, it was better to submit, to resign oneself to the inevitable. She obliterated herself, shrinking from the harshness of the world, striving with vain hands to draw her husband back to her. Just before Annixter's arrival, she had been sitting, thoughtful, in her long chair, an open volume of poems turned down upon her lap, her glance losing itself in the immensity of Los Muertos, that from the edge of the lawn close by unrolled itself, gigantic, toward the far southern horizon, wrinkled and serrated after the season's plowing. The earth, hitherto gray with dust, was now upturned and brown. As far as the eye could reach, it was empty of all life, bare, mournful, absolutely still. And as she looked, there seemed to be her morbid imagination, diseased and disturbed with long brooding, sick with the monotony of repeated sensation, to be engaged from all this immensity, a sense of vast oppression, formless, disquieting. The terror of sheer bigness grew slowly in her mind. Loneliness beyond words gradually enveloped her. She was lost in all these limitless reaches of space. Had she been abandoned in mid-ocean, in an open boat, her terror could hardly have been greater. She felt vividly that certain uncongeniality which, when all is said, forever remains between humanity and the earth which supports it. She recognized the colossal indifference of nature, not hostile, even kindly and friendly, so long as the human ant swarm was submissive, working with it, hurrying along at its side in the mysterious march of the centuries. Let, however, the insect rebel, strive to make head against the power of this nature, and at once it became relentless, a gigantic engine, a vast power, huge, terrible, a leviathan with a heart of steel, knowing no compunction, no forgiveness, no tolerance, crushing out the human atom with sound less calm, the agony of destruction sending never a jar, never the faintest tremor through all that prodigious mechanism of wheels and cogs. Such thoughts as these did not take shape distinctly in her mind. She could not have told herself exactly what it was that disquieted her. She only received the vague sensation of these things, as it were a breath of wind upon her face, confused, troublous, an indefinite sense of hostility in the air. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sound of hoofs grinding upon the gravel of the driveway brought her to herself again, and withdrawing her gaze from the empty plain of Los Muertos, she saw young Annixter stopping his horse by the carriage steps. But the sight of him only diverted her mind to the other trouble. She could not but regard him with aversion. He was one of the conspirators, was one of the leaders in the battle that impended. No doubt he had come to make a fresh attempt to win over Magnus to the unholy alliance. However, there was little trace of enmity in her greeting. Her hair was still spread like a broad patch of back, and she made that her excuse for not getting up. In answer to Annixter's embarrassed inquiry after Magnus, she sent the Chinese cook to call him from the office, and Annixter, after tying his horse to the ring driven into the trunk of one of the eucalyptus trees, came up to the porch and, taking off his hat, sat down upon the steps. "Is Harron anywhere about?" he asked. "I'd like to see Harron, too."
"No," said Mrs. Derrick. "Harron went to Bonneville early this morning."
She glanced toward Annixter nervously, without turning her head, lest she should disturb her outspread hair.
"What is it you want to see Mr. Derrick about?"
she inquired hastily.
"Is it about this plan to elect a railroad commission? Magnus does not approve of it," she declared with energy. "He told me so last night."
Annixter moved about awkwardly where he sat, smoothing down with his hand the one stiff lock of yellow hair that persistently stood up from his crown like an Indian's scalp lock. At once his suspicions were all aroused. This female woman was trying to get a hold on him, trying to involve him in a petticoat mess, trying to cajole him. Upon the instant he became very crafty. An excess of prudence promptly congealed his natural impulses. In an actual spasm of caution, he scarcely trusted himself to speak, terrified lest he should commit himself to something. He glanced about apprehensively, praying that Magnus might join them speedily, relieving the tension. "I came to see him about giving a dance in my new barn," he answered, scowling into the depths of his hat, as though reading from notes he had concealed there. "I wanted to ask him how I should send out the invites. I thought of just putting an ad in the Mercury." But as he spoke, Presley had come up behind Annixter in time to get the drift of the conversation, and now observed:
"That's nonsense, Buck. You're not giving a public ball. You must send out invitations."
"Oh, hello, Presley, you here?" exclaimed Annixter, turning around. The two shook hands. "Send out invitations," repeated Annixter uneasily. "Why must I?"
"Because that's the only way to do."
Is it? Answered Annixter, perplexed and troubled. No other man of his acquaintance could have so contradicted Annixter without provoking a quarrel upon the instant. Why the young rancher, irascible, obstinate, belligerent, should invariably defer to the poet was an inconsistency never to be explained. It was with great surprise that Mrs. Derrick heard him continue. "Well, I suppose you know what you're talking about, Pres. Must have written invites, huh?"
Of course.
Typewritten?
What an ass you are, Buck, observed Presley calmly. Before you get through with it, you will probably insult three-fourths of the people you intend to invite and have about 100 quarrels on your hand and a lawsuit or two.
However, before Annixter could reply, Magnus came out on the porch, erect, grave, freshly shaven. Without realizing what he was doing, Annixter instinctively rose to his feet. It was as though Magnus was a commander-in-chief of an unseen army, and he a subaltern. There was some little conversation as to the proposed dance, and then Annixter found an excuse for drawing the governor aside. Mrs. Derrick watched the two with eyes full of poignant anxiety as they slowly paced the length of the gravel driveway to the road gate and stood there, leaning upon it, talking earnestly. Magnus, tall, thin-lipped, impassive, one hand in the breast of his frock coat, his head bare, his keen blue eyes fixed upon Annixter's face. Annixter came at once to the main point. "I got a wire from Osterman this morning, Governor, and, well, we've got Disbrow. That means that the Denver, Pueblo, and Mojave is back of us. That's half the fight won, first off." "Osterman bribed him, I suppose," observed Magnus. Annixter raised a shoulder vexatiously. You got to pay for what you get," he returned. "You don't get something for nothing, I guess, Governor," he went on. "I don't see how you can stay out of this business much longer. You see how it will be. We're going to win, and I don't see how you can feel that it's right of you to let us do all the work and stand all the expense. There's never been a movement of any importance that went on around you that you weren't the leader in it. All Tulare County, all the San Joaquin, for that matter, knows you. They want a leader, and they are looking to you. I know how you feel about politics nowadays. But, Governor, standards have changed since your time. Everybody plays the game now as we are playing it, the most honorable men. You can't play it any other way, and, pah! If the right wins out in the end, that's the main thing. We want you in this thing, and we want you bad. You've been chewing on this affair now a long time. Have you made up your mind? Do you come in? I tell you what, you've got to look at these things in a large way. You've got to judge by results. Well, now, what do you think? Do you come in?" Magnus's glance left Annixter's face and for an instant sought the ground. His frown lowered, but now it was in perplexity rather than in anger. His mind was troubled, harassed with 1,000 dissensions. But one of Magnus's strongest instincts, one of his keenest desires, was to be, if only for a short time, the master. To control men had ever been his ambition, submission of any kind his greatest horror. His energy stirred within him, goaded by the lash of his anger, his sense of indignity, of insult. Oh, for one moment to be able to strike back, to crush his enemy, to defeat the railroad, hold the corporation in the grip of his fist, put down S. Behrman, rehabilitate himself, regain his self-respect, to be once more powerful, to command, to dominate. His thin lips pressed themselves together, the nostrils of his prominent hawk-like nose dilated, his erect, commanding figure stiffened unconsciously. For a moment he saw himself controlling the situation, the foremost figure in his state, feared, respected. Thousands of men beneath him, his ambition at length gratified, his career, once apparently brought to naught, completed. Success a palpable achievement. What if this were his chance after all? Come at last, after all these years, his chance. The instincts of the old-time gambler, the most redoubtable poker player of El Dorado County, stirred at the word chance. To know it when it came, to recognize it as it passed, fleet as a wind flurry, grip at it, catch at it, blind, reckless.
Was this his chance? All of a sudden it seemed to him that it was. But his honor, his cherished lifelong integrity, the unstained purity of his principles, at this late date were they to be sacrificed? Could he now go counter to all the firm-built fabric of his character? How, afterward, could he bear to look Harran and Lyman in the face? And yet, back swung the pendulum. To neglect his chance meant failure. A life begun in promise and ended in obscurity, perhaps in financial ruin, poverty even. To seize it meant achievement, fame, influence, prestige, possibly great wealth.
"I am so sorry to interrupt," said Mrs. Derrick as she came up. "I hope Mr. Annixter will excuse me, but I want Magnus to open the safe for me. I have lost the combination, and I must have some money. Phelps is going into town, and I want him to pay some bills for me. Can't you come right away, Magnus? Phelps is ready and waiting."
Annixter struck his heel into the ground with a suppressed oath. Always these fool female women came between him and his plans, mixing themselves up in his affairs. Magnus had been on the very point of saying something, perhaps committing himself to some course of action, and at precisely the wrong moment his wife had cut in. The opportunity was lost. The three returned toward the ranch house, but before saying good-bye, Annixter had secured from Magnus a promise to the effect that before coming to a definite decision in the matter under discussion, he would talk further with him. Presley met him at the porch. He was going into town with Phelps and proposed to Annixter that he should accompany them. "I want to go over and see old Broderson," Annixter objected. But Presley informed him that Broderson had gone to Bonneville early in the morning. He had seen him go past in his buckboard. The three men set off, Phelps and Annixter on horseback, Presley on his bicycle. When they had gone, Mrs. Derrick sought out her husband in the office of the ranch house. She was at her prettiest that morning, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her innocent, wide-open eyes almost girlish. She had fastened her hair, still moist, with a black ribbon tied at the back of her head, and the soft mass of light brown reached to below her waist, making her look very young.
"What was it he was saying to you just now?" she exclaimed, as she came through the gate in the green-painted wire railing of the office. "What was Mr. Annixter saying?" "I know. He was trying to get you to join him, trying to persuade you to be dishonest, wasn't it that? Tell me, Magnus, wasn't that it?"
Magnus nodded. His wife drew close to him, putting a hand on his shoulder.
"But you won't, will you? You won't listen to him again? You won't so much as allow him, anybody, to even suppose you would lend yourself to bribery? Oh, Magnus, I don't know what has come over you these last few weeks. Why, before this you would have been insulted if anyone thought you would even consider anything like dishonesty. Magnus, it would break my heart if you joined Mr. Annixter and Mr. Osterman. Why, you couldn't be the same man to me afterward, you who have kept yourself so clean until now. And the boys, what would Lyman say, and Harran, and everyone who knows and respects you, if you lowered yourself to be just a political adventurer?"
For a moment Derrick leaned his head upon his hand, avoiding her gaze. At length he said, drawing a deep breath, "I am troubled, Annie. These are the evil days. I have much upon my mind."
"Evil days or not," she insisted, "promise me this one thing, that you will not join Mr. Annixter's scheme."
She had taken his hand in both of hers and was looking into his face, her pretty eyes full of pleading.
"Promise me," she repeated. "Give me your word. Whatever happens, let me be able to be proud of you, as I always have been. Give me your word. I know you never seriously thought of joining Mr. Annixter, but I am so nervous and frightened sometimes. Just to relieve my mind, Magnus, give me your word."
"Why, you are right," he answered. No, I never thought seriously of it. Only for a moment I was ambitious to be, I don't know what I had hoped to be once. Well, that is over now. Annie, your husband is a disappointed man.
Give me your word, she insisted. We can talk about other things afterward.
Again Magnus wavered, about to yield to his better instincts and to the entreaties of his wife. He began to see how perilously far he had gone in the business. He was drifting closer to it every hour. Already he was entangled. Already his foot was caught in the mesh that was being spun. Sharply he recoiled. Again all his instincts of honesty revolted. No, whatever happened, he would preserve his integrity. His wife was right. Always she had influenced his better side. At that moment, Magnus's repugnance of the proposed political campaign was at its pitch of intensity. He wondered how he had ever allowed himself to so much as entertain the idea of joining with the others. Now he would wrench free, would, in a single instant of power, clear himself of all compromising relations. He turned to his wife. Upon his lips trembled the promise she implored. But suddenly there came to his mind the recollection of his new-made pledge to Annixter. He had given his word that before arriving at a decision he would have a last interview with him. To Magnus his given word was sacred. Though now he wanted to, he could not as yet draw back. Could not promise his wife that he would decide to do right. The matter must be delayed a few days longer. Lamely he explained this to her. Annie Derrick made but little response when he had done. She kissed his forehead and went out of the room, uneasy, depressed, her mind thronging with vague fears, leaving Magnus before his office desk, his head in his hands, thoughtful, gloomy, assaulted by forebodings. Meanwhile, Annixter, Phelps, and Presley continued on their way toward Bonneville. In a short time they had turned into the county road by the great watering tank and proceeded onward in the shade of the interminable line of poplar trees, the windbreak that stretched along the roadside bordering the Broderson ranch. But as they drew near to Caraher's saloon and grocery about half a mile outside of Bonneville, they recognized Harron's horse tied to the railing in front of it. Annixter left the others and went in to see Harron.
Harron, he said, when the two had sat down on either side of one of the small tables, you've got to make up your mind one way or another pretty soon. What are you going to do? Are you going to stand by and see the rest of the committee spending money by the bucketful in this thing and keep your hands in your pockets? If we win, you'll benefit just as much as the rest of us. I suppose you've got some money of your own. You have, haven't you? You are your father's manager, aren't you?
Disconcerted at Annixter's directness, Harron stammered an affirmative, adding, "It's hard to know just what to do. It's a mean position for me, Buck. I want to help you others, but I do want to play fair. I don't know how to play any other way. I should like to have a line from the governor as to how to act, but there's no getting a word out of him these days. He seems to want to let me decide for myself."
Well, look here, put in Annixter. Suppose you keep out of the thing till it's all over, and then share and share alike with the committee on campaign expenses.
Harron fell thoughtful, his hands in his pockets, frowning moodily at the toe of his boot. There was silence. And then, "I don't like to go it blind," he hazarded. "I'm sort of sharing the responsibility of what you do then. I'm a silent partner, and then I don't want to have any difficulties with the governor. We've always got along well together. He wouldn't like it, you know, if I did anything like that."
"Say," exclaimed Annixter abruptly, "if the governor says he will keep his hands off and that you can do as you please, will you come in? For God's sake, let us ranchers act together for once. Let's stand in with each other in one fight."
Without knowing it, Annixter had touched the right spring.
"I don't know but what you're right,"
Harron murmured vaguely. His sense of discouragement, that feeling of what's the use, was never more oppressive. All fair means had been tried. The wheat grower was at last with his back to the wall. If he chose his own means of fighting, the responsibility must rest upon his enemies, not on himself. "It's the only way to accomplish anything," he continued, "standing in with each other. Well, go ahead and see what you can do. If the governor is willing, I'll come in for my share of the campaign fund." "That's some sense," exclaimed Annixter, shaking him by the hand. "Half the fight is over already. We've got Disbrow, you know, and the next thing is to get hold of some of those rotten San Francisco bosses. Osterman will—" But Harran interrupted him, making a quick gesture with his hand. "Don't tell me about it," he said. "I don't want to know what you and Osterman are going to do. If I did, I shouldn't come in." Yet, for all this, before they said good bye, Annixter had obtained Harran's promise that he would attend the next meeting of the committee, when Osterman should return from Los Angeles and make his report. Harran went on toward Los Muertos. Annixter mounted and rode into Bonneville. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 3. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bonneville was very lively at all times. It was a little city of some 20 or 30,000 inhabitants, where, as yet, the City Hall, the High School building, and the Opera House were objects of civic pride. It was well governed, beautifully clean, full of the energy and strenuous young life of a new city. An air of the briskest activity pervaded its streets and sidewalks. The business portion of the town, centering about Main Street, was always crowded. Annixter, arriving at the post office, found himself involved in a scene of swiftly shifting sights and sounds. Saddle horses, farm wagons, the inevitable Studebakers, buggies gray with the dust of country roads, buckboards with squashes and grocery packages stowed under the seat, two-wheeled sulkies and training carts were hitched to the gnarled railings and zinc-sheathed telegraph poles along the curb. Here and there on the edge of the sidewalk were bicycles, wedged into bicycle racks painted with cigar advertisements. Upon the asphalt sidewalk itself, soft and sticky with the morning's heat, was a continuous movement. Men with large stomachs, wearing linen coats but no vests, labored ponderously up and down. Girls in lawn skirts, shirtwaists, and garden hats went to and fro invariably in couples. Coming in and out of the drugstore, the grocery store, and haberdashers, or lingering in front of the post office, which was on a corner under the IOOF hall. Young men in shirt sleeves with brown wicker cuff protectors over their forearms and pencils behind their ears, bustled in front of the grocery store, anxious and preoccupied. A very old man, a Mexican, in ragged white trousers and bare feet, sat on a horse block in front of the barber shop, holding a horse by a rope around its neck. A Chinaman went by, teetering under the weight of his market baskets, slung on a pole across his shoulders. In the neighborhood of the hotel, the Yosemite House, traveling salesmen, drummers for jewelry firms of San Francisco, commercial agents, insurance men, well-dressed, metropolitan, debonair, stood about cracking jokes or hurried in and out of the flapping white doors of the Yosemite barroom. The Yosemite bus and city bus passed up the street on their way from the morning train, each with its 2 or 3 passengers. A very narrow wagon belonging to the Coal and Coalmore Harvester Works went by, loaded with long strips of iron that made a horrible din as they jarred over the unevenness of the pavement. The electric car line, the city's boast, did a brisk business, its cars whirring from end to end of the street with a jangling of bells and a moaning plaint of gearing. On the stone bulkheads of the grass plat around the new city hall, the usual loafers sat, chewing tobacco, swapping stories. In the park were the inevitable array of nursemaids, skylarking couples, and ragged little boys. A single policeman in gray coat and helmet, friend and acquaintance of every man and woman in the town, stood by the park entrance, leaning an elbow on the fence post, twirling his club. But in the center of the best business block of the street was a three-story building of rough brown stone, set off with plate glass windows and gold-lettered signs. One of these latter read, Pacific and Southwestern Railroad, Freight and Passenger Office, while another, much smaller, beneath the windows of the second story, bore the inscription, P&S.W. Land Office. Annixter hitched his horse to the iron post in front of this building and tramped up to the second floor, letting himself into an office where a couple of clerks and bookkeepers sat at work behind a high wire screen. One of the latter recognized him and came forward.
"Hello," said Annixter abruptly, scowling the while. "Is your boss in? Is Ruggles in?"
The bookkeeper led Annixter to the private office in an adjoining room, ushering him through a door, on the frosted glass of which was painted the name Cyrus Blakely Ruggles. Inside, a man in a frock coat, shoestring necktie, and Stetson hat sat writing at a roller-top desk. Over this desk was a vast map of the railroad holdings in the country about Bonneville and Guadalajara, the alternate sections belonging to the corporation accurately plotted. Ruggles was cordial in his welcome of Annixter. He had a way of fiddling with his pencil continually while he talked, scribbling vague lines and fragments of words and names on stray bits of paper, and no sooner had Annixter sat down than he had begun to write in full-bellied script, A-N-N, A-N-N, all over his blotting pad.
"I want to see about those lands of mine, of yours, of the railroads," Annixter commenced at once. "I want to know when I can buy. I'm sick of fooling along like this."
"Well, Mr. Annixter," observed Ruggles, writing a great L before the A-N-N and finishing it off with a flourishing D, "the lands," he crossed out one of the N's and noted the effect with a hasty glance, "the lands are practically yours. You have an option on them indefinitely, and as it is, you don't have to pay the taxes."
"Rot your option. I want to own them," Annixter declared. "What have you people got to gain by putting off selling them to us? Here, this thing has dragged along for over 8 years. When I came in on Quien Sabe, the understanding was that the lands, your alternate sections, were to be conveyed to me within a few months."
"The land had not been patented to us then," answered Ruggles.
"Well, it has been now, I guess," retorted Annixter.
"I'm sure I couldn't tell you, Mr. Annixter."
Annixter crossed his legs weariedly.
"Oh, what's the good of lying, Ruggles? You know better than to talk that way to me."
Ruggles' face flushed on the instant, but he checked his answer and laughed instead.
"Oh, if you know so much about it," he observed.
"Well, when are you going to sell to me?"
"I'm only acting for the general office, Mr. Annixter," returned Ruggles. "Whenever the directors are ready to take this matter up, I'll be only too glad to put it through for you."
"As if you didn't know. Look here, you're not talking to old Broderson. Wake up, Ruggles. What's all this talk in Genslinger's rag about the grading of the value of our lands this winter and an advance in price?"
Ruggles spread out his hands with a deprecatory gesture.
"I don't own the Mercury," he said.
"Well, your company does."
"If it does, I don't know anything about it."
"Oh, rot. As if you and Genslinger and S. Behrman didn't run the whole show down here. Come on, let's have it, Ruggles. What does S. Behrman pay Genslinger for inserting that 3-inch ad of the P&S.W. in his paper? $10,000 a year, huh?"
"Oh, why not 100,000 and be done with it?" returned the other, willing to take it as a joke.
Instead of replying, Annixter drew his checkbook from his inside pocket.
"Let me take that fountain pen of yours," he said.
Holding the book on his knee, he wrote out a check, tore it carefully from the stub, and laid it on the desk in front of Ruggles.
"What's this?" asked Ruggles.
3/4 payment for the sections of railroad land included in my ranch, based on a valuation of $2.50 per acre. You can have the balance in 60-day notes."
Ruggles shook his head, drawing hastily back from the check as though it carried contamination.
"I can't touch it," he declared. "I've no authority to sell to you yet."
"I don't understand you people," exclaimed Annixter. I offered to buy of you the same way 4 years ago, and you sing the same song. Well, it isn't business. You lose the interest on your money, 7% of that capital for 4 years. You can figure it out. It's big money.
Well, then, I don't see why you're so keen on parting with it. You can get 7%, same as us.
I want to own my own land, returned Annixter. I want to feel that every lump of dirt inside my fence is my personal property. Why, the very house I live in now, the ranch house, stands on railroad ground.
But you've an option.
I tell you, I don't want your cursed option. I want ownership, and that's the same with Magnus Derrick and old Broderson and Osterman and all the ranchers of the county. We want to own our land, want to feel we can do as we blame please with it. Suppose I should want to sell Quien Sabe. I can't sell it as a whole until I've bought of you. I can't give anybody a clear title. The land has doubled in value 10 times over again since I came in on it and improved it. It's worth easily 20 an acre now. But I can't take advantage of that rise in value as long as you won't sell, so long as I don't own it. You're blocking me.
But, according to you, the railroad can't take advantage of the rise in any case. According to you, you can sell for $20, but we can only get 2.5.
Who made it worth 20? Cried Annixter. I've improved it up to that figure. Genslinger seems to have that idea in his nut, too. Do you people think you can hold that land untaxed for speculative purposes until it goes up to $30 and then sell out to someone else, sell it over our heads? You and Genslinger weren't in office when those contracts were drawn. You ask your boss. You ask S. Behrman. He knows. The general office is pledged to sell to us in preference to anyone else for 2.5.
Well, observed Ruggles decidedly, tapping the end of his pencil on his desk and leaning forward to emphasize his words, we're not selling now. That's said and signed, Mr. Annixter.
Why not? Come on, spit it out. What's the bunco game this time?
Because we're not ready. Here's your check.
You won't take it?
No.
I'll make it a cash payment, money down, the whole of it, payable to Cyrus Blakely Ruggles for the P&SW.
No.
Third and last time.
No.
Now, go to the devil.
I don't like your tone, Mr. Annixter, returned Ruggles, flushing angrily.
I don't give a curse whether you like it or not, retorted Annixter, rising and thrusting the check into his pocket. But never you mind, Mr. Ruggles. You and S. Behrman and Genslinger and Shelgrim and the whole gang of thieves of you, you'll wake this state of California up some of these days by going just one little bit too far, and there'll be an election of railroad commissioners of, by, and for the people that'll get a twist of you, my bunco steering friend. You and your backers and cappers and swindlers and thimble riggers, and smash you lock, stock, and barrel. That's my tip to you, and be damned to you, Mr. Cyrus Blackleg Ruggles.
Annixter stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him, and Ruggles, trembling with anger, turned to his desk and to the blotting pad, written all over with the words lands, $20, 2.5, option, and over again with great swelling curves and flourishes, railroad, railroad, railroad. But as Annixter passed into the outside office on the other side of the wire partition, he noticed the figure of a man at the counter in conversation with one of the clerks. There was something familiar to Annixter's eye about the man's heavy built frame, his great shoulders and massive back, and as he spoke to the clerk in a tremendous rumbling voice, Annixter promptly recognized Dyke. There was a meeting. Annixter liked Dyke, as did everyone else in and around Bonneville. He paused now to shake hands with the discharged engineer and ask about his little daughter, Sidney, to whom he knew Dyke was devotedly attached.
"Smartest little tad in Tulare County," asserted Dyke. "She's getting prettier every day, Mr. Annixter. There's a little tad that was just born to be a lady. Can recite the whole of Snowbound without ever stopping. You don't believe that, maybe, eh? Well, it's true.
She'll be just old enough to enter the seminary up at Marysville next winter. And if my hop business pays 2% on the investment, that's where she's going to go." "How's it coming on?" inquired Annixter. "The hop ranch? Oh, prime. I've about got the land in shape, and I've engaged a foreman who knows all about hops. I've been in luck. Everybody will go into the business next year when they see hops go to $1, and they'll overstock the market and bust the price. But I'm going to get the cream of it now. I say 2%. Why, Lord love you, it will pay a good deal more than that. It's got to. It's cost more than I figured to start the thing, so perhaps I may have to borrow somewheres. But then, on such a sure game as this, and I do want to make something out of that little tad of mine." "Through here?" inquired Annixter, making ready to move off. "In just a minute," answered Dyke. "Wait for me and I'll walk down the street with you."
Annixter grumbled that he was in a hurry, but waited nevertheless, while Dyke again approached the clerk.
"I shall want some empty cars of you people this fall," he explained. "I'm a hop raiser now, and I just want to make sure what your rates on hops are. I've been told, but I want to make sure, savvy?"
There was a long delay while the clerk consulted the tariff schedules, and Annixter fretted impatiently. Dyke, growing uneasy, leaned heavily on his elbows, watching the clerk anxiously. If the tariff was exorbitant, he saw his plans brought to naught, his money jeopardized, the little tad, Sidney, deprived of her education. He began to blame himself that he had not long before determined definitely what the railroad would charge for moving his hops. He told himself he was not much of a business man, that he managed carelessly. "2 cents," suddenly announced the clerk with a certain surly indifference.
2 cents a pound?
"Yeah, 2 cents a pound. That's in carload lots, of course. I wouldn't give you that rate on smaller consignments."
"Yes, carload lots, of course. 2 cents. Well, all right."
He turned away with a great sigh of relief.
"He sure did have me scared for a minute," he said to Annixter as the two went down the street. "Fiddling and fussing so long. 2 cents is all right, though. Seems fair to me. That fiddling of his was all put on. I know 'em, these railroad heelers. He knew I was a discharged employee first off, and he played the game just to make me seem small, because I had to ask favors of him. I don't suppose the general office tips its slavees off to act like swine, but there's the feeling through the whole herd of them. You got to come to us, and we let you live only so long as we choose, and what are you gonna do about it? If you don't like it, get out."
Annixter and the engineer descended to the street and had a drink at the Yosemite bar, and Annixter went into the general store while Dyke bought a little pair of red slippers for Sidney. Before the salesman had wrapped them up, Dyke slipped a dime into the toe of each with a wink at Annixter.
"Let the little tad find 'em there,"
he said behind his hand in a hoarse whisper.
"That'll be one on Sid."
"Where to now?" demanded Annixter as they regained the street. "I'm going down to the post office and then pull out for the ranch. Going my way?" Dyke hesitated in some confusion, tugging at the ends of his fine blond beard.
No, I guess I'll leave you here. I've got other things to do up the street. So long."
The two separated, and Annixter hurried through the crowd to the post office, but the mail that had come in on that morning's train was unusually heavy. It was nearly half an hour before it was distributed. Naturally enough, Annixter placed all the blame of the delay upon the railroad, and delivered himself of some pointed remarks in the midst of the waiting crowd. He was irritated to the last degree when he finally emerged upon the sidewalk again, cramming his mail into his pockets. One cause of his bad temper was the fact that in the bundle of Queen Sabe letters was one to Hilma Tree in a man's handwriting. Annixter had growled to himself. "That Pip Delaney. Seems now that I'm to act as go-between for him. Well, maybe that female girl gets this letter, and then again, maybe she don't." But suddenly his attention was diverted. Directly opposite the post office, upon the corner of the street, stood quite the best business building of which Bonneville could boast. It was built of Calusa granite, very solid, ornate, imposing. Upon the heavy plate of the window of its main floor, in gold and red letters, one read the words, "Loan and Savings Bank of Tulare County." It was of this bank that S. Behrman was president. At the street entrance of the building was a curved sign of polished brass, fixed upon the angle of the masonry. This sign bore the name S. Behrman, and under it in smaller letters were the words, "Real Estate Mortgages." End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 4. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 5 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As Annixter's glance fell upon this building, he was surprised to see Dyke standing upon the curb in front of it, apparently reading from a newspaper that he held in his hand. But Annixter promptly discovered that he was not reading at all. From time to time, the former engineer shot a swift glance out of the corner of his eye up and down the street. Annixter jumped at a conclusion. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Dyke was watching to see if he was observed, was waiting an opportunity when no one who knew him should be in sight. Annixter stepped back a little, getting a telegraph pole somewhat between him and the other. Very interested, he watched what was going on. Pretty soon Dyke thrust the paper into his pocket and sauntered slowly to the windows of a stationery store next to the street entrance of S. Behrman's offices. For a few seconds he stood there, his back turned, seemingly absorbed in the display, but eyeing the street narrowly nevertheless. Then he turned around, gave a last look about, and stepped swiftly into the doorway by the great brass sign. He disappeared. Annixter came from behind the telegraph pole with a flush of actual shame upon his face. There had been something so slinking, so mean, in the movements and manner of this great, burly, honest fellow of an engineer, that he could not help but feel ashamed for him. Circumstances were such that a simple business transaction was to Dyke almost culpable, a degradation, a thing to be concealed. "Borrowing money of S. Behrman," commented Annixter. "Mortgaging your little homestead to the railroad, putting your neck in the halter. Poor fool, the pity of it. Good Lord, your hops must pay you big now, old man." Annixter lunched at the Yosemite Hotel, and then later on, toward the middle of the afternoon, rode out of the town at a canter by the way of the upper road that paralleled the railroad tracks and that ran diametrically straight between Bonneville and Guadalajara. About halfway between the two places he overtook Father Sarria, trudging back to San Juan, his long cassock powdered with dust. He had a wicker crate in one hand, and in the other, in a small, square valise, the materials for the Holy Sacrament. Since early morning, the priest had covered nearly 15 miles on foot in order to administer extreme unction to a moribund good-for-nothing, a greaser, half Indian, half Portuguese, who lived in a remote corner of Osterman's stock range, at the head of a cañon there. But he had returned by way of Bonneville to get a crate that had come for him from San Diego. He had been notified of its arrival the day before. Annixter pulled up and passed the time of day with the priest. "I don't often get up your way," he said, slowing down his horse to accommodate Sarria's deliberate plodding. Sarria wiped the perspiration from his smooth, shiny face. "You? Well, with you it is different," he answered. "But there are a great many Catholics in the county, some on your ranch, and so few come to the mission. At high mass on Sundays there are a few. Mexicans and Spaniards from Guadalajara mostly, but weekdays for matins, vespers, and the like, I often say the offices to an empty church, the voice of one crying in the wilderness. You Americans are not good churchmen. Sundays you sleep. You read the newspapers." "Well, there's Vanamee," observed Annixter. "I suppose he's there early and late." Sarria made a sharp movement of interest. "Ah, Vanamee. A strange lad, a wonderful character for all that. If there were only more like him. I am troubled about him.
You know, I am a very owl at night. I come and go about the mission at all hours. Within the week, 3 times I have seen Vanamee in the little garden by the mission, and at the dead of night. He had come without asking for me. He did not see me. It was strange. Once, when I had got up at dawn to ring for early matins, I saw him stealing away out of the garden. He must have been there all night. He is acting queerly. He is pale. His cheeks are more sunken than ever. There is something wrong with him. I can't make it out. It is a mystery. Suppose you ask him.
Not I. I've enough to bother myself about. Vanamee is crazy in the head. Some morning he will turn up missing again and drop out of sight for another 3 years. Best let him alone, Sarria. He's a crank. How is that greaser of yours up on Osterman's stock range?
Oh, the poor fellow, returned the other, the tears coming to his eyes. He died this morning, as you might say, in my arms, painfully, but in the faith. A good fellow.
A lazy, cattle-stealing, knife in his boot dago.
You misjudge him. A really good fellow, on better acquaintance.
Annixter grunted scornfully. Sarria's kindness and goodwill toward the most outrageous reprobates at the ranches was proverbial. He practically supported some half-dozen families that lived in forgotten cabins, lost and all but inaccessible, in the far corners of stock range and canyon. This particular greaser was the laziest, the dirtiest, the most worthless of the lot. But in Sarria's mind, the lout was an object of affection, sincere, unquestioning. Thrice a week the priest, with a basket of provisions, cold ham, a bottle of wine, olives, loaves of bread, even a chicken or two, toiled over the interminable stretch of country between the mission and his cabin. Of late, during the rascal's sickness, these visits had been almost daily. Hardly once did the priest leave the bedside that he did not slip a $50 into the palm of his wife or oldest daughter, and this was but one case out of many. His kindliness toward animals was the same. A horde of mange-corroded curs lived off his bounty, wolfish, ungrateful, often marking him with their teeth, yet never knowing the meaning of a harsh word. A burro, overfed, lazy, incorrigible, browsed on the hill back of the mission, obstinately refusing to be harnessed to Sarria's little cart, squealing and biting whenever the attempt was made. And the priest suffered him, submitting to his humor, inventing excuses for him, alleging that the burro was foundered, or was in need of shoes, or was feeble from extreme age. The two peacocks, magnificent, proud, cold-hearted, resenting all familiarity, he served with the timorous, apologetic affection of a queen's lady-in-waiting, resigned to their disdain, happy if only they condescended to enjoy the grain he spread for them. At the Long Trestle, Annixter and the priest left the road and took the trail that crossed Broderson Creek by the clumps of gray-green willows and led across Quien Sabe to the ranch house and to the mission further on. They were obliged to proceed in single file here, and Annixter, who had allowed the priest to go in front, promptly took notice of the wicker basket he carried. Upon his inquiry, Sarria became confused.
It was a basket that he had sent down to him from the city.
Well, I know, but what's in it?
Why, I'm sure poultry, a chicken or two.
Fancy breed?
Yes, that's it, a fancy breed.
At the ranch house, where they arrived toward 5 o'clock, Annixter insisted that the priest should stop long enough for a glass of sherry. Sarria left the basket and his small black valise at the foot of the porch steps and sat down in a rocker on the porch itself, fanning himself with his broad-brimmed hat and shaking the dust from his cassock. Annixter brought out the decanter of sherry and glasses, and the two drank to each other's health. But as the priest set down his glass, wiping his lips with a murmur of satisfaction, the decrepit Irish setter that had attached itself to Annixter's house came out from underneath the porch and nosed vigorously about the wicker basket. He upset it. The little peg holding down the cover slipped, The basket fell sideways, opening as it fell, and a cock, his head enclosed in a little chamois bag, such as are used for gold watches, struggled blindly out into the open air. A second, similarly hooded, followed. The pair, stupefied in their headgear, stood rigid and bewildered in their tracks, clucking uneasily. Their tails were closely sheared. Their legs, thickly muscled and extraordinarily long, were furnished with enormous, cruel-looking spurs. The breed was unmistakable. Annixter looked once at the pair, then shouted with laughter, "Poultry! A chicken or two! Fancy breed! Oh, yes, I should think so! Gamecocks! Fighting cocks! Oh, you old rat! You'll be a dry nurse to a burro, and you can keep a hospital for infirm puppies, but you will fight gamecocks! Oh, Lord! Why, Sarria, this is as good a grind as I ever heard. That's the Spanish cropping out after all." Speechless with chagrin, the priest bundled the cocks into the basket and, catching up the valise, took himself abruptly away, almost running till he had put himself out of hearing of Annixter's raillery. And even 10 minutes later, when Annixter, still chuckling, stood upon the porch steps, he saw the priest far in the distance, climbing the slope of the high ground in the direction of the mission, still hurrying on at a great pace, his cassock flapping behind him, his head bent, to Annixter's notion the very picture of discomfiture and confusion. As Annixter turned about to re-enter the house, he found himself almost face to face with Hilma Tree. She was just going in at the doorway, and a great flame of the sunset, shooting in under the eaves of the porch, enveloped her from her head, with its thick, moist hair that hung low over her neck, to her slim feet, setting a golden flash in the little steel buckles of her low shoes. She had come to set the table for Annixter's supper. Taken all aback by the suddenness of the encounter, Annixter ejaculated an abrupt and senseless "Excuse me." But Hilma, without raising her eyes, passed on unmoved into the dining room, leaving Annixter trying to find his breath and fumbling with the brim of his hat that he was surprised to find he had taken from his head. Resolutely, and taking a quick advantage of his opportunity, he followed her into the dining room. "I see the dog has turned up," he announced with brisk cheerfulness. "That Irish setter I was asking about." Hilma, a swift pink flush deepening the delicate rose of her cheeks, did not reply, except by nodding her head. She flung the tablecloth out from under her arms across the table, spreading it smooth with quick little caresses of her hands. There was a moment's silence. Then Annixter said, "Here's a letter for you." He laid it down on the table near her, and Hilma picked it up. "And see here, Miss Hilma," Annixter continued, "about that this morning. I suppose you think I am a first-class mucker. If it will do any good to apologize, why, I will. I want to be friends with you. I made a bad mistake and started in the wrong way. I don't know much about women people. I want you to forget about that this morning and not think I am a galoot and a mucker. Will you do it? Will you be friends with me?" Hilma set the plate and coffee cup by Annixter's place before answering, and Annixter repeated his question. Then she drew a deep, quick breath, the flush of her cheeks returning. "I think it was so wrong of you," she murmured. "Oh, you don't know how it hurt me. I cried. Oh, for an hour." "Well, that's just it," returned Annixter vaguely, moving his head uneasily. "I didn't know what kind of a girl you were. I mean, I made a mistake. I thought it didn't make much difference. I thought all females were about alike." "I hope you know now," murmured Hilma ruefully. "I've paid enough to have you find out. I cried. You don't know. Why, it hurt me worse than anything I can remember. I hope you know now." "Well, I do know now," he exclaimed. "It wasn't so much that you tried to do what you did," answered Hilma, the single deep swell from her waist to her throat rising and falling in her emotion.
It was that you thought that you could, that anybody could that wanted to, that I held myself so cheap. Oh," she cried with a sudden sobbing catch in her throat, "I never can forget it. And you don't know what it means to a girl."
Well, that's just what I do want," he repeated. "I want you to forget it and have us be good friends."
In his embarrassment, Annixter could think of no other words. He kept reiterating again and again during the pauses of the conversation,
"I want you to forget it. Will you? Will you forget it this morning and have us be good friends?"
He could see that her trouble was keen. He was astonished that the matter should be so grave in her estimation, after all. What was it that a girl should be kissed? But he wanted to regain his lost ground.
"Will you forget it, Miss Hilma? I want you to like me."
She took a clean napkin from the sideboard drawer and laid it down by the plate.
I do want you to like me," persisted Annixter. "I want you to forget all about this business and like me."
Hilma was silent. Annixter saw tears in her eyes.
"How about that? Will you forget it? Will you like me?"
She shook her head. "No," she said.
"No, what? You won't like me? Is that it?"
Hilma, blinking at the napkin through her tears, nodded to say yes, that was it. Annixter hesitated a moment, frowning, harassed and perplexed.
"You don't like me at all, huh?"
At length Hilma found her speech. In her low voice, lower and more velvety than ever, she said,
"No, I don't like you at all."
Then, as the tears suddenly overpowered her, she dashed a hand across her eyes and ran from the room and out of doors. Annixter stood for a moment thoughtful, his protruding lower lip thrust out, his hands in his pocket.
"I suppose she'll quit now," he muttered. "Suppose she'll leave the ranch if she hates me like that. Well, she can go, that's all. She can go, fool female girl," he muttered between his teeth. "Petticoat mess."
He was about to sit down to his supper when his eyes fell upon the Irish setter on his haunches in the doorway. There was an expectant, ingratiating look on the dog's face. No doubt he suspected it was time for eating.
"Get out, you!"
roared Annixter in a tempest of wrath. The dog slunk back, his tail shut down close, his ears drooping. But instead of running away, he lay down and rolled supinely upon his back, the very image of submission, tame, abject, disgusting. It was the one thing to drive Annixter to a fury. He kicked the dog off the porch in a rolling explosion of oaths and flung himself down to his seat before the table, fuming and panting.
"Damn the dog and the girl and the whole rotten business. And now," he exclaimed, as a sudden fancied qualm arose in his stomach, "now it's all made me sick. Might have known it. Oh, if it only lacked that to wind up the whole day. Let her go. I don't care. And the sooner the better."
He countermanded the supper and went to bed before it was dark, lighting his lamp on the chair near the head of the bed and opening his Copperfield at the place marked by the strip of paper torn from the bag of prunes. For upward of an hour he read the novel, methodically, swallowing one prune every time he reached the bottom of a page. About 9 o'clock he blew out the lamp and, punching up his pillow, settled himself for the night. Then, as his mind relaxed in that strange hypnotic condition that comes just before sleep, a series of pictures of the day's doings passed before his imagination like the roll of a kinetoscope. First, it was Hilma Tree, as he had seen her in the dairy house, charming, delicious, radiant of youth, her thick white neck with its pale amber shadows under the chin, her wide open eyes rimmed with fine black lashes, the deep swell of her breast and hips, the delicate, lustrous floss on her cheek, impalpable as the pollen of a flower. He saw her standing there in the scintillating light of the morning, her smooth arms wet with milk, redolent and fragrant of milk, her whole desirable figure moving in the golden glory of the sun, steeped in a lambent flame, saturated with it, glowing with it, joyous as the dawn itself. Then it was Los Muertos and Hooven, the sordid little Dutchman, grimed with the soil he worked in, yet vividly remembering a period of military glory, exciting himself with recollections of Gravelotte and the Kaiser, but contented now in the country of his adoption, defining the fatherland as the place where his wife and children lived. Then came the ranch house of Los Muertos, under the grove of cypress and eucalyptus, with its smooth, gravelled driveway and well-groomed lawns. Mrs. Derrick, with her wide-opened eyes that so easily took on a look of uneasiness, of innocence, of anxious inquiry. Her face still pretty, her brown hair that still retained so much of its brightness spread over her chair back, drying in the sun. Magnus, erect as an officer of cavalry, smooth-shaven, gray, thin-lipped, imposing, with his hawk-like nose and forward-curling gray hair. Presley, with his dark face, delicate mouth, and sensitive, loose lips, in corduroys and laced boots, smoking cigarettes. An interesting figure, suggestive of a mixed origin, morbid, excitable, melancholy, brooding upon things that had no names. Then it was Bonneville, with the gaiety and confusion of Main Street, the whirring electric cars, the zinc-sheathed telegraph poles, the buckboards with squashes stowed under the seats, Ruggles, in frock coat, Stetson hat, and shoestring necktie, writing abstractedly upon his blotting pad. Dyke, the engineer, big-boned, powerful, deep-voiced, good-natured, with his fine blond beard and massive arms, rehearsing the praises of his little daughter Sidney, guided only by the one ambition that she should be educated at a seminary, slipping a dime into the toe of her diminutive slipper. Then later, overwhelmed with shame, slinking into S. Behrman's office to mortgage his homestead to the heeler of the corporation that had discharged him. By suggestion, Annixter saw S. Behrman, too, fat, with a vast stomach, the cheek and neck meeting to form a great tremulous jowl, the roll of fat over his collar, sprinkled with sparse, stiff hairs, saw his brown, round-topped hat of varnished straw, the linen vest stamped with innumerable interlocked horseshoes, the heavy watch chain clinking against the pearl vest buttons, invariably placid, unruffled, never losing his temper, serene, unassailable, enthroned. Then, at the end of it all, it was the ranch again, seen at a last brief glance before he had gone to bed. The fecundated earth, calm at last, nursing the implanted germ of life, ruddy with the sunset, the horizons purple, the small clamor of the day lapsing into quiet, the great, still twilight building itself dome-like toward the zenith. The barn fowls were roosting in the trees near the stable, the horses crunching their fodder in the stalls, the day's work ceasing by slow degrees, and the priest, the Spanish churchman, Father Sarria, relic of a departed regime, kindly, benign, believing in all goodness, a lover of his fellows and of dumb animals, yet, for all that, hurrying away in confusion and discomfiture, carrying in one hand the vessels of the Holy Communion, and in the other a basket of gamecocks. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was high noon, and the rays of the sun that hung poised directly overhead in an intolerable white glory fell straight as plummets upon the roofs and streets of Guadalajara. The adobe walls and sparse brick sidewalks of the drowsing town radiated the heat in an oily, quivering shimmer. The leaves of the eucalyptus trees around the plaza drooped motionless, limp, and relaxed under the scorching, searching blaze. The shadows of these trees had shrunk to their smallest circumference, contracting close about the trunks. The shade had dwindled to the breadth of a mere line. The sun was everywhere. The heat exhaling from brick and plaster and metal met the heat that steadily descended blanket-wise and smothering from the pale, scorched sky. Only the lizards, They lived in chinks of the crumbling adobe and in interstices of the sidewalk, remained without, motionless, as if stuffed, their eyes closed to mere slits, basking, stupefied with heat. At long intervals, the prolonged drone of an insect developed out of the silence, vibrated a moment in a soothing, somnolent, long note, then trailed slowly into the quiet again. Somewhere in the interior of one of the 'dobe houses, a guitar snored and hummed sleepily. On the roof of the hotel, a group of pigeons cooed incessantly with subdued, liquid murmurs, very plaintive. A cat, perfectly white, with a pink nose and thin pink lips, dozed complacently on a rail fence, full in the sun. In a corner of the plaza, 3 hens wallowed in the baking hot dust, their wings fluttering, clucking comfortably. And this was all. A Sunday repose prevailed the whole moribund town, peaceful, profound. A certain pleasing numbness, a sense of grateful enervation exhaled from the scorching plaster. There was no movement, no sound of human business. The faint hum of the insect, the intermittent murmur of the guitar, the mellow complainings of the pigeons, the prolonged purr of the white cat, the contented clucking of the hens, all these noises mingled together to form a faint, drowsy burden, prolonged, stupefying, suggestive of an infinite quiet, of a calm, complacent life, centuries old, lapsing gradually to its end under the gorgeous loneliness of a cloudless, pale blue sky and the steady fire of an interminable sun. In Solotari's Spanish-Mexican restaurant, Vanamee and Presley sat opposite each other at one of the tables near the door, a bottle of white wine, tortillas, and an earthen pot of frijoles between them. They were the sole occupants of the place. It was the day that Annixter had chosen for his barn dance, and in consequence Quien Sabe was in fete and work suspended. Presley and Vanamee had arranged to spend the day in each other's company, lunching at Solotari's and taking a long tramp in the afternoon. For the moment they sat back in their chairs, their meal all but finished. Solotari brought black coffee and a small carafe of mezcal, and retiring to a corner of the room, went to sleep. All through the meal, Presley had been wondering over a certain change he observed in his friend. He looked at him again. Vanamee's lean, spare face was of an olive pallor. His long, black hair, such as one sees in the saints and evangelists of the pre-Raphaelite artists, hung over his ears. Presley again remarked his pointed beard, black and fine, growing from the hollow cheeks. He looked at his face, a face like that of a young seer, like a half-inspired shepherd of the Hebraic legends, a dweller in the wilderness, gifted with strange powers. He was dressed as when Presley had first met him, herding his sheep in brown canvas overalls, thrust into top boots, gray flannel shirt open at the throat, showing the breast ruddy with tan, the waist encircled with a cartridge belt, empty of cartridges. But now, as Presley took more careful note of him, he was surprised to observe a certain new look in Vanamee's deep-set eyes. He remembered now that all through the morning Vanamee had been singularly reserved. He was continually drifting into reveries, abstracted, distrait. Indubitably, something of moment had happened. At length, Vanamee spoke. Leaning back in his chair, his thumbs in his belt, his bearded chin upon his breast, his voice was the even monotone of one speaking in his sleep. He told Presley in a few words what had happened during the first night he had spent in the garden of the old mission, of the answer, half fancied, half real, that had come to him.
To no other person but you would I speak of this, he said. But you, I think, will understand, will be sympathetic at least, and I feel the need of unburdening myself of it to someone. At first I would not trust my own senses. I was sure I had deceived myself, but on the second night it happened again. Then I was afraid, or no, not afraid, but disturbed, shaken to my very heart's core. I resolved to go no further in the matter, never again to put it to test. For a long time I stayed away from the mission, occupying myself with my work, keeping it out of my mind, but the temptation was too strong. One night I found myself there again, under the black shadow of the pear trees, calling for Angele, summoning her from out the dark, from out the night. This time the answer was prompt, unmistakable. I cannot explain to you what it was, nor how it came to me, for there was no sound. I saw absolutely nothing but the empty night. There was no moon, but somewhere off there, over the little valley, far off, the darkness was troubled. That me that went out upon my thought, out from the mission garden, out over the valley, calling for her, searching for her, found, I don't know what, but found a resting place, a companion. 3 times since I have gone to the mission garden at night. Last night was the 3rd time. He paused, his eyes shining with excitement. Presley leaned forward toward him, motionless with intense absorption.
Well, and last night?
He prompted. Vanamee stirred in his seat. His glance fell. He drummed an instant upon the table. Last night, he answered, there was a change. The answer was, he drew a deep breath, nearer.
Are you sure?
The other smiled with absolute certainty. It was not that I found the answer sooner, easier. I could not be mistaken. No, that which has troubled the darkness, that which has entered into the empty night, is coming nearer to me. Physically nearer, actually nearer. His voice sank again. His face, like the face of younger prophets, the seers, took on a half-inspired expression. He looked vaguely before him with unseeing eyes. Suppose, he murmured, suppose I stand there under the pear trees at night and call her again, and each time the answer comes nearer, and I wait until at last one night, the supreme night of all, she... Suddenly the tension broke. With a sharp cry and a violent, uncertain gesture of the hand, Vanamee came to himself. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "What is it? Do I dare? What does it mean? There are times when it appalls me, and there are times when it thrills me with a sweetness and a happiness that I have not known since she died. The bigness of it! How can I explain it to you? This that happens when I call to her across the night. That faint, far off, unseen tremble in the darkness, that intangible, scarcely perceptible stir. Something neither heard nor seen, appealing to a sixth sense only. Listen, it is something like this. On Quien Sabe, all last week, we have been seeding the earth. The grain is there now under the earth, buried in the dark, in the black stillness, under the clods. Can you imagine the very first little quiver of life that the grain of wheat must feel after it is sown, when it answers to the call of the sun, down there in the dark of the earth, blind, deaf? The very first stir from the inert, long before any physical change has occurred, long before the microscope could discover the slightest change, when the shell first tightens with the first faint premonition of life. Well, it is something as elusive as that." He paused again, dreaming, lost in a reverie. Then, just above a whisper, murmured, "That which thou sowest is not quickened except it die. And she, Angele, died."
"You could not have been mistaken," said Presley. "You were sure that there was something. Imagination can do so much, and the influence of the surroundings was strong. How impossible it would be that anything should happen.
And you say you heard nothing, saw nothing.
I believe, answered Vanamee, in a sixth sense, or rather a whole system of other unnamed senses beyond the reach of our understanding. People who live much alone and close to nature experience the sensation of it. Perhaps it is something fundamental that we share with plants and animals, the same thing that sent the birds south long before the first colds, the same thing that makes the grain of wheat struggle up to meet the sun. And this sense never deceives. You may see wrong, hear wrong, but once touch this sixth sense, and it acts with absolute fidelity. You are certain. No, I hear nothing in the mission garden. I see nothing, nothing touches me. But I am certain for all that.
Presley hesitated for a moment, then he asked,
Shall you go back to the garden again? Make the test again?
I don't know.
Strange enough, commented Presley, wondering. Vanamee sank back in his chair, his eyes growing vacant again.
Strange enough, he murmured.
There was a long silence. Neither spoke nor moved. There in that moribund ancient town, wrapped in its siesta, flagellated with heat, deserted, ignored, baking in a noonday silence, these two strange men, the one a poet by nature, the other by training, both out of tune with their world, dreamers, introspective, morbid, lost and unfamiliar at that end of the century time, searching for a sign, groping and baffled amidst the perplexing obscurity of the delusion, sat over empty wine glasses, silent with the pervading silence that surrounded them, hearing only the cooing of doves and the drone of bees, the quiet so profound that at length they could plainly distinguish at intervals the puffing and coughing of a locomotive switching cars in the station yard of Bonneville. It was, no doubt, this jarring sound that at length roused Presley from his lethargy. The two friends rose. Solotari, very sleepily, came forward. They paid for the luncheon, and stepping out into the heat and glare of the streets of the town, passed on through it and took the road that led northward across a corner of Dyke's hop fields. They were bound for the hills in the northeastern corner of Quien Sabe. It was the same walk which Presley had taken on the previous occasion when he had first met Vanamee herding the sheep. This encompassing detour around the whole countryside was a favorite pastime of his, and he was anxious that Vanamee should share his pleasure in it. But soon after leaving Guadalajara, they found themselves upon the land that Dyke had bought and upon which he was to raise his famous crop of hops. Dyke's house was close at hand, a very pleasant little cottage, painted white, with green blinds and deep porches, while near it, and yet in process of construction, were two great storehouses and a drying and curing house, where the hops were to be stored and treated. All about were evidences that the former engineer had already been hard at work. The ground had been in readiness to receive the crop, and a bewildering, innumerable multitude of poles, connected with a maze of wire and twine, had been set out. Farther on, at a turn of the road, they came upon Dyke himself, driving a farm wagon loaded with more poles. He was in his shirt sleeves, his massive, hairy arms bare to the elbow, glistening with sweat, red with heat. In his bell-like rumbling voice, he was calling to his foreman and a boy at work in stringing the poles together. At sight of Presley and Vanamee, he hailed them jovially, addressing them as boys, and insisting that they should get into the wagon with him and drive to the house for a glass of beer. His mother had only the day before returned from Marysville, where she had been looking up a seminary for the little Tad. She would be delighted to see the two boys. Besides, Vanamee must see how the little Tad had grown since he last set eyes on her. Wouldn't know her for the same little girl, and the beer had been on ice since morning. Presley and Vanamee could not well refuse. They climbed into the wagon and jolted over the uneven ground, through the bare forest of hop poles to the house. Inside they found Mrs. Dyke, an old lady with a very gentle face, who wore a cap and a very old-fashioned gown with hoop skirts, dusting the whatnot in a corner of the parlor. The two men were presented, and the beer was had from off the ice.
"Mother,"
said Dyke, as he wiped the froth from his great blond beard,
"ain't Sid anywheres about? I want Mr. Vanamee to see how she has grown. Smartest little tad in Tulare County, boys. Can recite the whole of Snowbound, end to end, without skipping or looking at the book. Maybe you don't believe that. Mother, ain't I right? Without skipping a line, huh?"
Mrs. Dyke nodded to say that it was so, but explained that Sidney was in Guadalajara. In putting on her new slippers for the first time the morning before, she had found a dime in the toe of one of them, and had had the whole house by the ears ever since, till she could spend it.
"Was it for licorice, to make her licorice water?" inquired Dyke gravely.
"Yes," said Mrs. Dyke. "I made her tell me what she was going to get before she went, and it was licorice."
Dyke, though his mother protested that he was foolish and that Presley and Vanamee had no great interest in young ones, insisted upon showing the visitors Sidney's copy books. They were monuments of laborious, elaborate neatness, the trite moralities and ready-made aphorisms of the philanthropists and publicists, repeated from page to page with wearying insistence. "I, too, am an American citizen, S.D. As the twig is bent, the tree is inclined. Truth crushed to earth will rise again. As for me, give me liberty or give me death." And last of all, a strange intrusion among the mild, well-worn phrases, two legends. "My motto, public control of public franchises," and "The P. and S. W. is an enemy of the state." "I see," commented Presley. "You mean the little tad to understand the situation early."
"I told him it was foolish to give that to Sid to copy," said Mrs. Dyke with indulgent remonstrance. "What can she understand of public franchises?"
"Never mind," observed Dyke. "She'll remember it when she grows up and when the seminary people have rubbed her up a bit, and then she'll begin to ask questions and understand. And don't you make any mistake, Mother," he went on, "about the little tad not knowing who her dad's enemies are. What do you think, boys? Listen here. Precious little I've ever told her of the railroad or how I was turned off. But the other day I was working down by the fence next the railroad tracks, and Sid was there. She brought her doll rags down, and she was playing house behind a pile of hop poles. Well, along comes a through freight, mixed train from Missouri points and a string of empties from New Orleans. And when it had passed, what do you suppose the tad did? She didn't know I was watching her. She goes to the fence and spits a little spit after the caboose and puts out her little head, and if you believe me, hisses at the train. And Mother says she does that same every time she sees a train go by, and never crosses the tracks that she don't spit her little spit on 'em. What do you think of that?"
"But I correct her every time," protested Mrs. Dyke seriously. "When she picked up the trick of hissing, I don't know. Oh, it's not funny. It seemed dreadful to see a little girl who's so sweet and gentle as can be in every other way so venomous. She said the other little girls at school and the boys, too, were all the same way. Oh, dear," she sighed. "Why will the general office be so unkind and unjust? Why, I couldn't be happy with all the money in the world if I thought that even one little child hated me so that it would spit and hiss at me. And it's not one little child, it's all of them. So Sidney says. And then think of all the grown people who hate the road, women and men, the whole county, the whole state. Thousands and thousands of people. Don't the managers and the directors of the road ever think of that?
Don't they ever think of all the hate that surrounds them everywhere, and the good people that just grit their teeth when the name of the road is mentioned? Why do they want to make the people hate them? No, she murmured, the tears starting to her eyes. No, I tell you, Mr. Presley, the men who own the railroad are wicked, bad-hearted men who don't care how much the poor people suffer, as long as the road makes its 18 million a year. They don't care whether the people hate them or love them, just so long as they are afraid of them. It's not right, and God will punish them sooner or later.
A little after this, the two young men took themselves away, Dyke obligingly carrying them in the wagon as far as the gate that opened into the Quien Sabe ranch. On the way, Presley referred to what Mrs. Dyke had said and led Dyke himself to speak of the P&SW.
Well, Dyke said, it's like this, Mr. Presley. I personally haven't got the right to kick. With you wheat-growing people, I guess it's different, but hops, you see, don't count for much in the state. It's such a little business that the road don't want to bother themselves to tax it. It's the wheat growers that the road cinches. The rates on hops are fair. I've got to admit that. I was into Bonneville a while ago to find out. It's 2 cents a pound, and Lord love you, that's reasonable enough to suit any man. No, he concluded, I'm on the way to make money now. The road sacking me as they did was maybe a good thing for me after all. It came just at the right time. I had a bit of money put by, and here was the chance to go into hops with the certainty that hops would quadruple and quintuple in price inside the year. No, it was my chance, and though they didn't mean it by a long chalk, the railroad people did me a good turn when they gave me my time, and the tad'll enter the seminary next fall.
About a quarter of an hour after they had said good-bye to the one-time engineer, Presley and Vanamee, tramping briskly along the road that led northward through Quien Sabe, arrived at Annixter's ranch house. At once they were aware of a vast and unwonted bustle that revolved around the place. They stopped a few minutes looking on, amused and interested in what was going forward. The colossal barn was finished. Its freshly whitewashed sides glared intolerably in the sun, but its interior was as yet innocent of paint, and through the yawning vent of the sliding doors came a delicious odor of new, fresh wood and shavings. A crowd of men, Annixter's farm hands, were swarming all about it. Some were balanced on the topmost rounds of ladders, hanging festoons of Japanese lanterns from tree to tree, and all across the front of the barn itself. Mrs. Tree, her daughter Hilma, and another woman were inside the barn, cutting into long strips bolt after bolt of red, white, and blue cambric, and directing how these strips should be draped from the ceiling and on the walls. Everywhere resounded the tapping of tack hammers. A farm wagon drove up, loaded to overflowing with evergreens and with great bundles of palm leaves, and these were immediately seized upon and affixed as supplementary decorations to the tricolored cambric upon the inside walls of the barn. 2 of the larger evergreen trees were placed on either side the barn door, and their tops bent over to form an arch. In the middle of this arch it was proposed to hang a mammoth pasteboard escutcheon with gold letters spelling the word "Welcome." Piles of chairs, rented from IOOF Hall in Bonneville, heaped themselves in an apparently helpless entanglement on the ground, while at the far extremity of the barn a couple of carpenters clattered about the impromptu staging which was to accommodate the band. There was a strenuous gaiety in the air. Everybody was in the best of spirits. Notes of laughter continually interrupted the conversation on every hand. At one moment, a group of men involved themselves in uproarious horseplay. They passed oblique jokes behind their hands to each other, grossly veiled double meanings meant for the women, and bellowed with laughter thereat, stamping on the ground. The relations between the sexes grew more intimate, the women and girls pushing the young fellows away from their sides with vigorous thrusts of their elbows. It was passed from group to group that Adela Vaca, A division superintendent's wife had lost her garter. The daughter of the foreman of the Home ranch was kissed behind the door of the dairy house. Annixter, in execrable temper, appeared from time to time, hatless, his stiff yellow hair in wild disorder. He hurried between the barn and the ranch house, carrying now a wickered demijohn, now a case of wine, now a basket of lemons and pineapples. Besides general supervision, he had elected to assume the responsibility of composing the punch. Something stiff, by jingo, a punch that would raise you right out of your boots, a regular hair lifter. The harness room of the barn he had set apart for himself and intimates. He had brought a long table down from the house, and upon it had set out boxes of cigars, bottles of whiskey and of beer, and the great china bowls for the punch. It would be no fault of his, he declared, if half the number of his men friends were not uproarious before they left. His barn dance would be the talk of all Tulare County for years to come. For this one day he had resolved to put all thoughts of business out of his head. For the matter of that, things were going well enough. Osterman was back from Los Angeles with a favorable report as to his affair with Disbrow and Darrell. There had been another meeting of the committee. Harran Derrick had attended, though he had taken no part in the discussion. Annixter was satisfied. The governor had consented to allow Harran to come in if he so desired, and Harran had pledged himself to share 1/6 of the campaign expenses, providing these did not exceed a certain figure. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As Annixter came to the door of the barn to shout abuse at the distraught Chinese cook who was cutting up lemons in the kitchen, he caught sight of Presley and Vanamee and hailed them. "Hello, Pres," he called. "Come over here and see how she looks." He indicated the barn with a movement of his head. "Well, we're getting ready for you tonight," he went on as the two friends came up. "But how we are going to get straightened out by 8 o'clock, I don't know. Would you believe that Pip Caraher is short of lemons at this last minute, and I told him I'd want 3 cases of them as much as a month ago, and here, just when I want a good lively saddle horse to get around on, somebody hikes the buckskin out the corral. Stole her, by jingo. I'll have the law on that thief if it breaks me, and a $60 saddle and head stall gone with her. And only about half the number of Jap lanterns that I ordered have shown up, and not candles enough for those. It's enough to make a dog sick. There's nothing done that you don't do yourself, unless you stand over these loafers with a club. I'm sick of the whole business, and I've lost my hat. Wish to God I'd never dreamed of giving this rotten fool dance. Clutter the whole place up with a lot of females. I sure did lose my presence of mind when I got that idea." Then, ignoring the fact that it was he himself who had called the young men to him, he added, "Well, this is my busy day. Sorry I can't stop and talk to you longer." He shouted a last imprecation at the Chinaman and turned back into the barn. Presley and Vanamee went on, but Annixter, as he crossed the floor of the barn, all but collided with Hilma Tree, who came out from one of the stalls, a box of candles in her arms. Gasping out an apology, Annixter re-entered the harness room, closing the door behind him, and, forgetting all the responsibility of the moment, lit a cigar and sat down in one of the hired chairs, his hands in his pockets, his feet on the table, frowning thoughtfully through the blue smoke. Annixter was at last driven to confess to himself that he could not get the thought of Hilma Tree out of his mind. Finally, she had got a hold on him. The thing that of all others he most dreaded had happened. A female girl had got a hold on him, and now there was no longer for him any such thing as peace of mind. The idea of the young woman was with him continually. He went to bed with it. He got up with it. At every moment of the day he was pestered with it. It interfered with his work, got mixed up in his business. What a miserable confession for a man to make, a fine way to waste his time.
Was it possible that only the other day he had stood in front of the music store in Bonneville and seriously considered making Hilma a present of a music box? Even now, the very thought of it made him flush with shame, and this after she had told him plainly that she did not like him. He was running after her. He, Annixter! He ripped out a furious oath, striking the table with his boot heel. Again and again he had resolved to put the whole affair from out his mind. Once he had been able to do so, but of late it was becoming harder and harder with every successive day. He had only to close his eyes to see her as plain as if she stood before him. He saw her in a glory of sunlight that set a fine tinted luster of pale carnation and gold on the silken sheen of her white skin. Her hair sparkled with it, her thick, strong neck, sloping to her shoulders with beautiful, full curves, seemed to radiate the light. Her eyes, brown, wide, innocent in expression, disclosing the full disk of the pupil upon the slightest provocation, flashed in this sunlight like diamonds. Annixter was all bewildered. With the exception of the timid little creature in the glove cleaning establishment in Sacramento, he had had no acquaintance with any woman. His world was harsh, crude, a world of men only, men who were to be combated, opposed. His hand was against nearly every one of them. Women he distrusted with the instinctive distrust of the overgrown schoolboy. Now, at length, a young woman had come into his life. Promptly he was struck with discomfiture, annoyed almost beyond endurance, harassed, bedeviled, excited, made angry, and exasperated. He was suspicious of the woman, yet desired her, totally ignorant of how to approach her, hating the sex, yet drawn to the individual, confusing the two emotions, sometimes even hating Hilma as a result of this confusion, but at all times disturbed, vexed, irritated beyond power of expression. At length Annixter cast his cigar from him and plunged again into the work of the day. The afternoon wore to evening to the accompaniment of wearying and clamorous endeavor. In some unexplained fashion, the labor of putting the great barn in readiness for the dance was accomplished. The last bolt of cambric was hung in place from the rafters. The last evergreen tree was nailed to the joists of the wall. The last lantern hung, the last nail driven into the musician's platform. The sun set. There was a great scurry to have supper and dress. Annixter, last of all the other workers, left the barn in the dusk of twilight. He was alone. He had a saw under one arm. A bag of tools was in his hand. He was in his shirt sleeves and carried his coat over his shoulder. A hammer was thrust into one of his hip pockets. He was in execrable temper. The day's work had fagged him out. He had not been able to find his hat. "And the buckskin with $60 worth of saddle gone, too," he groaned. "Oh, ain't it sweet?" At his house, Mrs. Tree had set out a cold supper for him, the inevitable dish of prunes serving as dessert. After supper, Annixter bathed and dressed. He decided at the last moment to wear his usual town-going suit, a sack suit of black made by a Bonneville tailor. But his hat was gone. There were other hats he might have worn, but because this particular one was lost, he fretted about it all through his dressing, and then decided to have one more look around the barn for it. For over a quarter of an hour he pottered about the barn, going from stall to stall, rummaging the harness room and feed room, all to no purpose. At last he came out again upon the main floor, definitely giving up the search, looking about him to see if everything was in order. The festoons of Japanese lanterns in and around the barn were not yet lighted, but some half dozen lamps with great tin reflectors that hung against the walls were burning low. A dull half light pervaded the vast interior, hollow, echoing, leaving the corners and roof thick with impenetrable black shadows. The barn faced the west, and through the open sliding door was streaming a single bright bar from the afterglow, incongruous and out of all harmony with the dull flare of the kerosene lamps. As Annixter glanced about him, he saw a figure step briskly out of the shadows of one corner of the building,
pause for the fraction of one instant in the bar of light, then, at sight of him, dart back again. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Annixter, with recollections of the stolen buckskin in his mind, cried out sharply, "Who's there?" There was no answer. In a second his pistol was in his hand. "Who's there? Quick! Speak up or I'll shoot!"
No, don't shoot,"
cried an answering voice.
"Oh, be careful. It's I, Hilma Tree."
Annixter slid the pistol into his pocket with a great qualm of apprehension. He came forward and met Hilma in the doorway. "Good Lord," he murmured. "That sure did give me a start. If I had shot." Hilma stood abashed and confused before him. She was dressed in a white organdy frock of the most rigorous simplicity and wore neither flower nor ornament. The severity of her dress made her look even larger than usual, and even as it was, her eyes were on a level with Annixter's. There was a certain fascination in the contradiction of stature and character of Hilma, a great girl, half child as yet, but tall as a man for all that. There was a moment's awkward silence. Then Hilma explained.
I came back to look for my hat. I thought I left it here this afternoon."
"And I was looking for my hat," cried Annixter. "Funny enough, huh?"
They laughed at this as heartily as children might have done. The constraint of the situation was a little relaxed, and Annixter, with sudden directness, glanced sharply at the young woman and demanded, "Well, Miss Hilma, hate me as much as ever?"
"Oh, no, sir," she answered. "I never said I hated you."
"Well, dislike me, then. I know you said that."
I disliked what you did, tried to do. It made me angry and it hurt me. I shouldn't have said what I did that time, but it was your fault."
"You mean you shouldn't have said you didn't like me?" asked Annixter. "Why?"
Well, I don't dislike anybody," admitted Hilma.
"Then I take it that you don't dislike me. Is that it?"
"I don't dislike anybody," persisted Hilma.
"Well, I asked you more than that, didn't I?" queried Annixter uneasily. "I asked you to like me, remember, the other day. I'm asking you that again now. I want you to like me."
Hilma shifted her eyes inquiringly to his. In her words was an unmistakable ring of absolute sincerity. Innocently she inquired, "Why?" Annixter was struck speechless. In the face of such candor, such perfect ingenuousness, he was at a loss for any words.
Well, he stammered. "Well, I don't know," he suddenly burst out. "That is," he went on, groping for his wits, "I can't quite say why."
The idea of a colossal lie occurred to him, a thing actually royal.
"I like to have the people who are around me like me," he declared. I like to be popular, understand? Yeah, that's it," he continued, more reassured. "I don't like the idea of anyone disliking me. That's the way I am. It's my nature."
"Oh, then," returned Hilma, "you needn't bother. No, I don't dislike you."
"Well, that's good," declared Annixter judiciously. "That's good. But hold on," he interrupted. "I'm forgetting. It's not enough to not dislike me. I want you to like me. How about that?"
Hilma paused for a moment, glancing vaguely out of the doorway toward the lighted window of the dairy house, her head tilted.
"I don't know that I ever thought about that," she said.
"Well, think about it now," insisted Annixter.
"But I never thought about liking anybody particularly," she observed. "It's because I like everybody, don't you see?"
"Well, you've got to like some people more than other people," hazarded Annixter. "And I want to be one of those some people, savvy? Good Lord, I don't know how to say these fool things. I talk like a galoot when I get talking to female girls, and I can't lay my tongue to anything that sounds right. It isn't my nature. And look here, I lied when I said I like to have people like me, to be popular. Rot! I don't care a curse about people's opinions of me. But there's a few people that are more to me than most others. That chap Presley, for instance. And those people I do want to have like me. What they think counts. I know I've got enemies, piles of them. I could name you half a dozen men right now that are naturally itching to take a shot at me. How about this ranch? Don't I know? Can't I hear the men growling oaths under their breath when I've gone by? And in business ways, too, he went on, speaking half to himself. In Bonneville and all over the county, there's not a man of them wouldn't howl for joy if they got a chance to down Buck Annixter. Think I care? Why, I like it. I run my ranch to suit myself, and I play my game my own way. I'm a driver, I know it, and a bully, too. Oh, I know what they call me. A brute beast with a twist in my temper that would rile up a newborn lamb. And I'm crusty and pig-headed and obstinate. They say all that, but they gotta say, too, that I'm cleverer than any man jack in the running. There's nobody can get ahead of me. His eyes snapped. Let 'em grind their teeth. They can't down me. When I shut my fist, there's not one of them can open it. No, not with that chisel. He turned to Hilma again. Well, when a man's hated as much as that, it stands to reason, don't it, Miss Hilma, that the few friends he has got he wants to keep. I'm not such an entire swine to the people that know me best. That jackass Presley, for instance. I'd put my hand in the fire to do him a real service. Sometimes I get kind of lonesome. Wonder if you would understand. It's my fault, but there's not a horse about the place that don't lay his ears back when I get on him. There's not a dog don't put his tail between his legs as soon as I come near him. The cayuse ain't foaled yet here on Quien Sabe that can throw me, nor the dog whelped that would dare show his teeth at me. I kick that Irish setter every time I see him. But wonder what I'd do, though, if he didn't slink so much, if he wagged his tail and was glad to see me. So, it all comes to this. I'd like to have you, well, sort of feel that I was a good friend of yours and like me because of it.
The flame in the lamp on the wall in front of Hilma stretched upward, tall and thin, and began to smoke. She went over to where the lamp hung and, standing on tiptoe, lowered the wick. As she reached her hand up, Annixter noted how the somber, lurid red of the lamp made a warm reflection on her smooth, round arm.
Do you understand? He queried.
Why, yes, she answered, turning around. It's very good of you to want to be a friend of mine. I didn't think so, though, when you tried to kiss me. But maybe it's all right, since you've explained things. You see, I'm different from you. I like everybody to like me, and I like to like everybody. It makes one so much happier. You wouldn't believe it, but you ought to try it, sir, just to see. It's so good to be good to people and to have people good to you. And everybody has always been so good to me. Mama and Papa, of course, and Billy, the stableman, and Montalegre, the Portuguese foreman, and the Chinese cook, even, and Mr. Delaney. Only he went away. And Mrs. Vaca and her little...
Delaney, huh? Demanded Annixter abruptly. You and he were pretty good friends, were you?
Oh, yes, she answered. He was just as good to me. Every day in the summertime he used to ride over to the seed ranch back of the mission and bring me a great armful of flowers, the prettiest things, and I used to pretend to pay him for them with dollars made of cheese that I cut out of the cheese with a biscuit cutter. It was such fun. Oh, we were the best of friends.
There's another lamp smoking, growled Annixter. Turn it down, will you? And see that somebody sweeps this floor here. It's all littered up with pine needles. I got a lot to do. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Annixter returned to the ranch house, his teeth clenched, enraged, his face flushed.
He muttered. Delaney, huh? Throwing it up to me that I fired him.
His teeth gripped together more fiercely than ever.
The best of friends, huh? By God, I'll have that girl yet. I'll show that cowpuncher. Ain't I her employer, her boss? I'll show her, and Delaney, too. It'll be easy enough, and then Delaney can have her, if he wants her, after me.
An evil light flashing from under his scowl spread over his face. The male instincts of possession, unreasoned, treacherous, oblique, came twisting to the surface. All the lower nature of the man, ignorant of women, racked at one and the same time with enmity and desire, roused itself like a hideous and abominable beast. And at the same moment Hilma returned to her house, humming to herself as she walked, her white dress glowing with a shimmer of faint saffron light in the last ray of the afterglow. A little after 7:30, the first carryall, bearing the druggist of Bonneville and his womenfolk, arrived in front of the new barn. Immediately afterward, an express wagon loaded down with a swarming family of Spanish Mexicans, gorgeous in red and yellow colors, followed. Billy, the stableman, and his assistant took charge of the teams, unchecking the horses and hitching them to a fence back of the barn. Then Caraher, the saloon keeper, in derby hat, Prince Albert coat, pointed yellow shoes, and inevitable red necktie, drove into the yard on his buckboard, the delayed box of lemons under the seat. It looked as if the whole array of invited guests was to arrive in one unbroken procession, but for a long half hour nobody else appeared. Annixter and Caraher withdrew to the harness room and promptly involved themselves in a wrangle as to the make-up of the famous punch. From time to time their voices could be heard uplifted in clangorous argument.
2 quarts and a half and a cupful of chartreuse.
Rot, I know better. Champagne straight, and a dash of brandy. The druggist's wife and sister retired to the feed room, where a bureau with a swinging mirror had been placed for the convenience of the women. The druggist stood awkwardly outside the door of the feed room, his coat collar turned up against the drafts which drifted through the barn, his face troubled, debating anxiously as to the propriety of putting on his gloves. The Spanish-Mexican family, a father, mother, and 5 children and sister-in-law, sat rigid on the edges of the hired chairs, silent, constrained, their eyes lowered, their elbows in at their sides, glancing furtively from under their eyebrows at the decorations, or watching with intense absorption young Vaca, the son of one of the division superintendents, who wore a checked coat and white thread gloves, and who paced up and down the length of the barn, frowning, very important, whittling a wax candle over the floor to make it slippery for dancing. The musicians arrived, the city band of Bonneville, Annixter having managed to offend the leader of the Dirigo Club orchestra at the last moment to such a point that he had refused his services. These members of the city band repaired at once to their platform in the corner. At every instant they laughed uproariously among themselves, joshing one of their number, a Frenchman, whom they called Skeezicks. Their hilarity reverberated in a hollow metallic roll among the rafters overhead. The druggist observed to young Vaca as he passed by that he thought them pretty fresh, just the same. I'm very busy, returned the young man, continuing on his way, still frowning and paring the stump of the candle.
2 quarts and a half. 2 quarts and a half.
Ah, yes, in a way that's so, and then again, in a way, it isn't. I know better. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All along one side of the barn were a row of stalls, 14 of them, clean as yet, redolent of new cut wood, the sawdust still in the cracks of the flooring. Deliberately the druggist went from one to the other, pausing contemplatively before each. He returned down the line and again took up his position by the door of the feed room, nodding his head judicially as if satisfied. He decided to put on his gloves. By now it was quite dark. Outside, between the barn and the ranch houses, one could see a group of men on step ladders lighting the festoons of Japanese lanterns. In the darkness only their faces appeared here and there, high above the ground, seen in a haze of red, strange, grotesque. Gradually, as the multitude of lanterns were lit, the light spread. The grass underfoot looked like green excelsior. Another group of men invaded the barn itself, lighting the lamps and lanterns there. Soon the whole place was gleaming with points of light. Young Vacca, who had disappeared, returned with his pockets full of wax candles. He resumed his whittling, refusing to answer any questions, vociferating that he was busy. Outside there was a sound of hoofs and voices. More guests had arrived. The druggist, seized with confusion, terrified lest he had put on his gloves too soon, thrust his hands into his pockets. It was Cutter, Magnus Derrick's division superintendent, who came, bringing his wife and her 2 girl cousins. They had come 15 miles by the trail from the far distant division house on 4 of Los Muertos, and had ridden on horseback instead of driving. Mrs. Cutter could be heard declaring that she was nearly dead, and felt more like going to bed than dancing. The 2 girl cousins, in dresses of dotted Swiss over blue sateen, were doing their utmost to pacify her. She could be heard protesting from moment to moment. One distinguished the phrases "straight to my bed," "back nearly broken in 2," "never wanted to come in the first place." The druggist, observing Cutter take a pair of gloves from Mrs. Cutter's reticule, drew his hands from his pockets. But abruptly there was an interruption. In the musicians' corner a scuffle broke out. A chair was overturned. There was a noise of imprecations mingling with shouts of derision. Skeezicks, the Frenchman, had turned upon the joshers. "Ah, no!" he was heard to exclaim. "At the end it is too much. Kind of a bad canary. We will go to see about that. Aha! Let him close up his face before I demolish it with a good stroke of the fist." The men who were lighting the lanterns were obliged to intervene before he could be placated. Hooven and his wife and daughters arrived. Minna was carrying little Hilda, already asleep, in her arms. Minna looked very pretty, striking even, with her black hair, pale face, very red lips, and greenish blue eyes. She was dressed in what had been Mrs. Hooven's wedding gown, a cheap affair of farmer's satin. Mrs. Hooven had pendant earrings of imitation jet in her ears. Hooven was wearing an old frock coat of Magnus Derrick's, the sleeves too long, the shoulders absurdly too wide. He and Cutter at once entered into an excited conversation as to the ownership of a certain steer. "Why, the brand? Ach Gott, the brand!" Hooven clasped his head. "Ach, the brand! That makes me laugh some laughs. That's good. The brand. Don't I see him? Sure, the bull with the black star by the forehead in the middle of. Any someone's you ask, tell that is mine bull. You ask any someone's. The brand. The helmet, the brand. You ain't got some memory about that thing, I guess not." "So step aside, gentlemen," said young Vacca, who was still making the rounds of the floor. Hooven whirled about. What then?" he exclaimed, still excited, willing to be angry at anyone for the moment. "Don't you push so. I think perhaps you don't own this barn, huh?" "I'm busy. I'm very busy." The young man pushed by with grave preoccupation. 2 quarts and a half. 2 quarts and a half." "I know better. That's all rot." But the barn was filling up rapidly. At every moment there was a rattle of newly arrived vehicle from outside. Guest after guest appeared in the doorway, singly or in couples, or in families, or in garrulous parties of 5 and 6. Now it was Phelps and his mother from Los Muertos, now a foreman from Broderson's with his family, now a gaily apparelled clerk from a Bonneville store, solitary and bewildered, looking for a place to put his hat. Now a couple of Spanish Mexican girls from Guadalajara with coquettish effects of black and yellow about their dress. Now a group of Osterman's tenants, Portuguese, swarthy, with plastered hair and curled mustaches, redolent of cheap perfumes. Sarria arrived, his smooth, shiny face glistening with perspiration. He wore a new cassock and carried his broad-brimmed hat under his arm. His appearance made quite a stir. He passed from group to group, urbane, affable, shaking hands right and left. He assumed a set smile of amiability which never left his face the whole evening. But abruptly there was a veritable sensation. From out the little crowd that persistently huddled about the doorway came Osterman. He wore a dress suit with a white waistcoat and patent leather pumps. What a wonder! A little qualm of excitement spread about the barn. One exchanged nudges of the elbow with one's neighbor. whispering earnestly behind the hand. What astonishing clothes! Catch on to the coat tails! It was a masquerade costume, maybe. That goat Osterman was such a josher, one never could tell what he would do next. The musicians began to tune up. From their corner came a medley of mellow sounds, the subdued chirps of the violins, the dull burden of the bass viol, the liquid gurgling of the flageolet, and the deep-toned snarl of the big horn, with now and then a raspant stridulating of the snare drum. A sense of gaiety began to spread throughout the assembly. At every moment the crowd increased. The aroma of new sawn timber and sawdust began to be mingled with the feminine odor of sachet and flowers. There was a babel of talk in the air, male baritone and soprano chatter, varied by an occasional note of laughter, and the swish of stiffly starched petticoats. On the row of chairs that went around three sides of the wall, groups began to settle themselves. For a long time the guests huddled close to the doorway. The lower end of the floor was crowded, the upper end deserted. But by degrees the lines of white muslin and pink and blue sateen extended, dotted with the darker figures of men in black suits. The conversation grew louder as the timidity of the early moments wore off. Groups at a distance called back and forth. Conversations were carried on at top voice. Once, even a whole party hurried across the floor from one side of the barn to the other. Annixter emerged from the harness room, his face red with wrangling. He took a position to the right of the door, shaking hands with newcomers, inviting them over and over again to cut loose and whoop it along. Into the ears of his more intimate male acquaintances he dropped a word as to punch and cigars in the harness room later on, winking with vast intelligence. Ranchers from remoter parts of the country appeared. Garnett from the Ruby Rancho, Keast from the ranch of the same name, Gethings of the San Pablo, Chattern of the Bonanza, and others and still others, a score of them. Elderly men for the most part, bearded, slow of speech, deliberate, dressed in broadcloth. Old Broderson, who entered with his wife on his arm, fell in with this type, and with them came a certain Dabney, of whom nothing but his name was known. A silent old man, who made no friends, whom nobody knew or spoke to, who was seen only upon such occasions as this, coming from no one knew where, going no one cared to inquire whither. Between 8 and half past, Magnus Derrick and his family were seen. Magnus's entry caused no little impression. Some said, "There's the governor," and calling their companions' attention to the thin, erect figure, commanding, imposing, dominating all in his immediate neighborhood. Harran came with him, wearing a cutaway suit of black. He was undeniably handsome, young and fresh-looking, his cheeks highly colored, quite the finest-looking of all the younger men, blond, strong, and with that certain courtliness of manner that had always made him liked. He took his mother upon his arm and conducted her to a seat by the side of Mrs. Broderson. Annie Derrick was very pretty that evening. She was dressed in a gray silk gown with a collar of pink velvet. Her light brown hair that yet retained so much of its brightness was transfixed in a high shell comb, very Spanish. But the look of uneasiness in her large eyes, the eyes of a young girl, was deepening every day. The expression of innocence and inquiry which they so easily assumed was disturbed by a faint suggestion of aversion, almost of terror. She settled herself in her place, in the corner of the hall, in the rear rank of chairs, a little frightened by the glare of lights, the hum of talk, and the shifting crowd, glad to be out of the way, to attract no attention, willing to obliterate herself. All at once, Annixter, who had just shaken hands with Dyke, his mother, and the little Tad, moved abruptly in his place, drawing in his breath sharply. The crowd around the great, wide open main door of the barn had somewhat thinned out, and in the few groups that still remained there, he had suddenly recognized Mr. and Mrs. Tree and Hilma, making their way toward some empty seats near the entrance of the feed room. In the dusky light of the barn earlier in the evening, Annixter had not been able to see Hilma plainly. Now, however, as she passed before his eyes in the glittering radiance of the lamps and lanterns, he caught his breath in astonishment. Never had she appeared more beautiful in his eyes. It did not seem possible that this was the same girl whom he saw every day in and around the ranch house and dairy, the girl of simple calico frocks and plain shirtwaists who brought him his dinner, who made up his bed. Now he could not take his eyes from her. Hilma, for the first time, was wearing her hair done high upon her head. The thick, sweet-smelling masses, bitumen brown in the shadows, coruscated like golden filaments in the light. Her organdy frock was long, longer than any she had yet worn. It left a little of her neck and breast bare, and all of her arm. Annixter muttered an exclamation. Such arms! How did she manage to keep them hid on ordinary occasions? Big at the shoulder, tapering with delicious modulations to the elbow, and wrist overlaid with a delicate, gleaming luster. As often as she turned her head, the movement set a slow undulation over her neck and shoulders, the pale amber-tinted shadows under her chin coming and going over the creamy whiteness of the skin like the changing moire of silk. The pretty rose color of her cheek had deepened to a pale carnation. Annixter, his hands clasped behind him, stood watching. In a few moments, Hilma was surrounded by a group of young men clamoring for dances. They came from all corners of the barn, leaving the other girls precipitately, almost rudely. There could be little doubt as to who was to be the belle of the occasion. Hilma's little triumph was immediate, complete. Annixter could hear her voice from time to time, its usual velvety huskiness vibrating to a note of exuberant gaiety. All at once the orchestra swung off into a march, the Grand March. There was a great rush to secure partners. Young Vacca, still going the rounds, was pushed to one side. The gaily apparelled clerk from the Bonneville store lost his head in the confusion. He could not find his partner. He roamed wildly about the barn, bewildered, his eyes rolling. He resolved to prepare an elaborate program card on the back of an old envelope. Rapidly the line was formed, Hilma and Harran Derrick in the lead, Annixter having obstinately refused to engage in either march, set, or dance the whole evening. Soon the confused shuffling of feet settled to a measured cadence. The orchestra blared and wailed, the snare drum rolling at exact intervals, the cornet marking the time. It was 8:30. Annixter drew a long breath. Good, he muttered. The thing is under way at last. Singularly enough, Osterman also refused to dance. The week before he had returned from Los Angeles, bursting with the importance of his mission. He had been successful. He had Disbrow in his pocket. He was impatient to pose before the others of the committee as a skillful political agent, a manipulator. He forgot his attitude of the early part of the evening when he had drawn attention to himself with his wonderful clothes. Now his comic actor's face, with its brownish red cheeks, protuberant ears, and horizontal slit of a mouth, was overcast with gravity. His bald forehead was seamed with the wrinkles of responsibility. He drew Annixter into one of the empty stalls and began an elaborate explanation, glib, voluble, interminable, going over again in detail what he had reported to the committee in outline. I managed, I schemed, I kept dark, I lay low. But Annixter refused to listen. Oh, rot your schemes. There's a punch in the harness room that'll make the hair grow on the top of your head in the place where the hair ought to grow. Come on, we'll round up some of the boys and walk into it. They edged their way around the hall outside the Grand March, toward the harness room, picking up on their way Caraher, Dyke, Hooven, and old Broderson. Once in the harness room, Annixter shot the bolt. That affair outside, he observed, it'll take care of itself. But here's a little orphan child that gets lonesome without company. Annixter began ladling the punch, filling the glasses. Osterman proposed a toast to Quien Sabe and the biggest barn, their elbows crooked in silence. Old Broderson set down his glass, wiping his long beard and remarking, "That was certainly a very, very agreeable. I remember a punch I drank on Christmas Day in '83. Oh, no, it was '84. Anyhow, that punch, it was in Ukiah. No, 'twas '83. He wandered on aimlessly, unable to stop his flow of speech, losing himself in details, involving his talk in a hopeless maze of trivialities to which nobody paid any attention. "I don't drink myself," observed Dyke, "but just a taste of that with a lot of water wouldn't be bad for the little tad. She'd think it was lemonade." He was about to mix a glass for Sidney, but thought better of it at the last moment.
"It's the chartreuse that's lacking,"
commented Caraher, lowering at Annixter. The other flared up on the instant.
Rot, I know better. In some punches it goes, and then again in others it don't."
But it was left to Hooven to launch the successful phrase.
"Gesundheit,"
he exclaimed, holding out his second glass. After drinking, he replaced it on the table with a long breath.
"Ach, Gott,"
he cried.
"That punch. Say, I think that punch makes some damn good fertilizer, eh?"
Fertilizer? The others roared with laughter.
"Good eye, Bismarck,"
commented Annixter. The name had a great success. Thereafter, throughout the evening, the punch was invariably spoken of as the fertilizer. Osterman, having spilt the bottom of a glassful on the floor, pretended that he saw shoots of grain coming up on the spot. Suddenly he turned upon old Broderson.
"I'm bald, ain't I? Want to know how I lost my hair? Promise you won't ask a single other question, and I'll tell you. Promise your word of honor." What? I don't understand. Your hair? Yeah, I promise. How did you lose it?" "It was bit off."
The other gazed at him stupefied. His jaw dropped. The company shouted, and old Broderson, believing he had somehow accomplished a witticism, chuckled in his beard, wagging his head. But suddenly he fell grave, struck with an idea. He demanded,
"Yes, I know. But what bit it off?" "Ah," vociferated Osterman, "that's just what you promised not to ask."
The company doubled up with hilarity. Caraher leaned against the door, holding his sides, but Hooven, all abroad, unable to follow, gazed from face to face with a vacant grin, thinking it was still a question of his famous phrase.
"Fertilizer, eh? That's some fine joke, huh? You bet."
What with the noise of their talk and laughter, it was some time before Dyke, first of all, heard a persistent knocking on the bolted door. He called Annixter's attention to the sound. Cursing the intruder, Annixter unbolted and opened the door, but at once his manner changed.
"Hello, it's Presley. Come in, Pres."
There was a shout of welcome from the others. A spirit of effusive cordiality had begun to dominate the gathering. Annixter caught sight of Vanamee back of Presley, and, waiving for the moment the distinction of employer and employee, insisted that both the friends should come in.
"Any friend of Pres is my friend," he declared.
But when the two had entered and had exchanged greetings, Presley drew Annixter aside.
"Vanamee and I have just come from Bonneville," he explained. "We saw Delaney there. He's got the buckskin and he's full of bad whiskey and they go red. You should see him. He's wearing all his cowpunching outfit, hair trousers, sombrero, spurs, and all the rest of it, and he has strapped himself to a big revolver. He says he wasn't invited to your barn dance, but that he's coming over to shoot up the place. He says you promised to show him off Quien Sabe at the toe of your boot, and that he's going to give you the chance tonight."
"Ah," commented Annixter, nodding his head. "He is he?" Presley was disappointed. Knowing Annixter's irascibility, he had expected to produce a more dramatic effect. He began to explain the danger of the business. Delaney had once knifed a greaser in the Panamint country. He was known as a bad man, but Annixter refused to be drawn.
"All right," he said. "That's all right. Don't tell anybody else. You might scare the girls off. Get in and drink."
Outside, the dancing was by this time in full swing. The orchestra was playing a polka. Young Vaca, now at his 50th wax candle, had brought the floor to the slippery surface of glass. The druggist was dancing with one of the Spanish Mexican girls with the solemnity of an automaton, turning about and about, always in the same direction, his eyes glassy, his teeth set. Hilma Tree was dancing for the second time with Harran Derrick. She danced with infinite grace. Her cheeks were bright red, her eyes half closed, and through her parted lips she drew from time to time a long, tremulous breath of pure delight. The music, the weaving colors, the heat of the air, by now a little oppressive, the monotony of repeated sensation, even the pain of physical fatigue, had exalted all her senses. She was in a dreamy lethargy of happiness. It was her first ball. She could have danced without stopping until morning. Minna Hooven and Cutter were promenading. Mrs. Hooven, with little Hilda already asleep on her knees, never took her eyes from her daughter's gown. As often as Minna passed near her, she vented an energetic "Psst! Psst!" The metal tip of a white drawstring was showing from underneath the waist of Minna's dress. Mrs. Hooven was on the point of tears. The solitary, gaily apparelled clerk from Bonneville was in a fever of agitation. He had lost his elaborate program card. Bewildered, beside himself with trepidation, he hurried about the room, jostled by the dancing couples, tripping over the feet of those who were seated. He peered distressfully under the chairs and about the floor, asking anxious questions. Magnus Derrick, the center of a listening circle of ranchers, Garnett from the Ruby Rancho, Keast from the ranch of the same name, Gethings and Chattern of the San Pablo and Bonanza, stood near the great open doorway of the barn, discussing the possibility of a shortage in the world's wheat crop for the next year. Abruptly, the orchestra ceased playing with a roll of the snare drum, a flourish of the cornet, and a prolonged growl of the bass viol. The dance broke up, the couples hurrying to their seats, leaving the gaily apparelled clerk suddenly isolated in the middle of the floor, rolling his eyes. The druggist released the Spanish-Mexican girl with mechanical precision, out amidst the crowd of dancers. He bowed, dropping his chin upon his cravat. Throughout the dance, neither had hazarded a word. The girl found her way alone to a chair, but the druggist, sick from continually revolving in the same direction, walked unsteadily toward the wall. All at once, the barn reeled around him. He fell down. There was a great laugh, but he scrambled to his feet and disappeared abruptly out into the night through the doorway of the barn, deathly pale, his hand upon his stomach. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 3. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dabney, the old man whom nobody knew, approached the group of ranchers around Magnus Derrick and stood, a little removed, listening gravely to what the governor was saying, his chin sunk in his collar, silent, offering no opinions. But the leader of the orchestra, with a great gesture of his violin bow, cried out, "All take partners for the Lancers and promenade round the hall." However, there was a delay. A little crowd formed round the musicians' platform. Voices were raised. There was a commotion. Skeezicks, who played the big horn, accused the cornet and the snare drum of stealing his cold lunch. At intervals he could be heard expostulating, "Ah, no, it's the end of the end. Render me the sausages, you, or else I break your throat. I know you. You are going to play me there a bad farce. My sausages and the pork sandwich, else I go away from this place." He made an exaggerated show of replacing his big horn in its case, but the bystanders raised a great protest. The sandwiches and one sausage were produced. The other had disappeared. In the end, Skeezicks allowed himself to be appeased. The dance was resumed. Half an hour later, the gathering in the harness room was considerably reinforced. It was the corner of the barn toward which the male guests naturally gravitated. Harran Derrick, who only cared to dance with Hilma Tree, was admitted. Garnett from the Ruby Rancho and Gethings from the San Pablo came in a little afterwards. A fourth bowl of punch was mixed, Annixter and Caraher clamoring into each other's face as to its ingredients. Cigars were lighted. Soon the air of the room became blue with an acrid haze of smoke. It was very warm. Ranged in their chairs around the side of the room, the guests emptied glass after glass. Vanamee alone refused to drink. He sat a little to one side, disassociating himself with what was going forward, watching the others calmly, a little contemptuously, a cigarette in his fingers. Hooven, after drinking his third glass, however, was afflicted with a great sadness. His breast heaved with immense sighs. He asserted that he was abreast. Cutter had taken his steer. He retired to a corner and seated himself in a heap on his chair, his heels on the rungs, wiping the tears from his eyes, refusing to be comforted. Old Broderson startled Annixter, who sat next to him, out of all measure by suddenly winking at him with an infinite craftiness.
"When I was a lad in Ukiah," he whispered hoarsely, "I was a devil of a fellow with the girls. But, Lordy," he nudged him slyly, "I wouldn't have it known."
Of those who were drinking, Annixter alone retained all his wits. Though keeping pace with the others, glass for glass, the punch left him solid upon his feet, clear-headed. The tough, cross-grained fiber of him seemed proof against alcohol. Never in his life had he been drunk. He prided himself upon his power of resistance. It was his nature.
"Say," exclaimed old Broderson, gravely addressing the company, pulling at his beard uneasily. "Say, listen, I'm a devil of a fellow with the girls." He wagged his head doggedly, shutting his eyes in a knowing fashion. "Yes, sir, I am. There was a young lady in Ukiah. That was when I was a lad of 17. We used to meet in the cemetery in the afternoons. I was to go away to school at Sacramento, and the afternoon I left, we met in the cemetery, and we stayed so long I almost missed the train. Her name was Celestine."
There was a pause. The others waited for the rest of the story.
"And afterwards?" prompted Annixter. "Afterwards? Nothing afterwards. I never saw her again. Her name was Celestine."
The company raised a chorus of derision, and Osterman cried ironically,
"Say, that's a pretty good one. Tell us another."
The old man laughed with the rest, believing he had made another hit. He called Osterman to him, whispering in his ear.
"Shh! Look here. Some night you and I will go up to San Francisco, huh? We'll go skylarking. We'll be gay. Oh, I'm a rare old buck. I am. I ain't too old. You'll see."
Annixter gave over the making of the fifth bowl of punch to Osterman, who affirmed that he had a recipe for a fertilizer from Solotari that would take the plating off the ladle. He left him wrangling with Caraher, who still persisted in adding chartreuse, and stepped out into the dance to see how things were getting on. It was the interval between two dances. In and around a stall at the farther end of the floor, where lemonade was being served, was a great throng of young men. Others hurried across the floor, singly or by twos and threes, gingerly carrying overflowing glasses to their partners, sitting in long rows of white and blue and pink against the opposite wall, their mothers and older sisters in a second dark clothed rank behind them. A babel of talk was in the air, mingled with gusts of laughter. Everybody seemed having a good time. In the increasing heat, the decorations of evergreen trees and festoons threw off a pungent aroma that suggested a Sunday school Christmas festival. In the other stalls, lower down the barn, the young men had brought chairs, and in these deep recesses the most desperate love-making was in progress. The young man, his hair neatly parted, leaning with great solicitation over the girl, his partner for the moment, fanning her conscientiously, his arm carefully laid along the back of her chair. By the doorway, Annixter met Sarria, who had stepped out to smoke a fat black cigar. The set smile of amiability was still fixed on the priest's smooth, shiny face. The cigar ashes had left gray streaks on the front of his cassock. He avoided Annixter, fearing, no doubt, an allusion to his gamecocks, and took up his position back of the second rank of chairs by the musician's stand, beaming encouragingly upon everyone who caught his eye. Annixter was saluted right and left as he slowly went the round of the floor. At every moment he had to pause to shake hands and to listen to congratulations upon the size of his barn and the success of his dance. But he was distrait, his thoughts elsewhere. He did not attempt to hide his impatience when some of the young men tried to engage him in conversation, asking him to be introduced to their sisters or their friends' sisters. He sent them about their business harshly, abominably rude, leaving a wake of angry disturbance behind him, sowing the seeds of future quarrels and renewed unpopularity. He was looking for Hilma Tree. When at last he came unexpectedly upon her, standing near where Mrs. Tree was seated, some half dozen young men hovering uneasily in her neighborhood, all his audacity was suddenly stricken from him. His gruffness, his overbearing insolence vanished with an abruptness that left him cold. His old-time confusion and embarrassment returned to him. Instead of speaking to her as he intended, he affected not to see her, but passed by, his head in the air, pretending a sudden interest in a Japanese lantern that was about to catch fire. But he had had a single distinct glimpse of her, definite, precise, and this glimpse was enough. Hilma had changed. The change was subtle, evanescent, hard to define, but not the less unmistakable. The excitement, the enchanting delight, the delicious disturbance of the first ball had produced its result. Perhaps there had only been this lacking. It was hard to say, but for that brief instant of time Annixter was looking at Hilma, the woman. She was no longer the young girl upon whom he might look down, to whom he might condescend, whose little infantile graces were to be considered with amused toleration. When Annixter returned to the harness room, he let himself into a clamor of masculine hilarity. Osterman had indeed made a marvelous fertilizer. Whiskey, for the most part, diluted with champagne and lemon juice. The first round of this drink had been welcomed with a salvo of cheers. Hooven, recovering his spirits under its violent stimulation, spoke of "having it out mit Goddard, by Gott," while Osterman, standing on a chair at the end of the room, shouted for "a few moments' quiet, gentlemen," so that he might tell a certain story he knew. But abruptly, Annixter discovered that the liquors, the champagne, whiskey, brandy, and the like, were running low. This would never do. He felt that he would stand disgraced if it could be said afterwards that he had not provided sufficient drink at his entertainment. He slipped out unobserved, and finding two of his ranch hands near the doorway, sent them down to the ranch house to bring up all the cases of stuff they found there. However, when this matter had been attended to, Annixter did not immediately return to the harness room. On the floor of the barn a square dance was under way, the leader of the city band calling the figures. Young Vacca indefatigably continued the rounds of the barn, paring candle after candle, possessed with the single idea of duty, pushing the dancers out of his way, refusing to admit that the floor was yet sufficiently slippery. The druggist had returned indoors, and leaned dejected and melancholy against the wall near the doorway, unable to dance, his evening's enjoyment spoiled. The gaily apparelled clerk from Bonneville had just involved himself in a deplorable incident. In search of his handkerchief, which he had lost while trying to find his program card, he had inadvertently wandered into the feed room, set apart as the ladies' dressing room, at the moment when Mrs. Hooven, having removed the waist of Minna's dress, was relacing her corsets. There was a tremendous scene. The clerk was ejected forcibly, Mrs. Hooven filling all the neighborhood with a shrill expostulation. A young man, Minna's partner, who stood near the feed room door waiting for her to come out, had invited the clerk with elaborate sarcasm to step outside for a moment. And the clerk, breathless, stupefied, hustled from hand to hand, remained petrified with staring eyes, turning about and about, looking wildly from face to face, speechless, witless, wondering what had happened. But the square dance was over. The city band was just beginning to play a waltz. Annixter, assuring himself that everything was going all right, was picking his way across the floor when he came upon Hilma Tree quite alone and looking anxiously among the crowd of dancers. "Having a good time, Miss Hilma?" he demanded, pausing for a moment.
"Oh, am I just!" she exclaimed. "The best time. But I don't know what's become of my partner. See, I'm left all alone, the only time this whole evening," she added proudly. "Have you seen him, my partner, sir? I forget his name. I only met him this evening, and I've met so many I can't begin to remember half of them. He was a young man from Bonneville, a clerk, I think, because I remember seeing him in a store there, and he wore the prettiest clothes."
"I guess he got lost in the shuffle," observed Annixter.
Suddenly an idea occurred to him. He took his resolution in both hands. He clenched his teeth.
"Say, look here, Miss Hilma, what's the matter with you and I stealing this one for ourselves? I don't mean to dance. I don't propose to make a jumping jack of myself for some galoot to give me the laugh, but we'll walk around. Will you? What do you say?"
Hilma consented.
"I'm not so very sorry I missed my dance with that little clerk," she said guiltily. "I suppose that's very bad of me, isn't it?"
Annixter fulminated a vigorous protest.
"I am so warm,"
murmured Hilma, fanning herself with her handkerchief.
"And oh, such a good time as I have had. I was so afraid that I would be a wallflower and sit up by Mama and Papa the whole evening, and as it is, I have had every single dance, and even some dances I had to split. Oh," she breathed, glancing lovingly around the barn, noting again the festoons of tricolored cambric, the Japanese lanterns, flaring lamps, and decorations of evergreen. "Oh, it's all so lovely, just like a fairy story. And to think that it can't last but for one little evening, and that tomorrow morning one must wake up to the everyday things again."
"Well," observed Annixter doggedly, unwilling that she should forget whom she ought to thank, "I did my best, and my best is as good as another man's, I guess."
Hilma overwhelmed him with a burst of gratitude which he gruffly pretended to deprecate. Oh, that was all right. It hadn't cost him much. He liked to see people having a good time himself, and the crowd did seem to be enjoying themselves. What did she think? Did things look lively enough? And how about herself? Was she enjoying it? Stupidly, Annixter drove the question home again, at his wit's end as to how to make conversation. Hilma protested volubly she would never forget this night, adding,
"Dance? Oh, you don't know how I love it. I don't know myself. I could dance all night and never stop once."
Annixter was smitten with uneasiness. No doubt this promenading was not at all to her taste. Wondering what kind of a spectacle he was about to make of himself, he exclaimed, "Want to dance now?"
"Oh, yes,"
she returned. They paused in their walk, and Hilma, facing him, gave herself into his arms. Annixter shut his teeth, the perspiration starting from his forehead. For 5 years he had abandoned dancing. Never in his best days had it been one of his accomplishments. They hesitated a moment, waiting to catch the time from the musicians. Another couple bore down upon them at precisely the wrong moment, jostling them out of step. Annixter swore under his breath. His arm still about the young woman, he pulled her over to one corner.
"Now," he muttered, "we'll try again."
A second time, listening to the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 cadence of the musicians, they endeavored to get under way. Annixter waited the fraction of a second too long and stepped on Hilma's foot. On the third attempt, having worked out of the corner, a pair of dancers bumped into them once more, and as they were recovering themselves, another couple carromed violently against Annixter so that he all but lost his footing. He was in a rage. Hilma, very embarrassed, was trying not to laugh, and thus they found themselves out in the middle of the floor, continually jostled from their position, holding clumsily to each other, stammering excuses into one another's faces, when Delaney arrived. He came with the suddenness of an explosion. There was a commotion by the doorway, a rolling burst of oaths, a furious stamping of hoofs, a wild scramble of the dancers to either side of the room, and there he was. He had ridden the buckskin at a gallop straight through the doorway and out into the middle of the floor of the barn. Once well inside, Delaney hauled up on the cruel spade bit, at the same time driving home the spurs, and the buckskin, without halting in her gait, rose into the air upon her hind feet, and coming down again with a thunder of iron hoofs upon the hollow floor, lashed out with both heels simultaneously, her back arched, her head between her knees. It was the running buck, and had not Delaney been the hardest buster in the county, would have flung him headlong like a sack of sand. But he eased off the bit, gripping the mare's flanks with his knees, and the buckskin, having long since known her master, came to hand quivering, the bloody spume dripping from the bit upon the slippery floor. Delaney had arrayed himself with painful elaboration, determined to look the part, bent upon creating the impression, resolved that his appearance at least would justify his reputation of being bad. Nothing was lacking. Neither the campaign hat with upturned brim, nor the dotted blue handkerchief knotted behind the neck, nor the heavy gauntlets stitched with red, nor, this above all, the bearskin chaparejos, the hair trousers of the mountain cowboy, the pistol holster low on the thigh. But for the moment this holster was empty, and in his right hand, the hammer at full cock, the chamber loaded, the puncher flourished his teaser, an army Colt's, the lamplight dully reflected on the dark blue steel. In a second of time the dance was a bedlam. The musicians stopped with a discord, and the middle of the crowded floor bared itself instantly. It was like sand blown from off a rock, and the throng of guests, carried by an impulse that was not to be resisted, bore back against the sides of the barn, overturning chairs, tripping upon each other, falling down, scrambling to their feet again, stepping over one another, getting behind each other, diving under chairs, flattening themselves against the wall. A wild, clamoring, pell-mell, blind, deaf, panic-stricken. A confused tangle of waving arms, torn muslin, crushed flowers, pale faces, tangled legs that swept in every direction back from the center of the floor, leaving Annixter and Hilma alone, deserted, their arms about each other, face to face with Delaney, mad with alcohol, bursting with remembered insult, bent on evil, reckless of results. After the first scramble for safety, the crowd fell quiet for the fraction of an instant, glued to the walls, afraid to stir, struck dumb and motionless with surprise and terror. And in the instant silence that followed, Annixter, his eyes on Delaney, muttered rapidly to Hilma, "Get back, get away to one side. The fool might shoot." There was a second's respite afforded while Delaney occupied himself in quieting the buckskin. And in that second of time, at this moment of crisis, the wonderful thing occurred. Hilma, turning from Delaney, her hands clasped on Annixter's arm, her eyes meeting his, exclaimed, "You too!" And that was all. But to Annixter it was a revelation. Never more alive to his surroundings, never more observant, he suddenly understood. For the briefest lapse of time, he and Hilma looked deep into each other's eyes, and from that moment on, Annixter knew that Hilma cared. The whole matter was brief as the snapping of a finger. 2 words and a glance, and all was done. But as though nothing had occurred, Annixter pushed Hilma from him, repeating harshly, "Get back, I tell you. Don't you see he's got a gun? Haven't I enough on my hands without you?" He loosed her clasp, and his eyes once more on Delaney moved diagonally backwards across the side of the barn, pushing Hilma from him. In the end, he thrust her away so sharply that she gave back with a long stagger. Somebody caught her arm and drew her in, leaving Annixter alone once more in the middle of the floor, his hands in his coat pockets, watchful, alert, facing his enemy. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 4. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 5 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But the cowpuncher was not ready to come to grapples yet. Fearless, his wits gambling under the lash of the alcohol, he wished to make the most of the occasion, maintaining the suspense playing for the gallery. By touches of the hand and knee, he kept the buckskin in continual nervous movement, her hoofs clattering, snorting, tossing her head, while he himself addressed himself to Annixter, poured out a torrent of invective.
Well, strike me blind if it ain't old Buck Annixter. He was going to show me off Quien Sabe at the toe of his boot, was he? Well, here's your chance with the ladies to see you do it. Gives a dance, does he, high fluting hoedown in his barn, and forgets to invite his old bronco busting friend. But his friend don't forget him. No, he don't. He remembers little things, does his bronco busting friend. Likes to see a dance himself on occasion, his friend does. Comes anyhow, trusting his welcome will be hearty, just to see old Buck Annixter dance. Just to show Buck Annixter's friends how Buck can dance. Dance all by himself. A little hen on a hot plate dance when his bronco busting friend asks him so polite. A little dance for the ladies, Buck. This feature of the entertainment is alone worth the price of admission. Tune up, Buck. Attention now. I'll give you the key.
He fanned his revolver, spinning it about his index finger by the trigger guard with incredible swiftness, the twirling weapon a mere blur of blue steel in his hand. Suddenly, and without any apparent cessation of the movement, he fired, and a little splinter of wood flipped into the air at Annixter's feet.
Time,
he shouted, when the buckskin reared to the report.
Hold on, wait a minute. This place is too light to suit. That big light yonder's in my eyes. Look out, I'm going to throw lead.
A second shot put out the lamp over the musician's stand. The assembled guests shrieked. A frantic, shrinking quiver ran through the crowd like the huddling of frightened rabbits in their pen. Annixter hardly moved. He stood some 30 paces from the buster, his hands still in his coat pockets, his eyes glistening, watchful, excitable and turbulent in trifling matters. When actual bodily danger threatened, he was of an abnormal quiet.
I'm watching you, cried the other. Don't make any mistake about that. Keep your hands in your coat pockets if you like to live a little longer, understand? And don't let me see you make a move toward your hip, or your friends will be asked to identify you at the morgue tomorrow morning. When I'm bad, I'm called the Undertaker's friend. So I am, and I'm that bad tonight that I'm scared of myself. They'll have to revise the census returns before I'm done with this place. Come on now, I'm getting tired waiting. I'll come to see a dance.
Hand over that horse, Delaney, said Annixter without raising his voice, and clear out. The other affected to be overwhelmed with infinite astonishment, his eyes staring. He peered down from the saddle.
What? He exclaimed. What did you say? Why, I guess you must be looking for trouble. That's what I guess.
That's where you're wrong, my son, muttered Annixter, partly to Delaney, partly to himself. If I was looking for trouble, there wouldn't be any guesswork about it. With the words, he began firing. Delaney had hardly entered the barn before Annixter's plan had been formed. Long since his revolver was in the pocket of his coat, and he fired now through the coat itself without withdrawing his hands. Until that moment, Annixter had not been sure of himself. There was no doubt that for the first few moments of the affair he would have welcomed with joy any reasonable excuse for getting out of the situation. But the sound of his own revolver gave him confidence. He whipped it from his pocket and fired again. Abruptly the duel began, report following report, spurts of pale blue smoke jetting like the darts of short spears between the two men, expanding to a haze and drifting overhead in wavering strata. It was quite probable that no thought of killing each other suggested itself to either Annixter or Delaney. Both fired without aiming very deliberately. To empty their revolvers and avoid being hit was the desire common to both. They no longer vituperated each other. The revolvers spoke for them. Long after, Annixter could recall this moment. For years he could, with but little effort, reconstruct the scene. The densely packed crowd flattened against the sides of the barn, the festoons of lanterns, the mingled smell of evergreens, new wood, sachets, and powder smoke, the vague clamor of distress and terror that rose from the throng of guests, the squealing of the buckskin, the uneven explosions of the revolvers, the reverberation of trampling hoofs, a brief glimpse of Harran Derrick's excited face at the door of the harness room, and in the open space in the center of the floor, himself and Delaney, maneuvering swiftly in a cloud of smoke. Annixter's revolver contained but 6 cartridges. Already it seemed to him he had fired 20 times. Without doubt the next shot was his last. Then what? He peered through the blue haze that with every discharge thickened between him and the buster. For his own safety he must place at least one shot. Delaney's chest and shoulders rose suddenly above the smoke, close upon him as the distraught buckskin reared again. Annixter, for the first time during the fight, took definite aim, but before he could draw the trigger there was a great shout, and he was aware of the buckskin, the bridle trailing, the saddle empty, plunging headlong across the floor, crashing into the line of chairs. Delaney was scrambling off the floor. There was blood on the buster's wrist, and he no longer carried his revolver. Suddenly he turned and ran. The crowd parted right and left before him as he made toward the doorway. He disappeared. 20 men promptly sprang to the buckskin's head, but she broke away and, wild with terror, bewildered, blind, insensate, charged into the corner of the barn by the musician stand. She brought up against the wall with cruel force and with impact of a sack of stones. Her head was cut. She turned and charged again, bull-like, the blood streaming from her forehead. The crowd, shrieking, melted before her rush. An old man was thrown down and trampled. The buckskin trod upon the dragging bridle, somersaulted into a confusion of chairs in one corner, and came down with a terrific clatter in a wild disorder of kicking hoofs and splintered wood. But a crowd of men fell upon her, tugging at the bit, sitting on her head, shouting, gesticulating. For 5 minutes she struggled and fought, then by degrees she recovered herself, drawing great sobbing breaths at long intervals that all but burst the girths, rolling her eyes in bewildered, supplicating fashion, trembling in every muscle, and starting and shrinking now and then like a young girl in hysterics. At last she lay quiet. The men allowed her to struggle to her feet. The saddle was removed, and she was led to one of the empty stalls where she remained the rest of the evening, her head low, her pasterns quivering, turning her head apprehensively from time to time, showing the white of one eye, and at long intervals heaving a single prolonged sigh. And an hour later, the dance was progressing as evenly as though nothing in the least extraordinary had occurred. The incident was closed. That abrupt swoop of terror and impending death dropping down there from out the darkness, cutting abruptly athwart the gaiety of the moment, come and gone with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Many of the women had gone home, taking their men with them, but the great bulk of the crowd still remained, seeing no reason why the episode should interfere with the evening's enjoyment, resolved to hold the ground for mere bravado, if for nothing else. Delaney would not come back, of that everybody was persuaded, and in case he should, there was not found wanting fully 100 young men who would give him a dressing down, by jingo. They had been too surprised to act when Delaney had first appeared, and before they knew where they were at, the buster had cleared out. In another minute, well, just another second, they would have shown him, yes, sir, by jingo, oh, you bet. On all sides the reminiscences began to circulate. At least one man in every 3 had been involved in a gunfight at some time in his life. "Ah, you ought to have seen in Yuba County one time." "Why, Butte County in the early days, bah, this tonight wasn't anything. Why, once in a saloon in Arizona when I was there," and so on, over and over again. Osterman solemnly asserted that he had seen a greaser sawn in 2 in a Nevada sawmill. Old Broderson had witnessed a vigilante lynching in '55 on California Street in San Francisco. Dyke recalled how once in his engineering days he had run over a drunk at a street crossing. Gethings of the San Pablo had taken a shot at a highwayman. Hooven had bayoneted a French chasseur at Sedan. An old Spanish Mexican, a centenarian from Guadalajara, remembered Fremont's stand on a mountain top in San Benito County. The druggist had fired at a burglar trying to break into his store one New Year's Eve. Young Vaca had seen a dog shot in Guadalajara. Father Sarria had more than once administered the sacraments to Portuguese desperadoes dying of gunshot wounds. Even the women recalled terrible scenes. Mrs. Cutter recounted to an interested group how she had seen a claim jumped in Placer County in 1851. When 3 men were shot, falling in a fusillade of rifle shots and expiring later upon the floor of her kitchen while she looked on. Mrs. Dyke had been in a stage holdup when the shotgun messenger was murdered. Stories by the hundreds went the round of the company. The air was surcharged with blood, dying groans, the reek of powder smoke, the crack of rifles. All the legends of '49, the violent, wild life of the early days, were recalled to view, defiling before them there in an endless procession under the glare of paper lanterns and kerosene lamps. But the affair had aroused a combative spirit amongst the men of the assembly. Instantly a spirit of aggression, of truculence, swelled up underneath waistcoats and starched shirt bosoms. More than one offender was promptly asked to "step outside." It was like young bucks excited by an encounter of stags, lowering their horns upon the slightest provocation, showing off before the does and fawns. Old quarrels were remembered. One sought laboriously for slights and insults veiled in ordinary conversation. The sense of personal honor became refined to a delicate fine point. Upon the slightest pretext there was a haughty drawing up of the figure, a twisting of the lips into a smile of scorn. Caraher spoke of shooting S. Behrman on sight before the end of the week. Twice it became necessary to separate Hooven and Cutter, renewing their quarrel as to the ownership of the steer. All at once Minna Hooven's partner fell upon the gaily apparelled clerk from Bonneville, pummeling him with his fists, hustling him out of the hall, vociferating that Miss Hooven had been grossly insulted. It took 3 men to extricate the clerk from his clutches, dazed, gasping, his collar unfastened and sticking up into his face, his eyes staring wildly into the faces of the crowd. But Annixter, bursting with pride, his chest thrown out, his chin in the air, reigned enthroned in a circle of adulation. He was the hero. To shake him by the hand was an honor to be struggled for. One clapped him on the back with solemn nods of approval. "There's the boy for you." "There was nerve for you." "What's the matter with Annixter?" "How about that for sand, and how was that for a shot?" "Why, Apache Kid couldn't have bettered that." "Cool enough. Took a steady eye and a sure hand to make a shot like that. There was a shot that would be told about in Tulare County 50 years to come." Annixter had refrained from replying, all ears to this conversation, wondering just what had happened. He knew only that Delaney had run, leaving his revolver and a splatter of blood behind him. By degrees, however, he ascertained that his last shot but one had struck Delaney's pistol hand, shattering it and knocking the revolver from his grip. He was overwhelmed with astonishment. Why, after the shooting began, he had not so much as seen Delaney with any degree of plainness. The whole affair was a whirl. "Well, where did you learn to shoot that way?" someone in the crowd demanded. Annixter moved his shoulders with a gesture of vast unconcern. "Oh," he observed carelessly, "it's not my shooting that ever worried me, my son." The crowd gaped with delight. There was a great wagging of heads. "Well, I guess not." "No, sir, not much." "No, you bet not." When the women pressed around him, shaking his hands, declaring that he had saved their daughters' lives, Annixter assumed a pose of superb deprecation, the modest self-obliteration of the chevalier. He delivered himself of a remembered phrase, very elegant, refined. It was Launcelot after the tournament, Bayard receiving felicitations after the battle. "Oh, don't say anything about it," he murmured. "I only did what any man would have done in my place." To restore completely the equanimity of the company, he announced supper. This had been calculated as a tremendous surprise. It was to have been served at midnight, but the irruption of Delaney had dislocated the order of events, and the tables were brought in an hour ahead of time. They were arranged around 3 sides of the barn and were loaded down with cold roasts of beef, cold chickens, and cold ducks, mountains of sandwiches, pitchers of milk and lemonade, entire cheeses, bowls of olives, plates of oranges and nuts. The advent of this supper was received with a volley of applause. The musicians played a quick step. The company threw themselves upon the food with a great scraping of chairs and a vast rustle of muslins, tarletans, and organdies. Soon the clatter of dishes was a veritable uproar. The tables were taken by assault. One ate whatever was nearest at hand, some even beginning with oranges and nuts and ending with beef and chicken. At the end, the paper caps were brought on, together with the ice cream. All up and down the tables, the pulled crackers snapped continually like the discharge of innumerable tiny rifles. The caps of tissue paper were put on. Phrygian bonnets, magician's caps, liberty caps. The young girls looked across the table at their vis-a-vis with bursts of laughter and vigorous clapping of the hands. The harness room crowd had a table to themselves, at the head of which sat Annixter and at the foot Harran. The gunfight had sobered Presley thoroughly. He sat by the side of Vanamee, who ate but little, preferring rather to watch the scene with calm observation, a little contemptuous when the uproar around the table was too boisterous, savoring of intoxication. Osterman rolled bullets of bread and shot them with astonishing force up and down the table. But the others, Dyke, old Broderson, Caraher, Harran Derrick, Hooven, Cutter, Garrett of the Ruby Rancho, Keast from the ranch of the same name, Gethings of the San Pablo, and Chattern of the Bonanza, occupied themselves with eating as much as they could before the supper gave out. At a corner of the table, speechless, unobserved, ignored, sat Dabney, of whom nothing was known but his name, the silent old man who made no friends. He ate and drank quietly, dipping his sandwich in his lemonade. Osterman ate all the olives he could lay his hands on, a score of them, 50 of them, 100 of them. He touched no crumb of anything else. Old Broderson stared at him, his jaw fallen. Osterman declared he had once eaten 1,000 on a bet. The men called each other's attention to him. Delighted to create a sensation, Osterman persevered. The contents of an entire bowl disappeared in his huge reptilian slit of a mouth. His cheeks of brownish red were extended, his bald forehead glistened. Colics seized upon him. His stomach revolted. It was all one with him. He was satisfied, contented. He was astonishing the people. "Once I swallowed a tree toad," he told old Broderson. "By mistake. I was eating grapes and the beggar lived in me 3 weeks. In rainy weather," he would sing. "You don't believe that," he vociferated. "Haven't I got the toad at home now and a bottle of alcohol?" And the old man, never doubting, his eyes starting, wagged his head in amazement. "Oh, yes," cried Caraher, the length of the table. "That's a pretty good one. Now tell us another." "That reminds me of a story," hazarded old Broderson uncertainly. "Once, when I was a lad in Ukiah, 50 years." "Oh, yes," cried half a dozen voices. "That's a pretty good one. Tell us another."
What?
murmured Broderson, looking about him.
I don't know. It was Ukiah. You mixed me all up."
As soon as supper was over, the floor was cleared again. The guests clamored for a Virginia reel. The last quarter of the evening, the time of the most riotous fun, was beginning. The young men caught the girls who sat next to them. The orchestra dashed off into a rollicking movement. The 2 lines were formed. In a second of time, the dance was under way again, the guests still wearing the Phrygian bonnets and liberty caps of pink and blue tissue paper. But the group of men once more adjourned to the harness room. Fresh boxes of cigars were opened. The 7th bowl of fertilizer was mixed. Osterman poured the dregs of a glass of it upon his bald head, declaring that he could feel the hair beginning to grow. But suddenly old Broderson rose to his feet. "Aha!" he cackled. "I'm going to have a dance, I am. I think I'm too old. I'll show you young fellers. I'm a regular old wrister when I get started." He marched out into the barn, the others following, holding their sides. He found an aged Mexican woman by the door and hustled her, all confused and giggling, into the Virginia reel, then at its height. Everyone crowded round to see. Old Broderson stepped off with the alacrity of a colt, snapping his fingers, slapping his thigh, his mouth widening in an excited grin. The entire company of the guests shouted. The city band redoubled their efforts, and the old man, losing his head, breathless, gasping, dislocated his stiff joints in his efforts. He became possessed, bowing, scraping, advancing, retreating, wagging his beard, cutting pigeons' wings, distraught with the music, the clamor, the applause, the effects of the fertilizer. Annixter shouted, "Nice eye, Santa Claus!" But Annixter's attention wandered. He searched for Hilma Tree, having still in mind the look in her eyes at that swift moment of danger. He had not seen her since. At last he caught sight of her. She was not dancing, but instead was sitting with her partner at the end of the barn near her father and mother, her eyes wide, a serious expression on her face, her thoughts no doubt elsewhere. Annixter was about to go to her when he was interrupted by a cry. Old Broderson, in the midst of a double shuffle, had clapped his hand to his side with a gasp, which he followed by a whoop of anguish. He had got a stitch or had started a twinge somewhere. With a gesture of resignation, he drew himself laboriously out of the dance, limping abominably, one leg dragging. He was heard asking for his wife. Old Mrs. Broderson took him in charge. She jawed him for making an exhibition of himself, scolding as though he were a 10-year-old. "Well, I want to know," she exclaimed as he hobbled off, dejected and melancholy, leaning upon her arm. "Thought he had to dance, indeed. What next? A gay old grandpa, this. He'd better be thinking of his coffin." It was almost midnight. The dance drew toward its close in a storm of jubilation. The perspiring musicians toiled like galley slaves, the guests singing as they danced. The group of men reassembled in the harness room. Even Magnus Derrick condescended to enter and drink a toast. Presley and Vanamee, still holding themselves aloof, looked on, Vanamee more and more disgusted. Dabney, standing to one side, overlooked and forgotten, continued to sip steadily at his glass, solemn, reserved. Garnett of the Ruby Rancho, Keast from the ranch of the same name, Gethings of the San Pablo, and Chattern of the Bonanza leaned back in their chairs, their waistcoats unbuttoned, their legs spread wide, laughing, they could not tell why. Other ranchers, men whom Annixter had never seen, appeared in the room. Wheat growers from places as far distant as Goshen and Pixley, young men and old, proprietors of venerable principalities, hundreds of thousands of acres of wheat lands, a dozen of them, a score of them, men who were strangers to each other, but who made it a point to shake hands with Magnus Derrick, the prominent man of the valley. Old Broderson, whom everyone had believed had gone home, returned, though much sobered, and took his place, refusing, however, to drink another spoonful. End of Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 5. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 6 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soon the entire number of Annixter's guests found themselves in two companies, the dancers on the floor of the barn, frolicking through the last figures of the Virginia reel, and the boisterous gathering of men in the harness room, downing the last quarts of fertilizer. Both assemblies had been increased. Even the older people had joined in the dance, while nearly every one of the men who did not dance had found their way into the harness room. The two groups rivaled each other in their noise. Out on the floor of the barn was a very whirlwind of gaiety, a tempest of laughter, hand clapping, and cries of amusement. In the harness room, the confused shouting and singing, the stamping of heavy feet, set a quivering reverberation in the oil of the kerosene lamps, the flame of the candles in the Japanese lanterns flaring and swaying in the gusts of hilarity. At intervals between the two, one heard the music, the wailing of the violins, the vigorous snarling of the cornet, and the harsh, incessant rasping of the snare drum. And at times all these various sounds mingled in a single vague note, huge, clamorous, that rose up into the night from the colossal, reverberating compass of the barn and sent its echoes far off across the unbroken levels of the surrounding ranches, stretching out to infinity under the clouded sky, calm, mysterious, still. Annixter, the punch bowl clasped in his arms, was pouring out the last spoonful of liquor into Caraher's glass when he was aware that someone was pulling at the sleeve of his coat. He set down the punch bowl.
Well, where did you come from?" he demanded.
It was a messenger from Bonneville, the uniformed boy that the telephone company employed to carry messages. He had just arrived from town on his bicycle, out of breath and panting.
"Message for you, sir. Will you sign?"
He held the book to Annixter, who signed the receipt, wondering. The boy departed, leaving a thick envelope of yellow paper in Annixter's hand, the address typewritten, the word "Urgent" written in blue pencil in one corner. Annixter tore it open. The envelope contained other sealed envelopes, some 8 or 10 of them, addressed to Magnus Derrick, Osterman, Broderson, Garnett, Keast, Gethings, Chattern, Dabney, and to Annixter himself. Still puzzled, Annixter distributed the envelopes, muttering to himself, "What's up now?" The incident had attracted attention. A comparative quiet followed, the guests following the letters with their eyes as they were passed around the table. They fancied that Annixter had arranged a surprise. Magnus Derrick, who sat next to Annixter, was the first to receive his letter. With a word of excuse, he opened it.
Read it, Governor," shouted a half dozen voices. "No secrets, you know. Everything above board here tonight."
Magnus cast a glance at the contents of the letter, then rose to his feet and read: Magnus Derrick, Bonneville to Larry County, California. Dear Sir, by regrade of October 1st, the value of the railroad land you occupy, included in your ranch of Los Muertos, has been fixed at $27 per acre. The land is now for sale at that price to anyone. Yours, etc., Cyrus Blakely Ruggles, Land Agent, P and S W R R. S. Behrman, Local Agent, P and S W R R. In the midst of the profound silence that followed, Osterman was heard to exclaim grimly,
"That's a pretty good one. Tell us another."
But for a long moment this was the only remark. The silence widened, broken only by the sound of torn paper, as Annixter, Osterman, old Broderson, Garnett, Keast, Gethings, Chattern, and Dabney opened and read their letters. They were all to the same effect, almost word for word like the Governor's. Only the figures and the proper names varied. In some cases the price per acre was $22. In Annixter's case it was $30.
And the company promised to sell to me, to all of us," gasped old Broderson, "at $2.50 an acre."
It was not alone the ranchers immediately around Bonneville who would be plundered by this move on the part of the railroad. The alternate section system applied throughout all the San Joaquin. By striking at the Bonneville ranchers, a terrible precedent was established. Of the crowd of guests in the harness room alone, nearly every man was affected. Every man menaced with ruin. All of 1,000,000 acres was suddenly involved. Then suddenly the tempest burst. A dozen men were on their feet in an instant, their teeth set, their fists clenched, their faces purple with rage. Oaths, curses, maledictions exploded like the firing of successive mines. Voices quivered with wrath, hands flung upward, the fingers hooked, prehensile, trembled with anger. The sense of wrongs, the injustices, the oppression, extortion, and pillage of 20 years suddenly culminated and found voice in a raucous howl of execration. For a second there was nothing articulate in that cry of savage exasperation, nothing even intelligent. It was the human animal hounded to its corner, exploited, harried to its last stand, at bay, ferocious, terrible, turning at last with bared teeth and upraised claws to meet the death grapple. It was the hideous squealing of the tormented brute, its back to the wall, defending its lair, its mate and its whelps, ready to bite, to rend, to trample, to batter out the life of the enemy in a primeval, bestial welter of blood and fury. The roar subsided to intermittent clamor, in the pauses of which the sounds of music and dancing made themselves audible once more. "S. Behrman again," vociferated Harran Derrick.
"Chose his moment well," muttered Annixter. Hits his hardest when we're all rounded up having a good time.
Gentlemen, this is ruin.
What's to be done now? Fight? My God, do you think we're going to stand this? Do you think we can?
The uproar swelled again. The clearer the assembly of ranchers understood the significance of this move on the part of the railroad, the more terrible it appeared, the more flagrant, the more intolerable. Was it possible, was it within the bounds of imagination that this tyranny should be contemplated? But they knew. Past years had driven home the lesson. The implacable iron monster with whom they had to deal, and again the sense of outrage and oppression lashed them to their feet, their mouths wide with curses, their fists clenched tight, their throats hoarse with shouting.
Fight? I'll fight. What are we going to do? If there's a law in this land, if there is, it's in Shelgrim's pocket. Who owns the courts in California? Ain't it Shelgrim? God damn him. Well, how long are you going to stand it? How long before you settle up accounts with 6 inches of plugged gas pipe? And our contracts, the solemn pledges of the corporation to sell to us first of all. And now the land is for sale to anybody. Why, it is a question of my home. Am I to be turned out? Why, I have put $8,000 into improving this land. And I, 6,000, and now I have the railroad grabs it. And that system of irrigating ditches that Eric and I have been laying out, there are thousands of dollars in that. I'll fight this out till I've spent every cent of my money.
Where?
In the courts that the company owns. Think I'm going to give in to this? Think I am to get off my land? By God, gentlemen, law or no law, railroad or no railroad, I will not.
Nor I.
Nor I. Nor I. This is the last. Legal means first. If those fail, the shotgun. They can kill me, they can shoot me down, but I'll die fighting for my home before I'll give in to this.
At length, Annixter made himself heard. All out of the room but the ranch owners, he shouted.
Hooven, Caraher, Dyke, you'll have to clear out. This is a family affair. Presley, you and your friend can remain.
Reluctantly, the others filed through the door. There remained in the harness room, besides Vanamee and Presley, Magnus Derrick, Annixter, old Broderson, Harron, Garrett from the Ruby Rancho, Keast from the ranch of the same name, Gethings of the San Pablo, Chattern of the Bonanza, about a score of others, ranchers from various parts of the county, and, last of all, Dabney, ignored, silent, to whom nobody spoke, and who, as yet, had not uttered a single word. But the men who had been asked to leave the harness room spread the news throughout the barn. It was repeated from lip to lip. One by one, the guests dropped out of the dance. Groups were formed. By swift degrees, the gaiety lapsed away. The Virginia reel broke up. The musicians ceased playing, and in the place of the noisy, effervescent revelry of the previous half hour, a subdued murmur filled all the barn, a mingling of whispers, lowered voices, the coming and going of light footsteps, the uneasy shifting of positions, while from behind the closed door of the harness room came a prolonged, sullen hum of anger and strenuous debate. The dance came to an abrupt end. The guests, unwilling to go as yet, stunned, distressed, stood clumsily about, their eyes vague, their hands swinging at their sides, looking stupidly into each other's faces. A sense of impending calamity, oppressive, foreboding, gloomy, passed through the air overhead in the night, a long shiver of anguish and of terror, mysterious, despairing. In the harness room, however, the excitement continued unchecked. One rancher after another delivered himself of a torrent of furious words. There was no order, merely the frenzied outcry of blind fury. One spirit alone was common to all, resistance at whatever cost and to whatever lengths. Suddenly, Osterman leaped to his feet, his bald head gleaming in the lamplight, his red ears distended, a flood of words filling his great horizontal slit of a mouth, his comic actor's face flaming. Like the hero of a melodrama, he took stage with a great, sweeping gesture.
Organization, he shouted. That must be our watchword. The curse of the ranchers is that they fritter away their strength. Now we must stand together. Now. Here's the crisis. Here's the moment. Shall we meet it? I call for the League. Not next week, not tomorrow, not in the morning, but now, this very moment, before we go out of that door. Every one of us here to join it. to form the beginnings of a vast organization banded together to death, if needs be, for the protection of our rights and homes. Are you ready? Is it now or never? I call for the League."
Instantly there was a shout. With an actor's instinct, Osterman had spoken at the precise psychological moment. He carried the others off their feet, glim, dexterous, voluble. Just what was meant by the League the others did not know, but it was something, a vague engine, a machine with which to fight. Osterman had not done speaking before the room rang with outcries, the crowd of men shouting for what they did not know. "The League! The League!"
"Now, tonight, this moment, sign our name before we leave."
"He's right. Organization. The League."
"We have a committee at work already," Osterman vociferated. "I am a member, and also Mr. Broderson, Mr. Annixter, and Mr. Harran Derrick. What our aims are, we will explain to you later. Let this committee be the nucleus of the League, temporarily at least. Trust us. We are working for you and with you. Let this committee be merged into the larger committee of the League, and for president of the League," he paused the fraction of a second, "for president there can be but one name mentioned, one man to whom we all must look as leader, Magnus Derrick."
The governor's name was received with a storm of cheers. The harness room re-echoed with shouts of "Derrick! Derrick! Magnus for president! Derrick, our natural leader! Derrick! Derrick! Derrick for president!" Magnus rose to his feet. He made no gesture. Erect as a cavalry officer, tall, thin, commanding, he dominated the crowd in an instant. There was a moment's hush. "Gentlemen," he said, "if organization is a good word, moderation is a better one. The matter is too grave for haste. I would suggest that we each and severally return to our respective homes for the night, sleep over what has happened, and convene again tomorrow, when we are calmer and can approach this affair in a more judicious mood. As for the honor with which you would inform me, I must affirm that, too, is a matter for grave deliberation. This League is but a name yet. To accept control of an organization whose principles are not yet fixed is a heavy responsibility. I shrink from it." But he was allowed to proceed no farther. A storm of protest developed. There were shouts of "No, no! The League tonight and Derrick for president."
"We have been moderate long enough." "The League first, principles afterwards." "We can't wait," declared Osterman. "Many of us cannot attend a meeting tomorrow. Our business affairs would prevent it. Now we are all together. I propose a temporary chairman and secretary be named and a ballot be taken. But first, the League. Let us draw up a set of resolutions to stand together for the defense of our homes, to death if needs be, and each man present affix his signature thereto." He subsided amidst vigorous applause. The next quarter of an hour was a vague confusion, everyone talking at once, conversations going on in low tones in various corners of the room. Ink, pens, and a sheaf of foolscap were brought from the ranch house. A set of resolutions was drafted, having the force of a pledge, organizing the League of Defense. Annixter was the first to sign. Others followed, only a few holding back, refusing to join till they had thought the matter over. The roll grew, the paper circulated about the table, each signature was welcomed by a salvo of cheers. At length it reached Harran Derrick, who signed amid tremendous uproar. He released the pen only to shake a score of hands. "Now, Magnus Derrick."
"Gentlemen," began the governor, once more rising, "I beg of you to allow me further consideration. Gentlemen." He was interrupted by renewed shouting.
"No, no, now or never. Sign. Join the League. Don't leave us. We look to you for help."
But presently the excited throng that turned their faces toward the governor were aware of a new face at his elbow. The door of the harness room had been left unbolted, and Mrs. Derrick, unable to endure the heartbreaking suspense of waiting outside, had gathered up all her courage and had come into the room. Trembling, she clung to Magnus's arm, her pretty light brown hair in disarray, her large young girl's eyes wide with terror and distrust. What was about to happen she did not understand, But these men were clamoring for Magnus to pledge himself to something, to some terrible course of action, some ruthless, unscrupulous battle to the death with the iron-hearted monster of steel and steam. Nerved with a coward's intrepidity, she, who so easily obliterated herself, had found her way into the midst of this frantic crowd, into this hot, close room reeking of alcohol and tobacco smoke, into this atmosphere surcharged with hatred and curses. She seized her husband's arm, imploring, distraught with terror. "No, no," she murmured. "No, don't sign." She was the feather caught in the whirlwind. En masse, the crowd surged toward the erect figure of the governor, the pen in one hand, his wife's fingers in the other, the roll of signatures before him. The clamor was deafening. The excitement culminated brusquely. 100 hands stretched toward him. 30 voices at top pitch implored, expostulated, urged, almost commanded. The reverberation of the shouting was as the plunge of a cataract. It was the uprising of the people. The thunder of the outbreak of revolt, the mob demanding to be led, aroused at last, imperious, resistless, overwhelming. It was the blind fury of insurrection, the brute, many-tongued, red-eyed, bellowing for guidance, baring its teeth, unsheathing its claws, imposing its will with the abrupt, resistless pressure of the relaxed piston, inexorable, knowing no pity. "No, no," implored Annie Derrick. "No, Magnus, don't sign." "He must," declared Harran, shouting in her ear to make himself heard. "He must. Don't you understand?" Again the crowd surged forward, roaring. Mrs. Derrick was swept back, pushed to one side. Her husband no longer belonged to her. She paid the penalty of being the wife of a great man. The world, like a colossal iron wedge, crushed itself between. She was thrust to the wall. The throng of men, stamping, surrounded Magnus. She could no longer see him, but terror struck, she listened. There was a moment's lull, then a vast surge of savage jubilation. Magnus had signed. Harran found his mother leaning against the wall, her hands shut over her ears, her eyes dilated with fear, brimming with tears. He led her from the harness room to the outer room, where Mrs. Tree and Hilma took charge of her, and then, impatient, refusing to answer the hundreds of anxious questions that assailed him, hurried back to the harness room. Already the balloting was in progress. Osterman acting as temporary chairman. On the very first ballot he was made secretary of the League pro tem, and Magnus unanimously chosen for its president. An executive committee was formed, which was to meet the next day at the Los Muertos ranch house. It was 1:30. In the barn outside, the greater number of guests had departed. Long since, the musicians had disappeared. There only remained the families of the ranch owners involved in the meeting in the harness room. These huddled in isolated groups in corners of the garish, echoing barn, the women in their wraps, the young men with their coat collars turned up against the drafts that once more made themselves felt. For a long half hour, the loud hum of eager conversation continued to issue from behind the door of the harness room. Then, at length, there was a prolonged scraping of chairs. The session was over. The men came out in groups, searching for their families. At once, the homeward movement began. Everyone was worn out. Some of the ranchers' daughters had gone to sleep against their mothers' shoulders. Billy, the stableman, and his assistant were awakened, and the teams were hitched up. The stable yard was full of a maze of swinging lanterns and buggy lamps. The horses fretted, champing the bits. The carryalls creaked with the straining of leather and springs as they received their loads. At every instant one heard the rattle of wheels as vehicle after vehicle disappeared in the night. A fine, drizzling rain was falling, and the lamps began to show dim in a vague haze of orange light. Magnus Derrick was the last to go. At the doorway of the barn he found Annixter, the roll of names, which it had been decided he was to keep in his safe for the moment, under his arm. Silently the two shook hands. Magnus departed. The grind of the wheels of his carryall grated sharply on the gravel of the driveway in front of the ranch house, then with a hollow roll across a little plank bridge gained the roadway. For a moment the beat of the horses' hoofs made itself heard on the roadway. It ceased. Suddenly, there was a great silence. Annixter, in the doorway of the great barn, stood looking about him for a moment, alone, thoughtful. The barn was empty. That astonishing evening had come to an end. The whirl of things and people, the crowd of dancers, Delaney, the gunfight, Hilma Tree, her eyes fixed on him in mute confession, the rabble in the harness room, the news of the regrade, the fierce outburst of wrath, the hasty organizing of the League, all went spinning confusedly through his recollection. But he was exhausted. Time enough in the morning to think it all over. By now it was raining sharply. He put the roll of names into his inside pocket, threw a sack over his head and shoulders, and went down to the ranch house. But in the harness room, lighted by the glittering lanterns and flaring lamps in the midst of overturned chairs, spilled liquor, cigar stumps, and broken glasses, Vanamee and Presley still remained talking. At length they rose and came out upon the floor of the barn and stood for a moment looking about them. Billy, the stableman, was going the rounds of the walls, putting out light after light. By degrees the vast interior was growing dim. Upon the roof overhead the rain drummed incessantly, the eaves dripping. The floor was littered with pine needles, bits of orange peel, ends and fragments of torn organdies and muslins, and bits of tissue paper from the Phrygian bonnets and Liberty caps. The buckskin mare in the stall, dozing on three legs, changed position with a long sigh. The sweat stiffening the hair upon her back and loins as it dried gave off a penetrating ammoniacal odor that mingled with the stale perfume of sachet and wilted flowers. Presley and Vanamee stood looking at the deserted barn. There was a long silence. Then Presley said, "Well, what do you think of it all?" "I think," answered Vanamee slowly, "I think there was a dance in Brussels the night before Waterloo." End of Book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In his office at San Francisco, seated before a massive desk of polished redwood, very ornate, Lyman Derrick sat dictating letters to his typewriter on a certain morning early in the spring of the year. The subdued monotone of his voice proceeded evenly from sentence to sentence, regular, precise, businesslike. "I have the honor to acknowledge herewith your favor of the 14th instant, and in reply would state, please find enclosed draft upon New Orleans to be applied as per our understanding. In answer to your favor number 1107 referring to the case of the City and County of San Francisco against Excelsior Warehouse and Storage Company, I would say." His voice continued, expressionless, measured, distinct. While he spoke, he swung slowly back and forth in his leather swivel chair, his elbows resting on the arms, his pop eyes fixed vaguely upon the calendar on the opposite wall, winking at intervals when he paused, searching for a word. "That's all for the present," he said at length. Without reply, the typewriter rose and withdrew, thrusting her pencil into the coil of her hair, closing the door behind her softly, discreetly. When she had gone, Lyman rose, stretching himself, putting up three fingers to hide his yawn. To further loosen his muscles, he took a couple of turns the length of the room, noting with satisfaction its fine appointments, the padded red carpet, the dull olive green tint of the walls, the few choice engravings, portraits of Marshall, Taney, Field, and a colored lithograph, excellently done, of the Grand Cañon of the Colorado. The deep-seated leather chairs, the large and crowded bookcase, topped with a bust of James Lick, and a huge greenish globe. The wastebasket of woven colored grass made by Navajo Indians, the massive silver inkstand on the desk, the elaborate filing cabinet, complete in every particular, and the shelves of tin boxes, padlocked, impressive, grave, bearing the names of clients, cases, and estates. He was between 31 and 35 years of age. Unlike Harran, he resembled his mother, but he was much darker than Annie Derrick, and his eyes were much fuller, the eyeball protruding, giving him a pop-eyed foreign expression, quite unusual and unexpected. His hair was black, and he wore a small, tight, pointed mustache, which he was in the habit of pushing delicately upward from the corners of his lips with the ball of his thumb, the little finger extended. As often as he made this gesture, he prefaced it with a little twisting gesture of the forearm in order to bring his cuff into view, and in fact this movement by itself was habitual. He was dressed carefully, his trousers creased, a pink rose in his lapel. His shoes were of patent leather. His cutaway coat was of very rough black cheviot. His double-breasted waistcoat of tan-covered cloth with buttons of smoked pearl. An Ascot scarf, a great puff of heavy black silk, was at his neck, the knot transfixed by a tiny golden pin set off with an opal and 4 small diamonds. At one end of the room were 2 great windows of plate glass, and pausing at length before one of these, Lyman selected a cigarette from his curved box of oxidized silver, lit it, and stood looking down and out, willing to be idle for a moment, amused and interested in the view. His office was on the 10th floor of the Exchange Building, a beautiful tower-like affair of white stone that stood on the corner of Market Street near its intersection with Kearny, the most imposing office building of the city. Below him, the city swarmed tumultuous through its grooves, the cable cars starting and stopping with a gay jangling of bells and a strident whirring of jostled glass windows. Drays and carts clattered over the cobbles, and an incessant shuffling of thousands of feet rose from the pavement. Around Lotta's fountain, the baskets of the flower sellers, crammed with chrysanthemums, violets, pinks, roses, lilies, hyacinths, set a brisk note of color in the gray of the street. But to Lyman's notion, the general impression of this center of the city's life was not one of strenuous business activity. It was a continuous interest in small things, a people ever willing to be amused at trifles, refusing to consider serious matters, good-natured, allowing themselves to be imposed upon, taking life easily, generous, companionable, enthusiastic, living as it were from day to day in a place where the luxuries of life were had without effort. In a city that offered to consideration the restlessness of a New York without its earnestness, the serenity of a Naples without its languor, the romance of a Seville without its picturesqueness. As Lyman turned from the window about to resume his work, the office boy appeared at the door.
"The man from the lithograph company, sir," announced the boy.
Well, what does he want?" demanded Lyman, adding, however, upon the instant, "Show him in." A young man entered, carrying a great bundle, which he deposited on a chair with a gasp of relief, exclaiming all out of breath,
"From the Standard Lithograph Company."
"What is it?"
"I don't know,"
replied the other.
"Maps, I guess."
"I don't want any maps. Who sent them? I guess you're mistaken." Lyman tore the cover from the top of the package, drawing out one of a great many huge sheets of white paper, folded 8 times. Suddenly he uttered an exclamation.
"Ah, I see. These are maps. But these should not have come here. They are to go to the regular office for distribution."
He wrote a new direction on the label of the package. "Take them to that address," he went on. "I'll keep this one here. The others go to that address. If you see Mr. Darrell, tell him that Mr. Derrick, you get the name, Mr. Derrick may not be able to get around this afternoon, but to go ahead with any business just the same." The young man departed with the package, and Lyman, spreading out the map upon the table, remained for some time studying it thoughtfully. It was a commissioner's official railway map of the state of California, completed to March 30th of that year. Upon it, the different railways of the state were accurately plotted in various colors, blue, green, yellow. However, the blue, the yellow, and the green were but brief traceries, very short, isolated, unimportant. At a little distance, these could hardly be seen. The whole map was gridironed with a vast, complicated network of red lines, marked P and SWRR.
These centralized at San Francisco, and thence ramified and spread north, east, and south to every quarter of the State. From Coles in the topmost corner of the map to Yuma in the lowest, from Reno on one side to San Francisco on the other, ran the plexus of red, a veritable system of blood circulation, complicated, dividing and reuniting, branching, splitting, extending, throwing out feelers, offshoots, tap roots, feeders, diminutive little bloodsuckers that shot out from the main jugular and went twisting up into some remote county, laying hold upon some forgotten village or town, involving it in one of a myriad branching coils, one of 100 tentacles, drawing it, as it were, toward that center from which all this system sprang. The map was white, and it seemed as if all color which should have gone to vivify the various counties, towns, and cities marked upon it had been absorbed by that huge, sprawling organism, with its ruddy arteries converging to a central point. It was as though the State had been sucked white and colorless, and against this pallid background the red arteries of the monster stood out, swollen with life blood, reaching out to infinity, gorged to bursting. An excrescence, a gigantic parasite fattening upon the life blood of an entire commonwealth. However, in an upper corner of the map appeared the names of the 3 new commissioners: Jones McNish for the first district, Lyman Derrick for the second, and James Darrell for the third. Nominated in the Democratic State Convention in the fall of the preceding year, Lyman, backed by the coteries of San Francisco bosses in the pay of his father's political committee of ranchers, had been elected together with Darrell, the candidate of the Pueblo and Mojave Road, and McNish, the avowed candidate of the Pacific and Southwestern. Darrell was rabidly against the P&SW, McNish rabidly for it. Lyman was supposed to be the conservative member of the board, the ranchers' candidate, it was true, and faithful to their interests, but a calm man, deliberative, swayed by no such violent emotions as his colleagues. Osterman's dexterity had at last succeeded in entangling Magnus inextricably in the new politics. The famous league, organized in the heat of passion the night of Annixter's barn dance, had been consolidated all through the winter months. Its executive committee, of which Magnus was chairman, had been, through Osterman's manipulation, merged into the old committee composed of Broderson, Annixter, and himself. Promptly thereat, he had resigned the chairmanship of this committee, thus leaving Magnus at its head. Precisely as Osterman had planned, Magnus was now one of them. The new committee accordingly had 2 objects in view: to resist the attempted grabbing of their lands by the railroad, and to push forward their own secret scheme of electing a board of railroad commissioners who should regulate wheat rates so as to favor the ranchers of the San Joaquin. The land cases were promptly taken to the courts, and the new grading, fixing the price of the lands at $20 and $30 an acre instead of $2, bitterly and stubbornly fought. But delays occurred. The process of the law was interminable, and in the intervals the committee addressed itself to the work of seating the Ranchers' Commission, as the projected Board of Commissioners came to be called. It was Harran who first suggested that his brother Lyman be put forward as the candidate for this district. At once the proposition had a great success. Lyman seemed made for the place. While allied by every tie of blood to the ranching interests, he had never been identified with them. He was city bred. The railroad would not be over suspicious of him. He was a good lawyer, a good businessman, keen, clear-headed, far-sighted, had already some practical knowledge of politics, having served a term as assistant district attorney, and even at the present moment occupying the position of sheriff's attorney. More than all, he was the son of Magnus Derrick. He could be relied upon, could be trusted implicitly to remain loyal to the ranchers' cause. The campaign for railroad commissioner had been very interesting. At the very outset, Magnus's committee found itself involved in corrupt politics. The primaries had to be captured at all costs and by any means, and when the convention assembled, it was found necessary to buy outright the votes of certain delegates. The campaign fund, raised by contributions from Magnus, Annixter, Broderson, and Osterman, was drawn up to the extent of $5,000. Only the committee knew of this corruption. The League, ignoring ways and means, supposed as a matter of course that the campaign was honorably conducted. For a whole week after the consummation of this part of the deal, Magnus had kept to his house, refusing to be seen, alleging that he was ill, which was not far from the truth. The shame of the business, the loathing of what he had done, were to him things unspeakable. He could no longer look Harran in the face. He began a course of deception with his wife. More than once he had resolved to break with the whole affair, resigning his position, allowing the others to proceed without him. But now it was too late. He was pledged. He had joined the League. He was its chief, and his defection might mean its disintegration at the very time when it needed all its strength to fight the land cases. More than a mere deal in bad politics was involved. There was the land grab. His withdrawal from an unholy cause would mean the weakening, perhaps the collapse of another cause, which he believed to be righteous as truth itself. He was hopelessly caught in the mesh. Wrong seemed indissolubly knitted into the texture of right. He was blinded, dizzied, overwhelmed, caught in the current of events, and hurried along he knew not where. He resigned himself. In the end, and after much ostentatious opposition on the part of the railroad heelers, Lyman was nominated and subsequently elected. When this consummation was reached, Magnus, Osterman, Broderson, and Annixter stared at each other. Their wildest hopes had not dared to fix themselves upon so easy a victory as this. It was not believable that the corporation would allow itself to be fooled so easily, would rush open-eyed into the trap. How had it happened? Osterman, however, threw his hat into the air with wild whoops of delight. Old Broderson permitted himself a feeble cheer. Even Magnus beamed satisfaction. The other members of the League, present at the time, shook hands all around and spoke of opening a few bottles on the strength of the occasion. Annixter alone was recalcitrant. "It's too easy," he declared. "No, I'm not satisfied. Where's Shelgrim in all this? Why don't he show his hand, damn his soul? The thing is yellow, I tell you. There's a big fish in these waters somewheres. I don't know his name and I don't know his game, but he's moving round off and on just out of sight. If you think you've netted him, I don't. That's all I've got to say." But he was jeered down as a croaker. There was the commission. He couldn't get around that, could he? There was Darrell and Lyman Derrick, both pledged to the ranches. Good Lord, he was never satisfied. He'd be obstinate till the very last gun was fired. Why, if he got drowned in a river, he'd float upstream just to be contrary. In the course of time, the new board was seated. For the first few months of its term, it was occupied in cleaning up the business left over by the old board and in the completion of the railway map. But now the decks were cleared. It was about to address itself to the consideration of a revision of the tariff for the carriage of grain between the San Joaquin Valley and Tidewater. Both Lyman and Darrell were pledged to an average 10% cut of the grain rates throughout the entire state. The typewriter returned with the letters for Lyman to sign, and he put away the map and took up his morning's routine of business, wondering the while what would become of his practice during the time he was involved in the business of the Ranchers' Railroad Commission. But toward noon, at the moment when Lyman was drawing off a glass of mineral water from the siphon that stood at his elbow, there was an interruption. Someone rapped vigorously upon the door, which was immediately after opened, and Magnus and Harran came in, followed by Presley. "Hello, hello," cried Lyman, jumping up, extending his hands. "Why, here's a surprise. I didn't expect you all till tonight. Come in and sit down. Have a glass of sizz-water, Governor." The others explained that they had come up from Bonneville the night before, as the executive committee of the League had received a dispatch from the lawyers it had retained to fight the railroad, that the judge of the court in San Francisco, where the test cases were being tried, might be expected to hand down his decision the next day. Very soon after the announcement of the new grading of the ranchers' lands, the corporation had offered, through S. Behrman, to lease the disputed lands to the ranchers at a nominal figure. The offer had been angrily rejected, and the railroad had put up the lands for sale at Ruggles' office in Bonneville. At the exorbitant price named, buyers promptly appeared. Dummy buyers, beyond shadow of a doubt, acting either for the railroad or for S. Behrman. Men hitherto unknown in the county, men without property, without money, adventurers, heelers. Prominent among them, and bidding for the railroad's holdings included on Annixter's ranch, was Delaney. The farce of deeding the corporation sections to these fictitious purchasers was solemnly gone through with at Ruggles' office, the railroad guaranteeing them possession. The League refused to allow the supposed buyers to come upon the land, and the railroad, faithful to its pledge in the matter of guaranteeing its dummies possession, at once began suits in ejectment in the district court in Visalia, the county seat. It was the preliminary skirmish, the reconnaissance in force, the combatants feeling each other's strength, willing to proceed with caution, postponing the actual death grip for a while till each had strengthened its position and organized its forces. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During the time the cases were on trial at Visalia, S. Behrman was much in evidence in and about the courts. The trial itself, after tedious preliminaries, was brief. The ranchers lost. The test cases were immediately carried up to the United States Circuit Court in San Francisco. At the moment, the decision of this court was pending. "Why, this is news!" exclaimed Lyman in response to the governor's announcement. "I did not expect them to be so prompt. I was in court only last week, and there seemed to be no end of business ahead. I suppose you are very anxious." Magnus nodded. He had seated himself in one of Lyman's deep chairs, his gray top hat with its wide brim on the floor beside him. His coat of black broadcloth that had been tightly packed in his valise was yet wrinkled and creased. His trousers were strapped under his high boots. As he spoke, he stroked the bridge of his hawk-like nose with his bent forefinger. Leaning back in his chair, he watched his two sons with secret delight. To his eye, both were perfect specimens of their class, intelligent, well-looking, resourceful. He was intensely proud of them. He was never happier, never more nearly jovial, never more erect, more military, more alert and buoyant than when in the company of his two sons. He honestly believed that no finer examples of young manhood existed throughout the entire nation. "I think we should win in this court," Harran observed, watching the bubbles break in his glass. "The investigation has been much more complete than in the Visalia trial. Our case this time is too good. It has made too much talk. The court would not dare render a decision for the railroad. Why, there's the agreement in black and white, and the circulars the railroad issued. How can one get around those?" Well, we shall know in a few hours now," remarked Magnus. "Oh," exclaimed Lyman, surprised. "It is for this morning, then? Why aren't you at the court?" "It seems undignified, boy," answered the governor. "We shall know soon enough." "Good God!" exclaimed Harran abruptly. "When I think of what is involved. Why, Lyman, it's our home, the ranch house itself, nearly all Los Muertos, practically our whole fortune. And just now, when there is promise of an enormous crop of wheat. And it is not only us. There are over 500,000 acres of the San Joaquin involved. In some cases of the smaller ranches, it is the confiscation of the whole of the rancher's land. If this thing goes through, it will absolutely beggar nearly 100 men. Broderson wouldn't have 1,000 acres to his name. Why, it's monstrous." "But the corporations offered to lease these lands," remarked Lyman. "Are any of the ranchers taking up that offer, or are any of them buying outright?" "Buying? At the new figure?" exclaimed Harran. "At 20 and 30 an acre? Why, there's not 1 in 10 that can. They are land poor. And as for leasing land they virtually own. No, There's precious few are doing that, thank God. That would be acknowledging the railroad's ownership right away, forfeiting their rights for good. None of the Leaguers are doing it, I know. That would be the rankest treachery." He paused for a moment, drinking the rest of the mineral water, then, interrupting Lyman, who was about to speak to Presley, drawing him into the conversation through politeness, said, "Matters are just romping right along to a crisis these days. It's a make or break for the wheat growers of the state now, no mistake. Here are the land cases and the new grain tariff drawing to a head at about the same time. If we win our land cases, there's your freight rates to be applied, and then all is beer and skittles. Won't the San Joaquin go wild if we pull it off? And I believe we will." "How we wheat growers are exploited and trapped and deceived at every turn," observed Magnus sadly. "The courts, the capitalists, the railroads, each of them in turn hoodwinks us into some new and wonderful scheme, only to betray us in the end. Well," he added, turning to Lyman, "one thing at least we can depend on. We will cut their grain rates for them, Lyman?" Lyman crossed his legs and settled himself in his office chair. "I have wanted to have a talk with you about that, sir," he said. "Yes, we will cut the rates, and average 10% cut throughout the state, as we are pledged. But I am going to warn you, Governor, and you, Harran. Don't expect too much at first. The man who, even after 20 years' training in the operation of railroads, can draw an equitable, smoothly working schedule of freight rates between shipping point and common point is capable of governing the United States. What with main lines and leased lines and points of transfer and the laws governing common carriers and the rulings of the Interstate Commerce Commission, the whole matter has become so confused that Vanderbilt himself couldn't straighten it out. And how can it be expected that railroad commissioners who are chosen, well, let's be frank, as ours was, for instance, from out of a number of men who don't know the difference between a switching charge and a differential rate, are going to regulate the whole business in 6 months' time? Cut rates, yes, any fool can do that. Any fool can write $1 instead of 2. But if you cut too low, by a fraction of 1%, and if the railroad can get out an injunction, tie you up, and show that your new rate prevents the road being operated at a profit, how are you any better off?" "Your consciousness does you credit, Lyman," said the Governor. "I respect you for it, my son. I know you will be fair to the railroad. That is all we want. Fairness to the corporation is fairness to the farmer, and we won't expect you to readjust the whole matter out of hand. Take your time. We can afford to wait." "And suppose the next commission is a railroad board and reverses all our figures?" The one-time mining king, the most redoubtable poker player in Calaveras County, permitted himself a momentary twinkle of his eyes. "By then it will be too late. We will, all of us, have made our fortunes by then." The remark left Presley astonished out of all measure. He could never accustom himself to these strange lapses in the Governor's character. Magnus was by nature a public man, judicious, deliberate, standing firm for principle, yet upon rare occasion, by some such remark as this, he would betray the presence of a subnature of recklessness, inconsistent, all at variance with his creeds and tenets. At the very bottom, when all was said and done, Magnus remained the 49er. Deep down in his heart, the spirit of the adventurer yet persisted. "We will all of us have made our fortunes by then." That was it precisely. After us the deluge. For all his public spirit, for all his championship of justice and truth, his respect for law, Magnus remained the gambler, willing to play for colossal stakes, to hazard a fortune on the chance of winning $1 million. It was the true California spirit that found expression through him, the spirit of the West, unwilling to occupy itself with details, refusing to wait, to be patient, to achieve by legitimate plodding. The miner's instinct of wealth acquired in a single night prevailed in spite of all. It was in this frame of mind that Magnus and the multitude of other ranchers of whom he was a type farmed their ranches. They had no love for their land. They were not attached to the soil. They worked their ranches as a quarter of a century before they had worked their mines. To husband the resources of their marvelous San Joaquin they considered niggardly, petty, Hebraic. To get all there was out of the land, to squeeze it dry, to exhaust it, seemed their policy. When at last the land worn out would refuse to yield, they would invest their money in something else. By then they would all have made fortunes. They did not care. After us, the deluge. Lyman, however, was obviously uneasy, willing to change the subject. He rose to his feet, pulling down his cuffs. "By the way," he observed, "I want you three to lunch with me today at my club. It is close by. You can wait there for news of the court's decision as well as anywhere else, and I should like to show you the place. I have just joined." At the club, when the four men were seated at a small table in the round window of the main room, Lyman's popularity with all classes was very apparent. Hardly a man entered that did not call out a salutation to him, some even coming over to shake his hand. He seemed to be every man's friend, and to all he seemed equally genial. His affability, even to those whom he disliked, was unfailing. "See that fellow yonder?" he said to Magnus, indicating a certain middle-aged man, flamboyantly dressed, who wore his hair long, who was afflicted with sore eyes, and the collar of whose velvet coat was sprinkled with dandruff. "That's Hartrath, the artist. A man absolutely devoid of even the commonest decency. How he got in here is a mystery to me." Yet when this Hartrath came across to say "How do you do" to Lyman, Lyman was as eager in his cordiality as his warmest friend could have expected. "Why the devil are you so chummy with him, then?" observed Harran when Hartrath had gone away. Lyman's explanation was vague. The truth of the matter was that Magnus's oldest son was consumed by inordinate ambition. Political preferment was his dream, and to the realization of this dream popularity was an essential. Every man who could vote, blackguard or gentleman, was to be conciliated if possible. He made it his study to become known throughout the entire community, to put influential men under obligations to himself. He never forgot a name or a face. With everybody he was the hail fellow well met. His ambition was not trivial. In his disregard for small things he resembled his father. Municipal office had no attraction for him. His goal was higher. He had planned his life 20 years ahead, already sheriff's attorney, assistant district attorney, and railroad commissioner. He could, if he desired, attain the office of district attorney itself. Just now it was a question with him whether or not it would be politic to fill this office. Would it advance or sidetrack him in the career he had outlined for himself? Lyman wanted to be something better than district attorney, better than mayor, than state senator, or even than member of the United States Congress. He wanted to be, in fact, what his father was, only in name, to succeed where Magnus had failed. He wanted to be governor of the state. He had put his teeth together, and deaf to all other considerations, blind to all other issues, he worked with the infinite slowness, the unshakable tenacity of the coral insect to this one end. After luncheon was over, Lyman ordered cigars and liqueurs, and with the three others returned to the main room of the club. However, their former place in the round window was occupied. A middle-aged man with iron gray hair and mustache, who wore a frock coat and a white waistcoat, and in some indefinable manner suggested a retired naval officer, was sitting at their table, smoking a long, thin cigar. At sight of him, Presley became animated. He uttered a mild exclamation. "Why, isn't that Mr. Cedarquist?" "Cedarquist?" repeated Lyman Derrick. "I know him well. Yes, of course it is," he continued. "Governor, you must know him. He is one of our representative men. You would enjoy talking to him. He was the head of the big Atlas Iron Works. They have shut down recently, you know. Not failed exactly, but just ceasing to be a paying investment, and Cedarquist closed them out. He has other interests, though. He's a rich man, a capitalist." Lyman brought the group up to the gentleman in question and introduced them.
"Mr. Magnus Derrick, of course," observed Cedarquist as he took the Governor's hand. "I've known you by repute for some time, sir. This is a great pleasure, I assure you."
Then turning to Presley, he added,
"Hello, Pres, my boy. How is the very great poem getting on?"
"It's not getting on at all, sir," answered Presley in some embarrassment as they all sat down. "In fact, I've about given up the idea. There's so much interest in what you might call living issues down at Los Muertos now that I'm getting further and further from it every day."
"I should say as much," remarked the manufacturer, turning toward Magnus. "I'm watching your fight with Shelgrim, Mr. Derrick, with every degree of interest."
He raised his drink of whiskey and soda.
"Here's success to you."
As he replaced his glass, the artist Hartrath joined the group uninvited. As a pretext, he engaged Lyman in conversation. Lyman, he believed, was a man with pull at the City Hall. In connection with a projected $1,000,000 fair and flower festival, which at that moment was the talk of the city, certain statues were to be erected, and Hartrath bespoke Lyman's influence to further the pretensions of a sculptor friend of his who wished to be art director of the affair. In the matter of this fair and flower festival, Hartrath was not lacking in enthusiasm. He addressed the others with extravagant gestures, blinking his inflamed eyelids.
$1,000,000! He exclaimed. Hey, think of that. Why, do you know that we have 500,000 practically pledged already? Talk about public spirit, gentlemen. This is the most public spirited city on the continent, and the money is not thrown away. We will have Eastern visitors here by the thousands, capitalists, men with money to invest. The $1,000,000 we spend on our fair will be money in our pockets. You should see how the women of this city are taking hold of the matter. They're giving all kinds of little entertainments, teas, old-time singing schools, amateur theatricals, gingerbread fetes, all for the benefit of the fund. And the businessmen, too, pouring out their money like water. It is splendid to see a community so patriotic."
The manufacturer, Cedarquist, fixed the artist with a glance of melancholy interest.
"And how much," he remarked, "will they contribute, your gingerbread women and public spirited capitalists, toward the blowing up of the ruins of the Atlas Iron Works?"
"Blowing up? I don't understand," murmured the artist, surprised.
"When you get your Eastern capitalists out here with your $1,000,000 fair," continued Cedarquist, "you don't propose, do you, to let them see a $1,000,000 iron foundry standing idle because of the indifference of San Francisco businessmen? They might ask pertinent questions, your capitalists, and we should have to answer that our businessmen prefer to invest their money in corner lots and government bonds rather than to back up a legitimate industrial enterprise. We don't want fairs, we want active furnaces. We don't want public statues and fountains and park extensions and gingerbread fetes. We want business enterprise. Isn't it like us? Isn't it like us?" he exclaimed sadly. "What a melancholy comment. San Francisco. It is not a city, it is a midway plaisance. California likes to be fooled. Do you suppose Shelgrim could convert the whole San Joaquin Valley into his backyard otherwise? Indifference to public affairs, absolutely indifference. It stamps us all. Our state is the very paradise of fakirs, you and your $1,000,000 fair."
He turned to Hartrath with a quiet smile.
"It is just such men as you, Mr. Hartrath, that are the ruin of us. You organize a sham of tinsel and pasteboard, put on foolscap and bells, beat a gong at a street corner, and the crowd cheers you and drops nickels into your hat. Your gingerbread fete. Yes, I saw it in full blast the other night on the grounds of one of your women's places on Sutter Street. I was on my way home from the last board meeting of the Atlas Company. A gingerbread fete, my God! and the Atlas plant shutting down for want of financial backing. $1 million spent to attract the Eastern investor in order to show him an abandoned rolling mill wherein the only activity is the sale of remnant material and scrap metal.
Lyman, however, interfered. The situation was becoming strained. He tried to conciliate the three men, the artist, the manufacturer, and the farmer, the warring elements. But Hartrath, unwilling to face the enmity that he felt accumulating against him, took himself away. A picture of his, a study of the Contra Costa foothills, was to be raffled in the club rooms for the benefit of the fair. He himself was in charge of the matter. He disappeared. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cedarquist looked after him with contemplative interest. Then, turning to Magnus, excused himself for the acridity of his words.
"He's no worse than many others, and the people of this state and city are, after all, a little more addle-headed than other Americans."
It was his favorite topic. Sure of the interest of his hearers, he unburdened himself.
"If I were to name the one crying evil of American life, Mr. Derrick," he continued, "it would be the indifference of the better people to public affairs. It is so in all our great centers. There are other great trusts, God knows, in the United States besides our own dear P&S.W. Railroad. Every state has its own grievance. If it is not a railroad trust, it is a sugar trust or an oil trust or an industrial trust that exploits the people because the people allow it. The indifference of the people is the opportunity of the despot. It is as true as that the whole is greater than the part, and the maxim is so old that it is trite, it is laughable. It is neglected and disused for the sake of some new ingenious and complicated theory, some wonderful scheme of reorganization. But the fact remains, nevertheless, simple, fundamental, everlasting. The people have but to say no, and not the strongest tyranny, political, religious, or financial, that was ever organized could survive 1 week.
The others, absorbed, attentive, approved, nodding their heads in silence as the manufacturer finished.
"There's one reason, Mr. Derrick," the other resumed after a moment, "why I have been so glad to meet you. You and your league are trying to say no to the trust. I hope you will succeed. If your example will rally the people to your cause, you will. Otherwise—"
He shook his head. "One stage of the fight is to be passed this very day," observed Magnus. "My sons and myself are expecting hourly news from the City Hall. A decision in our case is pending."
"We are both of us fighters, it seems, Mr. Derrick," said Cedarquist, "each with his particular enemy. We are well met, indeed, the farmer and the manufacturer, both in the same grist between the two millstones of the lethargy of the public and the aggression of the trust, the two great evils of modern America. Pres, my boy, there is your epic poem ready to hand."
But Cedarquist was full of another idea. Rarely did so favorable an opportunity present itself for explaining his theories, his ambitions. Addressing himself to Magnus, he continued.
"Fortunately for myself, the Atlas Company was not my only investment. I have other interests. The building of ships, steel sailing ships, has been an ambition of mine. For this purpose, Mr. Derrick, to carry American wheat. For years I have studied this question of American wheat, and at last I have arrived at a theory. Let me explain. At present, all our California wheat goes to Liverpool, and from that port is distributed over the world. But a change is coming, I am sure of it. You young men," he turned to Presley, Lyman, and Harran, "will live to see it. Our century is about done.
The great word of this 19th century has been production. The great word of the 20th century will be, listen to me, you youngsters, markets. As a market for our production, or let me take a concrete example, as a market for our wheat, Europe is played out. Population in Europe is not increasing fast enough to keep up with the rapidity of our production. In some cases, as in France, the population is stationary. We, however, have gone on producing wheat at a tremendous rate. The result is overproduction. We supply more than Europe can eat, and down go the prices. The remedy is not in the curtailing of our wheat areas, but in this: we must have new markets, greater markets. For years we have been sending our wheat from east to west, from California to Europe. But the time will come when we must send it from west to east. We must march with the course of empire, not against it. I mean, we must look to China. Rice in China is losing its nutritive quality. The Asiatics, though, must be fed, if not on rice, then on wheat. Why, Mr. Derrick, if only one half the population of China ate a half ounce of flour per man per day, all the wheat areas in California could not feed them. Ah, if I could only hammer that into the brains of every rancher of the San Joaquin, yes, and of every owner of every bonanza farm in Dakota and Minnesota. Send your wheat to China. Handle it yourselves. Do away with the middleman. Break up the Chicago wheat pits and elevator rings and mixing houses. When, in feeding China, you have decreased the European shipments, the effect is instantaneous. Prices go up in Europe without having the least effect upon the prices in China. We hold the key. We have the wheat, infinitely more than we ourselves can eat. Asia and Europe must look to America to be fed. What fatuous neglect of opportunity to continue to deluge Europe with our surplus food when the East trembles upon the verge of starvation.
The two men, Cedarquist and Magnus, continued the conversation a little further. The manufacturer's idea was new to the governor. He was greatly interested. He withdrew from the conversation. Thoughtful, he leaned back in his place, stroking the bridge of his beak-like nose with a crooked forefinger. Cedarquist turned to Harran and began asking details as to the conditions of the wheat growers of the San Joaquin. Lyman still maintained an attitude of polite aloofness, yawning occasionally behind three fingers, and Presley was left to the company of his own thoughts. There had been a day when the affairs and grievances of the farmers of his acquaintance, Magnus, Annixter, Osterman, and old Broderson, had filled him only with disgust. His mind full of a great, vague, epic poem of the West, he had kept himself apart, disdainful of what he chose to consider their petty squabbles. But the scene in Annixter's harness room had thrilled and uplifted him. He was palpitating with excitement all through the succeeding months. He abandoned the idea of an epic poem. In 6 months he had not written a single verse. Day after day he trembled with excitement as the relations between the Trust and League became more and more strained. He saw the matter in its true light. It was typical. It was the world-old war between freedom and tyranny, and at times his hatred of the railroad shook him like a crisp and withered reed, while the languid indifference of the people of the state to the quarrel filled him with a blind exasperation. But, as he had once explained to Vanamee, he must find expression. He felt that he would suffocate otherwise. He had begun to keep a journal. As the inclination spurred him, he wrote down his thoughts and ideas in this, sometimes every day, sometimes only 3 or 4 times a month. Also, he flung aside his books of poems, Milton, Tennyson, Browning, even Homer, and addressed himself to Mill, Malthus, Young, Pushkin, Henry George, Schopenhauer. He attacked the subject of social inequality with unbounded enthusiasm. He devoured rather than read, and emerged from the affair, his mind a confused jumble of conflicting notions, sick with over effort, raging against injustice and oppression, and with not one sane suggestion as to remedy or redress. The butt of his cigarette scorched his fingers and roused him from his brooding. In the act of lighting another, he glanced across the room and was surprised to see two very prettily dressed young women in the company of an older gentleman in a long frock coat, standing before Hartrath's painting, examining it, their heads upon one side. Presley uttered a murmur of surprise. He himself was a member of the club, and the presence of women within its doors, except on special occasions, was not tolerated. He turned to Lyman Derrick for an explanation. But this other had also seen the women, and abruptly exclaimed: "I declare, I had forgotten about it. Why, this is Ladies' Day, of course." "Why, yes," interposed Cedarquist, glancing at the women over his shoulder. "Didn't you know? They let 'em in twice a year, you remember, and this is a double occasion. They're going to raffle Hartrath's picture for the benefit of the gingerbread fair. Why, you are not up to date, Lyman. This is a sacred and religious rite, an important public event." Yes, of course," murmured Lyman. He found means to survey Harran and Magnus. Certainly neither his father nor his brother were dressed for the function that impended. He had been stupid. Magnus invariably attracted attention, and now with his trousers strapped under his boots, his wrinkled frock coat, Lyman twisted his cuffs into sight with an impatient, nervous movement of his wrists, glancing a second time at his brother's pink face, forward curling yellow hair, and clothes of a country cut. But there was no help for it. He wondered what were the club regulations in the matter of bringing in visitors on Ladies' Day. "Sure enough, Ladies' Day," he remarked. "I am very glad you struck it, Governor. We can sit right where we are. I guess this is as good a place as any to see the crowd. It's a good chance to see all the big guns of the city. You expect your people here, Mr. Cedarquist?" "My wife may come, and my daughters," said the manufacturer. "Ah," murmured Presley, "so much the better. I was going to give myself the pleasure of calling upon your daughters, Mr. Cedarquist, this afternoon." "You can save your car fare, Press," said Cedarquist. "You will see them here." No doubt the invitations for the occasion had appointed 1 o'clock as the time, for between that hour and 2 the guests arrived in an almost unbroken stream. From their point of vantage in the round window of the main room, Magnus, his two sons, and Presley looked on very interested. Cedarquist had excused himself, affirming that he must look out for his womenfolk. Of every 10 of the arrivals, 7 at least were ladies. They entered the room, this unfamiliar masculine haunt, where their husbands, brothers, and sons spent so much of their time, with a certain show of hesitancy and little nervous oblique glances, moving their heads from side to side like a file of hens venturing into a strange barn. They came in groups, ushered by a single member of the club, doing the honors with effusive bows and polite gestures, indicating the various objects of interest, pictures, busts, and the like, that decorated the room. Fresh from his recollections of Bonneville, Guadalajara, and the dance in Annixter's barn, Presley was astonished at the beauty of these women and the elegance of their toilettes. The crowd thickened rapidly. A murmur of conversation arose, subdued, gracious, mingled with the soft rustle of silk, grenadines, velvet. The scent of delicate perfumes spread in the air. Violet de Parma, Port d'Espagne, colors of the most harmonious blends appeared and disappeared at intervals in the slowly moving press. Touches of lavender tinted velvets, pale violet crepes, and cream-colored appliqued laces. There seemed to be no need of introductions. Everybody appeared to be acquainted. There was no awkwardness, no constraint. The assembly disengaged an impression of refined pleasure. On every hand, innumerable dialogues seemed to go forward easily and naturally, without break or interruption, witty, engaging, the couple never at a loss for repartee. A third party was gracefully included, then a fourth, Little groups were formed, groups that divided themselves, or melted into other groups, or disintegrated again into isolated pairs, or lost themselves in the background of the mass, all without friction, without embarrassment, the whole affair going forward of itself, decorous, tactful, well bred. At a distance and not too loud, a stringed orchestra set up a pleasing hum. Waiters with brass buttons on their full dress coats went from group to group, silent, unobtrusive, serving salads and ices. But the focus of the assembly was the little space before Hartrath's painting. It was called A Study of the Contra Costa Foothills, and was set in a frame of natural redwood, the bark still adhering. It was conspicuously displayed on an easel at the right of the entrance to the main room of the club, and was very large. In the foreground and to the left, under the shade of a live oak, stood a couple of reddish cows, knee-deep in a patch of yellow poppies, while in the right-hand corner, to balance the composition, was placed a girl in a pink dress and white sunbonnet, in which the shadows were indicated by broad dashes of pale blue paint. The ladies and young girls examined the production with little murmurs of admiration, hazarding remembered phrases, searching for the exact balance between generous praise and critical discrimination, expressing their opinions in the mild technicalities of the art books and painting classes. They spoke of atmospheric effects, of middle distance, of chiaro oscuro, of foreshortening, of the decomposition of light, of the subordination of individuality to fidelity of interpretation. One tall girl, with hair almost white in its blondness, having observed that the handling of the masses reminded her strongly of Corot, her companion, who carried a gold lorgnette by a chain around her neck, answered, Millet, perhaps, but not Corot. The verdict had an immediate success. It was passed from group to group. It seemed to imply a delicate distinction that carried conviction at once. It was decided formally that the reddish-brown cows in the picture were reminiscent of Daubigny, and that the handling of the masses was altogether Millet, but that the general effect was not quite Corot. Presley, curious to see the painting that was the subject of so much discussion, had left the group in the round window and stood close to Hartrath, craning his head over the shoulders of the crowd, trying to catch a glimpse of the reddish cows, the milkmaid, and the blue-painted foothills. He was suddenly aware of Cedarquist's voice in his ear, and turning about, found himself face to face with the manufacturer, his wife, and his two daughters. There was a meeting. Salutations were exchanged. Presley, shaking hands all around, expressed his delight at seeing his old friends once more, for he had known the family from his boyhood, Mrs. Cedarquist being his aunt. Mrs. Cedarquist and her two daughters declared that the air of Los Muertos must certainly have done him a world of good. He was stouter, there could be no doubt about it, a little pale, perhaps. He was fatiguing himself with his writing, no doubt. He must take care. Health was everything, after all. Had he been writing any more verse? Every month they scanned the magazines looking for his name. Mrs. Cedarquist was a fashionable woman, the president or chairman of a score of clubs. She was forever running after fads, appearing continually in the society wherein she moved with new and astounding proteges, fakirs whom she unearthed no one knew where, discovering them long in advance of her companions. Now it was a Russian countess, with dirty fingernails, who traveled throughout America and borrowed money. Now an aesthete who possessed a wonderful collection of topaz gems, who submitted decorative schemes for the interior arrangement of houses, and who received in Mrs. Cedarquist's drawing room dressed in a white velvet cassock. Now a widow of some Mohammedan of Bengal or Rajputana, who had a blue spot in the middle of her forehead, and who solicited contributions for her sisters in affliction. Now a certain bearded poet, recently back from the Klondike. Now a decayed musician who had been ejected from a young ladies' musical conservatory of Europe because of certain surprising pamphlets on free love, and who had come to San Francisco to introduce the community to the music of Brahms. Now a Japanese youth who wore spectacles and a gray flannel shirt, and who at intervals delivered himself of the most astonishing poems, vague, unrhymed, unmetrical, lucubrations incoherent, bizarre. Now a Christian Scientist, a lean, gray woman whose creed was neither Christian nor scientific. Now a university professor with the bristling beard of an anarchist chief of section and a roaring, guttural voice whose intenseness left him gasping and apoplectic. Now a civilized Cherokee with a mission. Now a female elocutionist whose forte was Byron's Songs of Greece. Now a high caste Chinaman, now a miniature painter, now a tenor, a pianiste, a mandolin player, a missionary, a drawing master, a virtuoso, a collector, an Armenian, a botanist with a new flower, a critic with a new theory, a doctor with a new treatment. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And all these people had a veritable mania for declamation and fancy dress. The Russian countess gave talks on the prisons of Siberia, wearing the headdress and pinchbeck ornaments of a Slav bride. The aesthete, in his white cassock, gave readings on obscure questions of art and ethics. The widow of India, in the costume of her caste, described the social life of her people at home. The bearded poet, perspiring in furs and boots of reindeer skin, declaimed verses of his own composition about the wild life of the Alaskan mining camps. The Japanese youth, in the silk robes of the samurai two-sworded nobles, read from his own works. The flat-bordered earth nailed down at night, rusting under the darkness. The brave, upright rains that come down like errands from iron-bodied yore time. The Christian Scientist, in funereal, impressive black, discussed the contra-will and panpsyche hylozoism. The university professor put on a full-dress suit and lisle thread gloves at 3 in the afternoon, and before literary clubs and circles bellowed extracts from Goethe and Schiller in the German, shaking his fists purple with vehemence. The Cherokee, arrayed in fringed buckskin and blue beads, rented from a costumer, intoned folk songs of his people in the vernacular. The elocutionist, in cheesecloth toga and tin bracelets, rendered "The Isles of Greece, where burning Sappho loved and sung." The Chinaman, in the robes of a mandarin, lectured on Confucius. The Armenian, in fez and baggy trousers, spoke of the unspeakable Turk. The mandolin player, dressed like a bullfighter, held musical conversaciones, interpreting the peasant songs of Andalusia. It was the fake, the eternal, irrepressible sham, glib, nimble, ubiquitous, tricked out in all the paraphernalia of imposture, an endless defile of charlatans that passed interminably before the gaze of the city, marshaled by lady presidents, exploited by clubs of women, by literary societies, reading circles, and culture organizations. The attention the fake received, the time devoted to it, the money which it absorbed, were incredible. It was all one that impostor after impostor was exposed. It was all one that the clubs, the circles, the societies were proved beyond doubt to have been swindled. The more the Philistine press of the city railed and guyed, the more the women rallied to the defense of their protege of the hour. That their favorite was persecuted was to them a veritable rapture. Promptly they invested the apostle of culture with the glamour of a martyr. The fakirs worked the community as shell game tricksters work a county fair, departing with bursting pocketbooks, passing on the word to the next in line, assured that the place was not worked out, knowing well that there was enough for all. More frequently, the public of the city, unable to think of more than one thing at a time, prostrated itself at the feet of a single apostle. But at other moments, such as the present, when a flower festival or a $1,000,000 fair aroused enthusiasm in all quarters, the occasion was one of gala for the entire fake. The decayed professors, virtuosi, litterateurs, and artists thronged to the place en masse. Their clamor filled all the air. On every hand one heard the scraping of violins, the tinkling of mandolins, the suave accents of art talks, the incoherencies of poets, the declamation of elocutionists, the inarticulate wanderings of the Japanese, the confused mutterings of the Cherokee, the guttural bellowing of the German university professor, all in the name of the $1,000,000 fair. Money to the extent of hundreds of thousands was set in motion. Mrs. Cedarquist was busy from morning until night. One after another she was introduced to newly arrived fakirs. To each poet, to each litterateur, to each professor, she addressed the same question.
How long have you known you had this power?
She spent her days in one quiver of excitement and jubilation. She was in the movement. The people of the city were awakening to a realization of the beautiful, to a sense of the higher needs of life. This was art. This was literature. This was culture and refinement. The Renaissance had appeared in the West. She was a short, rather stout, red-faced, very much overdressed little woman of some 50 years. She was rich in her own name even before her marriage, being a relative of Shelgrim himself and on familiar terms with the great financier and his family. Her husband, while deploring the policy of the railroad, saw no good reason for quarreling with Shelgrim, and on more than one occasion had dined at his house. On this occasion, delighted that she had come upon a minor poet, she insisted upon presenting him to Hartrath.
You two should have so much in common, she explained.
Presley shook the flaccid hand of the artist, murmuring conventionalities, while Mrs. Cedarquist hastened to say,
I am sure you know Mr. Presley's verse, Mr. Hartrath. You should, believe me. You two have so much in common. I can see so much that is alike in your modes of interpreting nature. In Mr. Presley's sonnet, The Better Part, there is the same note as in your picture, the same sincerity of tone, the same subtlety of touch, the same nuances. Ah!
Oh, my dear madam, murmured the artist, interrupting Presley's impatient retort. I am a mere bungler. You don't mean quite that, I am sure. I am too sensitive. It is my cross. Beauty. He closed his sore eyes with a little expression of pain. Beauty unmans me. But Mrs. Cedarquist was not listening. Her eyes were fixed on the artist's luxuriant hair, a thick and glossy mane, all that but covered his coat collar.
Leonine, she murmured. Leonine, like Samson of old.
However, abruptly bestirring herself, she exclaimed a second later,
But I must run away. I am selling tickets for you this afternoon, Mr. Hartrath. I am having such success. 25 already. Mr. Presley, you will take 2 chances, I am sure. And oh, by the way, I have such good news. You know, I am one of the lady members of the subscription committee for our fair, and you know, we approached Mr. Shelgrim for a donation to help along. Oh, such a liberal patron, a real Lorenzo de Medici. In the name of the Pacific and Southwestern, he has subscribed, think of it, $5,000. And yet they will talk of the meanness of the railroad.
Possibly it is to his interest, murmured Presley. The fairs and festivals bring people to the city over his railroad.
But the others turned on him, expostulating.
Oh, you Philistine, declared Mrs. Cedarquist. And this from you, Presley, to attribute such base motives.
If the poets become materialized, Mr. Presley, declared Hartrath, what can we say to the people?
And Shelgrim encourages your $1,000,000 fairs and fetes, said a voice at Presley's elbow.
Because it is throwing dust in the people's eyes."
The group turned about and saw Cedarquist, who had come up unobserved in time to catch the drift of the talk. But he spoke without bitterness. There was even a good-humored twinkle in his eyes.
"Yes," he continued, smiling, "our dear Shelgrim promotes your fairs not only, as press says, because it is money in his pocket, but because it amuses the people, distracts their attention from the doings of his railroad. When Beatrice was a baby and had little colics, I used to jingle my keys in front of her nose, and it took her attention from the pain in her tummy. So, Shelgrim."
The others laughed good-humoredly, protesting nevertheless, and Mrs. Cedarquist shook her finger in warning at the artist and exclaimed,
"The Philistines be upon thee, Samson."
By the way,"
observed Hartrath, willing to change the subject,
"I hear you are on the Famine Relief Committee. Does your work progress?"
"Oh, most famously, I assure you," she said. "Such a movement as we have started. Oh, those poor creatures. The photographs of them are simply dreadful. I had the committee to luncheon the other day and we passed them around. We are getting subscriptions from all over the state, and Mr. Cedarquist is to arrange for the ship."
The relief committee in question was one of a great number that had been formed in California, and all over the Union for the matter of that, to provide relief for the victims of a great famine in central India. The whole world had been struck with horror at the reports of suffering and mortality in the affected districts, and had hastened to send aid. Certain women of San Francisco, with Mrs. Cedarquist at their head, had organized a number of committees. But the manufacturer's wife turned the meetings of those committees into social affairs, luncheons, teas, where one discussed the ways and means of assisting the starving Asiatics over teacups and plates of salad. Shortly afterward, a mild commotion spread throughout the assemblage of the club's guests. The drawing of the numbers in the raffle was about to be made. Hartrath, in a flurry of agitation, excused himself. Cedarquist took Presley by the arm.
"Pres, let's get out of this," he said. "Come to the wine room and I will shake you for a glass of sherry."
They had some difficulty in extricating themselves. The main room where the drawing was to take place suddenly became densely thronged. All the guests pressed eagerly about the table near the picture, upon which one of the hall boys had just placed a ballot box containing the numbers. The ladies, holding their tickets in their hands, pushed forward. A staccato chatter of excited murmurs arose.
"What became of Harran and Lyman and the governor?" inquired Presley.
Lyman had disappeared, alleging a business engagement, but Magnus and his younger son had retired to the library of the club on the floor above. It was almost deserted. They were deep in earnest conversation.
"Harran," said the governor with decision, "there is a deal there in what Cedarquist says. Wheat to China, eh, boy?"
"It is certainly worth thinking of, sir."
"It appeals to me, boy. It appeals to me. It's big, and there's a fortune in it. Big chances mean big returns, and I know. Your old father isn't a back number yet, Harran. I may not have so wide an outlook as our friend Cedarquist, but I am quick to see my chance. Boy, the whole East is opening, disintegrating before the Anglo-Saxon. It is time that breadstuffs as well should make markets for themselves in the Orient. Just at this moment, too, when Lyman will scale down freight rates so we can haul to Tidewater at little cost."
Magnus paused again, his frown beetling, and in the silence of excited murmur from the main room of the club, the soprano chatter of a multitude of women found its way to the deserted library. "I believe it's worth looking into, Governor," asserted Harran. Magnus rose, and, his hands behind him, paced the floor of the library a couple of times, his imagination all stimulated and vivid. The great gambler perceived his chance, the kaleidoscopic shifting of circumstances that made a situation. It had come silently, unexpectedly. He had not seen its approach. Abruptly he woke one morning to see the combination realized. But also he saw a vision. A sudden and abrupt revolution in the wheat. A new world of markets discovered, the matter as important as the discovery of America. The torrent of wheat was to be diverted, flowing back upon itself in a sudden, colossal eddy, stranding the middleman, the entrepreneur, the elevator and mixing house men dry and despairing, their occupation gone. He saw the farmer suddenly emancipated, the world's food no longer at the mercy of the speculator. Thousands upon thousands of men set free of the grip of trust and ring and monopoly, acting for themselves, selling their own wheat, organizing into one gigantic trust, themselves, sending their agents to all the entry ports of China. Himself, Annixter, Broderson, and Osterman would pool their issues. He would convince them of the magnificence of the new movement. They would be its pioneers. Harran would be sent to Hong Kong to represent the four. They would charter, possibly buy, a ship, perhaps one of Cedarquist's, American built, the nation's flag at the peak, and the sailing of that ship, gorged with the crops from Broderson's and Osterman's ranches, from Quien Sabe and Los Muertos, would be like the sailing of the caravels from Palos. It would mark a new era. It would make an epoch. With this vision still expanding before the eye of his mind, Magnus, with Harran at his elbow, prepared to depart. They descended to the lower floor and involved themselves for a moment in the throng of fashionables that blocked the hallway and the entrance to the main room, where the numbers of the raffle were being drawn. Near the head of the stairs they encountered Presley and Cedarquist, who had just come out of the wine room. Magnus, still on fire with the new idea, pressed a few questions upon the manufacturer before bidding him good-bye. He wished to talk further upon the great subject, interested as to details, but Cedarquist was vague in his replies. He was no farmer, he hardly knew wheat when he saw it, only he knew the trend of the world's affairs. He felt them to be settling inevitably eastward. However, his very vagueness was a further inspiration to the governor. He swept details aside. He saw only the grand coup, the huge results, the East conquered, the march of empire rolling westward, finally arriving at its starting point, the vague, mysterious Orient. He saw his wheat, like the crest of an advancing billow, crossing the Pacific, bursting upon Asia, flooding the Orient in a golden torrent. It was the new era. He had lived to see the death of the old and the birth of the new. First the mine, now the ranch. First gold, now wheat. Once again he became the pioneer, hardy, brilliant, taking colossal chances, blazing the way, grasping a fortune, 1,000,000 in a single day. All the bigness of his nature leaped up again within him. At the magnitude of the inspiration he felt young again, indomitable, the leader at last, king of his fellows, wresting from fortune at this 11th hour before his old age the place of high command which so long had been denied him. At last he could achieve. Abruptly, Magnus was aware that someone had spoken his name. He looked about and saw behind him at a little distance two gentlemen, strangers to him. They had withdrawn from the crowd into a little recess. Evidently having no women to look after, they had lost interest in the afternoon's affair. Magnus realized that they had not seen him. One of them was reading aloud to his companion from an evening edition of that day's newspaper. It was in the course of this reading that Magnus caught the sound of his name. He paused, listening, and Presley, Harran, and Cedarquist followed his example. Soon they all understood. They were listening to the report of the judge's decision for which Magnus was waiting, the decision in the case of the League versus the Railroad. For the moment, the polite clamor of the raffle hushed itself. The winning number was being drawn. The guests held their breath, and in the ensuing silence, Magnus and the others heard these words distinctly. It follows that the title to the lands in question is in the plaintiff, the Pacific and Southwestern Railroad, and the defendants have no title and their possession is wrongful. There must be findings and judgment for the plaintiff, and it is so ordered. In spite of himself, Magnus paled. Harran shut his teeth with an oath. Their exultation of the previous moment collapsed like a pyramid of cards. The vision of the new movement of the wheat, the conquest of the East, the invasion of the Orient, seemed only the flimsiest mockery. With a brusque wrench, they were snatched back to reality. Between them and the vision, between the fecund San Joaquin reeking with fruitfulness and the millions of Asia crowded toward the verge of starvation, lay the iron-hearted monster of steel and steam, implacable, insatiable, huge, its entrails gorged with the life-blood that it sucked from an entire commonwealth, its ever-hungry maw glutted with the harvests that should have fed the famished bellies of the whole world of the Orient. But abruptly, while the four men stood there gazing into each other's faces, a vigorous hand-clapping broke out. The raffle of Hartrath's picture was over, and as Presley turned about he saw Mrs. Cedarquist and her two daughters signaling eagerly to the manufacturer, unable to reach him because of the intervening crowd. Then Mrs. Cedarquist raised her voice and cried, "I've won! I've won!" Unnoticed, and with but a brief word to Cedarquist, Magnus and Harran went down the marble steps leading to the street door, silent, Harran's arm tight about his father's shoulder. At once the orchestra struck into a lively air. A renewed murmur of conversation broke out, and Cedarquist, as he said good-bye to Presley, looked first at the retreating figures of the ranchers, then at the gaily dressed throng of beautiful women and debonair young men, and indicating the whole scene with a single gesture, said, smiling sadly as he spoke, "Not a city, Presley. Not a city, but a midway plaisance." End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Underneath the long trestle where Broderson Creek cut the line of the railroad and the upper road, the ground was low and covered with a second growth of gray-green willows. Along the borders of the creek were occasional marshy spots, and now and then Hilma Tree came here to gather watercresses, which she made into salads. The place was picturesque, secluded, an oasis of green shade in all the limitless flat monotony of the surrounding wheatlands. The creek had eroded deep into the little gully, and no matter how hot it was on the baking, shimmering levels of the ranches above, down here one always found oneself enveloped in an odorous, moist coolness. From time to time, the incessant murmur of the creek, pouring over and around the larger stones, was interrupted by the thunder of trains roaring out upon the trestle overhead, passing on with the furious gallop of their hundreds of iron wheels, leaving in the air a taint of hot oil, acrid smoke, and reek of escaping steam. On a certain afternoon in the spring of the year, Hilma was returning to Quien Sabe from Hooven's by the trail that led from Los Muertos to Annixter's ranch houses, under the trestle. She had spent the afternoon with Minna Hooven, who for the time being was kept indoors because of a wrenched ankle. As Hilma descended into the gravel flats and thickets of willows underneath the trestle, she decided that she would gather some cresses for her supper that night. She found a spot round the base of one of the supports of the trestle where the cresses grew thickest, and plucked a couple of handfuls, washing them in the creek and pinning them up in her handkerchief. It made a little round, cold bundle, and Hilma, warm from her walk, found a delicious enjoyment in pressing the damp ball of it to her cheeks and neck. For all the change that Annixter had noted in her upon the occasion of the barn dance, Hilma remained in many things a young child. She was never at a loss for enjoyment, and could always amuse herself when left alone. Just now she chose to drink from the creek, lying prone on the ground, her face half buried in the water, and this not because she was thirsty, but because it was a new way to drink. She imagined herself a belated traveler, a poor girl, an outcast, quenching her thirst at the wayside brook, her little packet of cresses doing duty for a bundle of clothes. Night was coming on. Perhaps it would storm. She had nowhere to go. She would apply at a hut for shelter. Abruptly, the temptation to dabble her feet in the creek presented itself to her. Always she had liked to play in the water. What a delight now to take off her shoes and stockings and wade out into the shallows near the bank. She had worn low shoes that afternoon, and the dust of the trail had filtered in above the edges. At times she felt the grit and gray sand on the soles of her feet, and the sensation had set her teeth on edge. What a delicious alternative the cold, clean water suggested, and how easy it would be to do as she pleased just then, if only she were a little girl. In the end, it was stupid to be grown up. Sitting upon the bank, one finger tucked into the heel of her shoe, Hilma hesitated. Suppose a train should come. She fancied she could see the engineer leaning from the cab with a great grin on his face, or the brakeman shouting jibes at her from the platform. Abruptly she blushed scarlet. The blood throbbed in her temples. Her heart beat. Since the famous evening of the barn dance, Annixter had spoken to her but twice. Hilma no longer looked after the ranch house these days. The thought of setting foot within Annixter's dining room and bedroom terrified her, and in the end her mother had taken over that part of her work. Of the two meetings with the master of Quien Sabe, one had been a mere exchange of good mornings, as the two happened to meet over by the artesian well. The other, more complicated, had occurred in the dairy house again, Annixter pretending to look over the new cheese press, asking about details of her work. When this had happened on that previous occasion, ending with Annixter's attempt to kiss her, Hilma had been talkative enough, chattering on from one subject to another, never at a loss for a theme. But this last time was a veritable ordeal. No sooner had Annixter appeared than her heart leaped and quivered like that of the hound-harried doe. Her speech failed her. Throughout the whole brief interview she had been miserably tongue-tied, stammering monosyllables, confused, horribly awkward. And when Annixter had gone away, she had fled to her little room, and bolting the door, had flung herself face downward on the bed and wept as though her heart were breaking. She did not know why. That Annixter had been overwhelmed with business all through the winter was an inexpressible relief to Hilma. His affairs took him away from the ranch continually. He was absent sometimes for weeks, making trips to San Francisco or to Sacramento or to Bonneville. Perhaps he was forgetting her, overlooking her, and while at first she told herself that she asked nothing better, the idea of it began to occupy her mind. She began to wonder if it was really so. She knew his trouble. Everybody did. The news of the sudden forward movement of the railroad's forces inaugurating the campaign had flared white hot and blazing all over the countryside. To Hilma's notion, Annixter's attitude was heroic beyond all expression. His courage in facing the railroad, as he had faced Delaney in the barn, seemed to her the pitch of sublimity. She refused to see any auxiliaries aiding him in his fight. To her imagination, the great league which all the ranchers were joining was a mere form. Single-handed, Annixter fronted the monster. But for him, the corporation would gobble Quien Sabe as a whale would a minnow. He was a hero who stood between them all and destruction. He was a protector of her family. He was her champion. She began to mention him in her prayers every night, adding a further petition to the effect that he would become a good man, and that he would not swear so much, and that he should never meet Delaney again. However, as Hilma still debated the idea of bathing her feet in the creek, a train did actually thunder past overhead, the regular evening overland, the through express that never stopped between Bakersfield and Fresno. It stormed by with a deafening clamor and a whirl of smoke in a long succession of way coaches and chocolate-colored Pullmans, grimy with the dust of the great deserts of the Southwest. The quivering of the trestle supports set a tremble in the ground underfoot. The thunder of wheels drowned all sound of the flowing of the creek, and also the noise of the buckskin mare's hoofs descending from the trail upon the gravel about the creek, so that Hilma, turning about after the passage of the train, saw Annixter close at hand with the abruptness of a vision. He was looking at her, smiling as he rarely did, The firm line of his outthrust lower lip relaxed good-humoredly. He had taken off his campaign hat to her, and though his stiff yellow hair was twisted into a bristling mop, the little persistent tuft on the crown, usually defiantly erect as an Apache's scalp lock, was nowhere in sight. "Hello, it's you, is it, Miss Hilma?" he exclaimed, getting down from the buckskin and allowing her to drink. Hilma nodded, scrambling to her feet, dusting her skirt with nervous pats of both hands. Annixter sat down on a great rock close by, and the loop of the bridle over his arm lit a cigar and began to talk. He complained of the heat of the day, the bad condition of the lower road, over which he had come on his way from a committee meeting of the League at Los Muertos, of the slowness of the work on the irrigating ditch, and, as a matter of course, of the general hard times. "Miss Hilma," he said abruptly, "never you marry a ranchman. He's never out of trouble." Hilma gasped, her eyes widening till the full round of the pupil was disclosed. Instantly a certain inexplicable guiltiness overpowered her with incredible confusion. Her hands trembled as she pressed the bundle of cresses into a hard ball between her palms. Annixter continued to talk. He was disturbed and excited himself at this unexpected meeting. Never through all the past winter months of strenuous activity, the fever of political campaigns, the harrowing delays and ultimate defeat in one law court after another, had he forgotten the look in Hilma's face as he stood with one arm around her on the floor of his barn, in peril of his life from the buster's revolver. That dumb confession of Hilma's wide open eyes had been enough for him. Yet, somehow, he never had had a chance to act upon it. During the short period when he could be on his ranch, Hilma had always managed to avoid him. Once even she had spent a month, about Christmas time, with her mother's father, who kept a hotel in San Francisco. Now, today, however, he had her all to himself. He would put an end to the situation that troubled him and vexed him, day after day, month after month. Beyond question, the moment had come for something definite. He could not say precisely what. Readjusting his cigar between his teeth, he resumed his speech. It suited his humor to take the girl into his confidence, following an instinct which warned him that this would bring about a certain closeness of their relations, a certain intimacy. "What do you think of this row, anyways, Miss Hilma, this railroad fuss in general? Think Shelgrim and his rushers are going to jump Quien Sabe, are going to run us off the ranch?"
"Oh, no, sir," protested Hilma, still breathless. "Oh, no, it did not."
"Well, what then?"
Hilma made a little uncertain movement of ignorance.
"I don't know what."
"Well, the League agreed today that if the test cases were lost in the Supreme Court, you know we've appealed to the Supreme Court at Washington, we'd fight."
"Fight?"
"Yes, fight."
"A fight like you and Mr. Delaney that time with, oh dear, with guns?"
"I don't know," grumbled Annixter vaguely. "What do you think?"
Hilma's low-pitched, almost husky voice trembled a little as she replied,
"Fighting with guns? Oh, that's so terrible. Oh, those revolvers in the barn. I can hear them yet. Every shot seemed like the explosion of tons of powder."
"Shall we clear out then? Shall we let Delaney have possession and S. Behrman and all that lot? Shall we give in to them?"
"Never, never!"
she exclaimed, her great eyes flashing.
"You wouldn't like to be turned out of your home, would you, Miss Hilma? Because Quien Sabe is your home, isn't it? You've lived here ever since you were as big as a minute. You wouldn't like to have S. Behrman and the rest of them turn you out?"
No," she murmured. "No, I shouldn't like that. There's Mama and—"
"Well, do you think for 1 second I'm going to let 'em?" cried Annixter, his teeth tightening on his cigar. "You stay right where you are. I'll take care of you right enough. Look here," he demanded abruptly. "You've no use for that roaring lush Delaney, have you?"
"I think he is a wicked man," she declared.
I know the railroad has pretended to sell him part of the ranch, and he lets Mr. S. Behrman and Mr. Ruggles just use him."
"Right. I thought you wouldn't be keen on him." There was a long pause. The buckskin began blowing among the pebbles, nosing for grass, and Annixter shifted his cigar to the other corner of his mouth. "Pretty place," he murmured, looking around him. And then he added, "Miss Hilma, see here. I want to have a kind of talk with you, if you don't mind. I don't know just how to say these sort of things, and if I get all balled up as I go along, you just set it down to the fact that I've never had any experience in dealing with female girls, understand? You see, ever since the barn dance, yes, long before then, I've been thinking a lot about you. Straight, I have, and I guess you know it. You're about the only girl that I ever knew well, and I guess," he declared deliberately, "you're about the only one I want to know. It's my nature. You didn't say anything that time when we stood there together and Delaney was playing the fool, but somehow I got the idea that you didn't want Delaney to do for me one little bit. That if he'd got me, then you would have been sorrier than if he'd got anyone else. Well, I felt just that way about you. I would rather have had him shoot any other girl in the room than you. Yes, or in the whole state. Why, if anything should happen to you, Miss Hilma, well, I wouldn't care to go on with anything. S. Behrman could jump Quien Sabe and welcome, and Delaney could shoot me full of holes whenever he got good and ready. I'd quit. I'd lay right down. I wouldn't care a hoop about anything any more. You are the only girl for me in the whole world. Well, I didn't think so at first. I didn't want to. But seeing you around every day and seeing how pretty you were and how clever and hearing your voice and all, why, it just got all inside of me somehow, and now I can't think of anything else. I hate to go to San Francisco or Sacramento or Visalia or even Bonneville for only a day, just because you aren't there in any of those places, and I just rush what I've got to do so I can get back here. While you were away that Christmas time, why, I was as lonesome as, oh, you don't know anything about it. I just scratched off the days on the calendar every night, one by one, till you got back. And it just comes to this. I want you with me all the time. I want you should have a home that's my home, too. I want to take care of you and have you all for myself, you understand? What do you say?" Hilma, standing up before him, retied a knot in her handkerchief bundle with elaborate precaution, blinking at it through her tears. "What do you say, Miss Hilma?" Annixter repeated. How about that? What do you say?" Just above a whisper, Hilma murmured,
I don't know."
"Don't know what? Don't you think we could hit it off together?"
"I don't know."
"Well, I know we could, Hilma. I don't mean to scare you. What are you crying for?"
"I don't know."
Annixter got up, cast away his cigar, and, dropping the buckskin's bridle, came and stood beside her, putting a hand on her shoulder. Hilma did not move, and he felt her trembling. She still plucked at the knot of the handkerchief. "I can't do without you, little girl," Annixter continued, "and I want you. I want you bad. I don't get much fun out of life ever. It sure isn't my nature, I guess. I'm a hard man. Everybody's trying to down me, and now I'm up against the railroad. I'm fighting 'em all, Hilma, night and day, lock, stock, and barrel, and I'm fighting now for my home, my land, everything I have in the world. If I win out, I want somebody to be glad with me. If I don't, I want somebody to be sorry for me, sorry with me. And that somebody is you. I am dog tired of going it alone. I want someone to back me up. I want to feel you alongside of me, to give me a touch of the shoulder now and then.
I'm tired of fighting for things, land, property, money. I want to fight for some person, somebody beside myself. Understand? I want to feel that it isn't all selfishness, that there are other interests than mine in the game, that there's someone dependent on me and that's thinking of me as I'm thinking of them. Someone I can come home to at night and put my arm around like this, and have her put her two arms around me like.
He paused a second, and once again, as it had been in that moment of imminent peril, when he stood with his arm around her, their eyes met.
Put her two arms around me,
prompted Annixter, half smiling.
Like what, Hilma?
I don't know.
Like what, Hilma?
He insisted.
Like this?
She questioned. With a movement of infinite tenderness and affection, she slid her arms around his neck, still crying a little. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sensation of her warm body in his embrace, the feeling of her smooth, round arm through the thinness of her sleeve, pressing against his cheek, thrilled Annixter with a delight such as he had never known. He bent his head and kissed her upon the nape of her neck, where the delicate amber tint melted into the thick, sweet-smelling mass of her dark brown hair. She shivered a little, holding him closer, ashamed as yet to look up. Without speech, they stood there for a long minute, holding each other close. Then Hilma pulled away from him, mopping her tear-stained cheeks with the little moist ball of her handkerchief.
What do you say? Is it a go?
Demanded Annixter jovially.
I thought I hated you all the time,
she said, and the velvety huskiness of her voice never sounded so sweet to him.
And I thought it was that crockery-smashing goat of a lout of a cowpuncher.
Delaney, the idea! Oh dear, I think it must always have been you.
Since when, Hilma?
He asked, putting his arm around her.
But it is good to have you, my girl,
he exclaimed, delighted beyond words that she permitted this freedom.
Since when? Tell us all about it.
Oh, since always. It was ever so long before I came to think of you to think about. I mean to remember. Oh, you know what I mean. But then I did. Oh, then.
Then what?
I don't know. I haven't thought that way long enough to know.
But you said you thought it must have been me always.
I know, but that was different. Oh, I'm all mixed up. I'm so nervous and trembly now. Oh,
she cried suddenly, her face overcast with a look of earnestness and great seriousness, both her hands catching at his wrist.
Oh, you will be good to me now, won't you? I'm only a little child in so many ways, and I've given myself to you all in a minute, and I can't go back on it now, and it's for always. I don't know how it happened or why. Sometimes I think I didn't wish it, but now it's done, and I am glad and happy. But now, if you weren't good to me, oh, think of how it would be with me. You are strong and big and rich, and I am only a servant of yours, a little nobody, but I've given all I had to you, myself, and you must be so good to me now. Always remember that. Be good to me, and be gentle and kind to me in little things, in everything, or you will break my heart.
Annixter took her in his arms. He was speechless. No words that he had at his command seemed adequate. All he could say was,
"That's all right, little girl. Don't you be frightened. I'll take care of you. That's all right. That's all right."
For a long time they sat there under the shade of the great trestle, their arms about each other, speaking only at intervals. An hour passed. The buckskin, finding no feed to her taste, took the trail stablewards, the bridle dragging. Annixter let her go. Rather than to take his arm from around Hilma's waist, he would have lost his whole stable. At last, however, he bestirred himself and began to talk. He thought it time to formulate some plan of action.
Well, now, Hilma, what are we going to do?
Do? She repeated. Why must we do anything? Oh, isn't this enough?
There's better ahead, he went on. I want to fix you up somewhere where you can have a bit of a home all to yourself. Let's see. Bonneville wouldn't do. There's always a lot of yaps about there that know us, and they would begin to cackle first off. How about San Francisco? We might go up next week and have a look around. I could find rooms you could take somewheres, and we could fix 'em up as lovely as how do you do.
Oh, but why go away from Quien Sabe? She protested. And then so soon, too. Why must we have a wedding trip now that you are so busy? Wouldn't it be better? Oh, I tell you, we could go to Monterey after we were married for a little week where Mama's people live, and then come back here to the ranch house and settle right down here where we are, and let me keep house for you. I wouldn't even want a single servant.
Annixter heard, and his face grew troubled.
He said. I see.
He gathered up a handful of pebbles and began snapping them carefully into the creek. He fell thoughtful. Here was a phase of the affair he had not planned in the least. He had supposed all the time that Hilma took his meaning. His old suspicion that she was trying to get a hold on him stirred again for a moment. There was no good of such talk as that. Always these female girls seemed crazy to get married, bent on complicating the situation.
Isn't that best?
Said Hilma, glancing at him.
I don't know, he muttered gloomily.
Well, then, let's not. Let's come right back to Quien Sabe without going to Monterey. Anything that you want, I want.
I hadn't thought of it in just that way, he observed.
In what way, then?
Oh, can't we wait about this marrying business?
Well, that's just it, she said gaily. I said it was too soon. There would be too much to do between whiles. Why not say at the end of summer?
Say what?
Our marriage, I mean.
Why get married, then? What's the good of all that fuss about it? I don't go anything upon a minister puddling around in my affairs. What's the difference anyhow? We understand each other. Isn't that enough? Huh, Hilma, I'm no marrying man.
She looked at him for a moment, bewildered, then slowly she took his meaning. She rose to her feet, her eyes wide, her face paling with terror. He did not look at her, but he could hear the catch in her throat.
Oh,
she exclaimed, with a long, deep breath, and again,
oh,
the back of her hand against her lips. It was a quick gasp of a veritable physical anguish. Her eyes brimmed over. Annixter rose, looking at her.
Well,
he said awkwardly.
Well?
Hilma leaped back from him with an instinctive recoil of her whole being, throwing out her hands in a gesture of defense, fearing she knew not what. There was as yet no sense of insult in her mind, no outraged modesty. She was only terrified. It was as though searching for wildflowers she had come suddenly upon a snake. She stood for an instant spellbound, her eyes wide, her bosom swelling, then all at once turned and fled, darting across the plank that served for a footbridge over the creek, gaining the opposite bank and disappearing with a brisk rustle of underbrush such as might have been made by the flight of a frightened fawn. Abruptly, Annixter found himself alone. For a moment he did not move. Then he picked up his campaign hat, carefully creased its limp crown, and put it on his head, and stood for a moment, looking vaguely at the ground on both sides of him. He went away without uttering a word, without change of countenance, his hands in his pockets, his feet taking great strides along the trail in the direction of the ranch house. He had no sight of Hilma again that evening, and the next morning he was up early and did not breakfast at the ranch house. Business of the League called him to Bonneville to confer with Magnus and the firm of lawyers retained by the League to fight the land grabbing cases. An appeal was to be taken to the Supreme Court at Washington, and it was to be settled that day which of the cases involved should be considered as test cases. Instead of driving or riding into Bonneville, as he usually did, Annixter took an early morning train, the Bakersfield Fresno local at Guadalajara, and went to Bonneville by rail, arriving there at 20 minutes after 7, and breakfasting by appointment with Magnus Derrick and Osterman at the Yosemite House on Main Street. The conference of the committee with the lawyers took place in a front room of the Yosemite, one of the latter bringing with him his clerk, who made a stenographic report of the proceedings and took carbon copies of all letters written. The conference was long and complicated, the business transacted of the utmost moment, and it was not until 2 o'clock that Annixter found himself at liberty. However, as he and Magnus descended into the lobby of the hotel, they were aware of an excited and interested group collected about the swing doors that opened from the lobby of the Yosemite into the bar of the same name. Dyke was there. Even at a distance, they could hear the reverberation of his deep-toned voice, uplifted in wrath and furious expostulation. Magnus and Annixter joined the group, wondering, and all at once fell full upon the full scene of a drama. That same morning, Dyke's mother had awakened him, according to his instructions, at daybreak. A consignment of his hop poles from the north had arrived at the freight office of the P&S W in Bonneville, and he was to drive in on his farm wagon and bring them out. He would have a busy day.
Hello, he said as his mother pulled his ear to arouse him. Morning, Mama.
It's time, she said. After 5 already. Your breakfast is on the stove.
He took her hand and kissed it with great affection. He loved his mother devotedly, quite as much as he did the little Tad. In their little cottage in the forest of green hops that surrounded them on every hand, the three led a joyous and secluded life, contented, industrious, happy, asking nothing better. Dyke himself was a big-hearted, jovial man who spread an atmosphere of good humor wherever he went. In the evenings he played with Sidney like a big boy, an older brother lying on the bed or the sofa, taking her in his arms. Between them they had invented a great game. The ex-engineer, his boots removed, his huge legs in the air, hoisted the little Tad on the soles of his stockinged feet like a circus acrobat, dandling her there, pretending he was about to let her fall. Sidney, choking with delight, held on nervously with little screams and chirps of excitement, while he shifted her gingerly from one foot to another, and thence the final act, the great gallery play, to the palm of one great hand. At this point, Mrs. Dyke was called in, both father and daughter, children both, crying out that she was to come in and look. She arrived out of breath from the kitchen, the potato masher in her hand. "Such children," she murmured, shaking her head at them, amused for all that, tucking the potato masher under her arm and clapping her hands. In the end, it was part of the game that Sidney should tumble down upon Dyke, whereat he invariably vented a great bellow as if in pain, declaring that his ribs were broken. Gasping, his eyes shut, he pretended to be in the extreme of dissolution. Perhaps he was dying. Sidney, always a little uncertain, amused but distressed, shook him nervously, tugging at his beard, pushing open his eyelid with one finger, imploring him not to frighten her, to wake up and be good. On this occasion, while yet he was half dressed, Dyke tiptoed into his mother's room to look at Sidney fast asleep in her little iron cot, her arm under her head, her lips parted. With infinite precaution he kissed her twice, and then, finding one little stocking, hung with its mate very neatly over the back of a chair, dropped into it a dime, rolled up in a wad of paper. He winked all to himself and went out again, closing the door with exaggerated carefulness. He breakfasted alone, Mrs. Dyke pouring his coffee and handing him his plate of ham and eggs, and half an hour later took himself off in his springless, skeleton wagon, humming a tune behind his beard and cracking the whip over the backs of his staid and solid farm horses. The morning was fine, the sun just coming up. He left Guadalajara, sleeping and lifeless, on his left, and going across lots over an angle of Quien Sabe, came out upon the upper road, a mile below the Long Trestle. He was in great spirits, looking about him over the brown fields, ruddy with the dawn. Almost directly in front of him, but far off, the gilded dome of the courthouse at Bonneville was glinting radiant in the first rays of the sun, while a few miles distant toward the north the venerable campanile of the Mission San Juan stood silhouetted in purplish black against the flaming east. As he proceeded, the great farm horses jogging forward, placid, deliberate, the countryside waked to another day. Crossing the irrigating ditch further on, he met a gang of Portuguese with picks and shovels over their shoulders, just going to work. Hooven, already abroad, shouted him a "Good morning" from behind the fence of Los Muertos. Far off toward the southwest, in the bare expanse of the open fields, where a clump of eucalyptus and cypress trees set a dark green note, a thin stream of smoke rose straight into the air from the kitchen of Derrick's ranch houses. But a mile or so beyond the Long Trestle, he was surprised to see Magnus Derrick's protege, the one-time shepherd, Vanamee, coming across Quien Sabe by a trail from one of Annixter's division houses. Without knowing exactly why, Dyke received the impression that the young man had not been in bed all of that night. As the two approached each other, Dyke eyed the young fellow. He was distrustful of Vanamee, having the country-bred suspicion of any person he could not understand. Vanamee was beyond doubt no part of the life of ranch and country town. He was an alien, a vagabond, a strange fellow who came and went in mysterious fashion, making no friends, keeping to himself. Why did he never wear a hat? Why indulge in a fine, black pointed beard, when either a round beard or a mustache was the invariable custom? Why did he not cut his hair? Above all, why did he prowl about so much at night? As the two passed each other, Dyke, for all his good nature, was a little blunt in his greeting, and looked back at the ex-shepherd over his shoulder. Dyke was right in his suspicion. Vanamee's bed had not been disturbed for 3 nights. On the Monday of that week he had passed the entire night in the garden of the Mission, overlooking the Seed Ranch in the little valley. Tuesday evening had found him miles away from that spot, in a deep arroyo in the Sierra foothills to the eastward, while Wednesday he had slept in an abandoned dobe on Osterman's stock range, 20 miles from his resting place of the night before. The fact of the matter was that the old restlessness had once more seized upon Vanamee. Something began tugging at him. The spur of some unseen rider touched his flank. The instinct of the wanderer woke and moved. For some time now he had been a part of the Los Muertos staff. On Quien Sabe, as on the other ranches, the slack season was at hand. While waiting for the wheat to come up, no one was doing much of anything. Vanamee had come over to Los Muertos and spent most of his days on horseback, riding the range, rounding up and watching the cattle in the 4th Division of the ranch. But if the vagabond instinct now roused itself in the strange fellow's nature, a counter influence had also set in. More and more Vanamee frequented the Mission garden after nightfall, sometimes remaining there till the dawn began to whiten, lying prone on the ground, his chin on his folded arms, his eyes searching the darkness over the little valley of the Seed Ranch, watching. As the days went by, he became more reticent than ever. Presley often came to find him on the stock range, a lonely figure in the great wilderness of bare, green hillsides, but Vanamee no longer took him into his confidence. Father Sarria alone heard his strange stories. Dyke drove on toward Bonneville, thinking over the whole matter. He knew, as everyone did in that part of the country, the legend of Vanamee and Angele, the romance of the Mission Garden, the mystery of the Other. Vanamee's flight to the deserts of the Southwest, his periodic returns, his strange, reticent, solitary character. But, like many another of the country people, he accounted for Vanamee by a short and easy method. No doubt the fellow's wits were turned. That was the long and short of it. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2.